He knew chasing his dreams meant gambling with his own life, and in 2034 Japan, the cost of trying was so insane he'd have to walk away from everything. He skipped school and, even as an adult, refused to push himself. He gambled it all, tossing everything away except the bare basics: food, sleep, and the bathroom. And when he finally clawed his way to the top, he was completely stunned. He's the most powerful ruler history has ever seen. He crushed the competition to grab world rank #1 by a mile, and in the full immersion, VRMMORPG. Mobius Online, every win he'd fought for, every prize he still clutched today, gets dragged into the past like it's all already over. One day, main character 7 got hacked and they yanked him right out of the game. Not just his files, but everything tied to the backups too, and he wasn't alone. This hit 3,000 players. The culprit was a top-tier player, and reports say he snapped with jealousy rage at seeing others climb higher than him while he carried that crazy grudge. There was no way he could have pulled off something as wild as hacking the character data of 3,000 players. Something that only happened because he didn't even want to chase more anymore. The young man clenched his VR headset in his hand. The game admins slammed the door shut, saying they can't restore a single one of the affected characters, so all they'll offer is an insanely fast level up when you make a new character, plus a little help in court. The hero yanked off his helmet and spat out a brutal curse. No matter how many times people stormed in and even raided their headquarters, they kept repeating the same cold answer over and over. The whole mess churned the young man's guts, and he bolted for the bathroom, where he vomited up everything he'd swallowed. Then he collapsed onto the bed inside, unable to even ask for a single thing. His mind went blank. All he could do was breathe, knowing he'd never claw back his #1 status again. He just stared at the ceiling, frozen in silence, then jolted upright, realizing he couldn't live like that forever. And with a wild spark in his eyes, he made the choice that would slice straight into the final thread of his lifeline. A young man stands smack in the middle of the city, completely lost, staring at the chaos like, what is happening? People swirl all around him, locked into their own lives and rushing past like he's invisible. The hero finally heard the truth about the kingdom of Castle the Capital, and even Main Street of Vincent, the same place you could explore inside Mobius Online. Icicles stuck in front of the grocery store, staring at how he even got into the game in the first place when a girl storms out and tells him, cool as ice, to get out of her way because right now he's blocking the space in front of her store. Ice-chan. Yeah, the girl from the Icicle poster finally spoke. And sure, he was used to her voice, but he'd never heard words like that before then. It hit her like a bolt. Maybe an update had happened while she was gone? She said maybe he came to her shop for something, then shot back an apology for her attitude because when she spoke again, her voice turned soft and a full-on blush crept across her face. He blurted, "You're cute," and swore this felt like a God-sent upgrade. Then Ice's cheeks flared as she asked what he meant, and she rushed into the store. The young man couldn't stop smiling at the girl's perfect, prescribed behavior like some secret, mutual understanding got plugged in the moment he wasn't registered. And then, out of nowhere, he caught his own reflection staring back at him from the shop window. It was his second character, an alternate he cooked up right alongside his main one. The same time he made it, right after his 7th, and he's barely touched it since. No training, no prep, just a character sitting there at 0 health. A young man let out a desperate sigh. This felt totally hopeless, like he had 0 will left to grind for another level, so he swore he'd quit. But then he couldn't, because the settings menu just wouldn't open. Maybe it's a glitch with the exit, he can't even hit the emergency button. The hero snaps his head left and right, and then it clicks. He smiles, realizing the world isn't real anymore. How could he have forgotten that? He took his own life, but that tormenting question still haunts him. Why did he land in Mobion? He died in his world and then got reborn inside the game. He clung to that desire with his whole heart if it was even possible. He swore he'd rather be born inside the game. And even when he said it, the last word on his lips still sounded like a desperate, pitiful goodbye. The hero can't swallow what's happening. There's no way this is real, so he pinches his own cheek and feels pain. Then his mind spirals Ice-chan's linear lines, and the fact that he can't log out have to be connected, and the boy is totally lost. He crumpled to his knees and roared into the air, then boom, he got reborn inside the game world, sobbing hard as he thanked his fate. He danced like a man possessed for almost an hour, screaming out weird little sounds, radiating pure joy. Then strangers stared like he'd gone insane, and just as it all peaked, a uniformed man stormed in and hauled him away under arrest. The guard whips around to Ice-chan and demands, "Is this really him?" And she nods, confirming it's the guy. The girl blurts that the hero is tearing up the place outside the store and begs, "Take him away, Pakafoy!" And the hero can't believe what he's hearing. Soon they haul him to the police station in the Kingdom of Castal's 3rd nightly round. The girl in her night uniform yanked the guy by his collar and demanded why he was acting like that. Then he just smirked and said he was a little too excited. To a regular person, they're the police grilling him, but deep down, they're really the Kingdom of Castal's 3rd order. That night, the girl sized him up and said he had to be a nobleman. then peppered him with questions why he was alone and where his partner had gone until the hero shot back that he wasn't nobility and stared straight at her. In his eyes, she was unmatched. He'd never laid eyes on a non-game character that beautiful before. And when she caught him staring, she leaned in and demanded to know why he was watching her. She slammed her palm on the table and the hero jerked like he'd been hit. She started telling him straight up his noble rights meant nothing to the knightly order. If he broke the law, it was a crime, no matter who he was, because their job was to guard the good citizens. She keeps insisting he's a nobleman and demands the truth, so the young man swears it's all lies. The knight finally realizes this can't end peacefully, and the hero forces her hand. She lunged a hand for the sword at her side, and the guy panicked, scrambling to talk his way out of it. First, she grilled him for his name, and he shot back, "It's second, I'm an adventurer." But the girl wouldn't buy a word of it, and the guy had no clue what he was supposed to do next. That outfit was stitched so perfectly it screamed, "Not an adventurer." It looked outrageously expensive. He finally clocked it. His rare, flashy gear was the culprit, and that's why everyone kept mistaking him for a nobleman. Now he's staring at a real crisis. Everyone in town knew the knights and nobles were locked in a brutal feud. And this girl, she kept stacking grudges like trophies. She was basically a constable with raw justice burning in her chest. So judging by how she looked, you could tell her drive was bigger than any ordinary person's. This is a disaster, he can't even prove his rank. And then out of nowhere, a man in a knight's uniform barges into the room. He whacked Sylvia on the head, then spun to the hero and snapped that she'd been disrespectful, so he'd run the interrogation for her. He tore out another apology, but everyone still figured he was messing with things on purpose, so they demanded he spell out his social status and what he really wanted before they'd move an inch. He told them his name second and said he was 17, but the truth is way crazier. Sato Shichiro is actually 28, single, and not working. And he made this character at 17, so that number was just a cover, not his real age. The knight pressed him on why he acted so weird outside the grocery store, and he admitted he'd gotten carried away without meaning to, begging for forgiveness. Then the man demanded the real reason again. Sato snapped back that he wasn't trying to stir up trouble for the store, and he swore he had no sinister plans on his mind either. This place hits him with the realization he's finally in the right crowd, then the knight clears everything up. Turns out he never tried to mess with the business, and the hero wastes no time, apologizes to the icicle shop owner, and walks free. So yeah, he's stuck paying society back and coughing up 150,000 SL to the store. For a sum like that, he couldn't even scrape together basic armor. But now he's got a laughable 2 billion SL sitting in his account. Saito snapped out of his old clothes right away so nobody would clock him, then geared up in the full body armor he'd bought, feeling the weight of his 2,300,000 budget in his pocket, still clueless if that was a fortune or pocket change. He can't shake the feeling that the prices in this world won't match Mobion, and he knows he has to check the currency value right now, but his stomach strikes back, rumbling treacherously like it's plotting an ambush. Sato decides to grab lunch because it's the quickest way to scout food and lodging prices. So he strides up to the building, liking how nice it looks, and the girl behind the counter greets him. He greeted me with zero warmth and straight up asked how much I'd charge for one night. The girl has zero clue what he's talking about. Then she clocks the reception, acting way too suspicious for comfort. The girl warned him the night would burn 7,000 SL a day, breakfast and dinner included, so when the price dropped to 4,000 without food, the hero's jaw hit the floor, and he chose to stay 5 days with nothing to eat. The employee thrust the keys into his hands, then their fingers brushed, and the girl's cheeks flared as she snapped her gaze away while the young man stood there, completely clueless about this wild new feeling exploding in his chest. The heroes posted up at a bar table, surrounded by a loud crowd, and then the girls swivel in their seats, staring at him with sharp, curious interest. Sadhu suddenly realized he stood out from the crowd, especially to the girls, who stared at him with those weird, impossible opinions. It all comes down to his avatar because the author snapped up a limited edition, and the result was absolutely breathtaking. Even if you had a totally gorgeous avatar in a game, nobody would spare you a glance but get that same beauty in the real world, and everything changes fast. In this body, it finally hits him hard. This place isn't part of the online game anymore, and the realization flashes across his face as a grin he didn't even mean to show. No matter what happens, his work won't be for nothing, because up here, he's convinced this higher world is the whole universe and there's nothing beyond it. In that world, rational arguments kept hammering at him up until this moment. But now, the discontent buried deep inside his heart simply vanished. The young guy snapped his hand over his eyes and then burst into loud, unstoppable laughter. He gave a small smirk, then swore to himself that this time, right here, he'd rise back to the top and reclaim #1 in the world. He jolted awake, clutching his pounding head. Yeah, he'd totally overdone the drinking last night, and now he could only stare in disbelief at the full-on hangover. He tore himself out of bed and flung the window open because this wasn't a game anymore, it was his real life. He dropped onto the bed and started plotting his next move first. He had to get the skills he needed because in this game, he can't afford to ignore them. In Mobion, the whole pumping system runs on experience points, earn them, and you can learn skills, boost your stats, and keep your character leveling for the win. You earn that EXP by taking down monsters or finishing quests. Every win pushes your power higher. Every skill comes with its own rank ladder, starting at 16th down to 1st, then climbing again from 1st to 9th stage, and there's even a special rank for the broken skill title. But here's the real key: you've got to rack up experience points or your skill won't level up. How you boost your stats changes depending on the build you picked when you made your character. He stomped into the bar, ordered curry with rice, slid into his seat, and felt the room yank old memories right out of his past. Then the waitress showed up with a warm, friendly greeting. Seconds build up type matches 7s exactly, and his character is a whole bundle of different sides. With stats like this, everything grows perfectly. No skips, no surprises. Meanwhile, the girl hustled over with his order and bowed her head, apologizing for making him wait. With this kind, you can level up every trait at the same time. Sure, but you pay for it with a harsher, more intense start than any other character type. If that's the case, he's got no choice. He'll have to burn through every last drop. Then the hero darts into a shop packed with potions. Yeah, if you wanted detoxifying, high-quality recovery potions, that's all the shop had. And the worker just stared at the guy like, "Wait, what?" The man shot back that buying it would drain him of an outrageous fortune, and then second leaned in and asked how many potions they had left. Turns out there were about 630 right now. The hero straight up said he'd buy every single thing they had, and the workers just stared in shock. This potion cost a whopping 120,000 SL per bottle, and in the end, the young man forked over 75,600,000 SL to take home all 630 bottles. He paid cash for every last potion, stashed them in his inventory right after, then before he even left, warned he'd need another 9,000 and told them to start brewing. With these potions in hand, he's trying to pull off the so-called decay tactics because it's a risky move to grind that first chunk of experience. This comes from the old game Dinosaur Quest. You've got to outmaneuver enemies, hit them through your evasion, and then wipe them out. And if you know that trick, you'll rack up a huge chunk of early experience fast. Each potion shatters poison, floods him back with health, and blasts undead, and every bottle he grabs hammers them with a brutal 1,200 true damage. This hit would wreck a mid-tier beast like Zombie Viper, and the kicker: the experience you get from it is insanely good for an undead. So yeah, once you toss this at the Zombie Viper, you can wipe them out just like that. And before, only the side characters and top-tier players were brave enough to use this trick. The crazy part is the price this eats up an insane amount of money, and to get the experience you need, you're staring down 10,000 bottles of potion, racking up an eye-watering 1-2 billion SLs. If you're talking that kind of money, only people backing the main character can pull it off. So yeah, DK Tactics is the perfect way to rack up experience fast. This is only for the fresh start. Once he turns into a real pro, it stops working. And that's exactly why the hero went out and bought a horse, then named it the 7th Emperor. He never thought the 3rd day would actually show up until he had to resort to this. The young man kicked off his journey because nearly 2 hours on horseback stood between him and the royal capital, and he swore this place would be the perfect hunting ground. Deep inside a massive cave, a mine sat right nearby, but there isn't a single soul in sight. Maybe DK's tactics are already common knowledge in this world. The protagonist starts piecing it together, guessing at what it all means, but the truth is still his secret, and there's nobody here to stop him. He can take them all down he wants to. Far off, he spotted the snake he'd been hunting for. That monster's presence hit him like a warning bell, and up close, it looked way worse than in his nightmares. So as he inched closer, panic clawing at him, he forced himself to get this over with fast and sprint back the moment it was done. He yanks out a potion, flings it straight at the serpent boom, and it takes 1,200 damage. The young man grinned. This part actually felt good. You sweep one area, then you dive straight into the next, and you keep going, one endless step after another. Barely breathing, the hero kept hurling potions non-stop until all 630 bottles clattered into them. Then he grinned, soaking up that sweet experience because in no time he'd be one step away from snagging nearly every skill he needed. He swings back on his horse and races for the capital, only to realize he can't make it back before sunset. He finally slammed into the royal capital, right at the gates. Then a voice stopped him cold. That night, Sylvia had grilled him so hard last time, so when she appeared, he clocked her instantly. The girl demanded to know why he was still here. So late her eyes screamed suspicion, and then the interrogation kept going. Second dropped lower and crawled a bit through the mine. Then when the knight pressed him for answers, he said he'd come to gain experience by summoning in the cave depths. She wouldn't buy a word he said she couldn't fathom. Why he'd willingly step into a death trap and still wipe out every last monster in the hero, he couldn't even make sense of what the young lady was saying. The young man blurts that he never expected zombie vipers to taste so good, and Sylvia shoots back saying she got everything he just said. She just can't grasp the lack of common sense. Or maybe his brain's missing a few key twists because the hero couldn't stand that girl and it showed. He couldn't hold it in. There was one question burning in his mind and he just had to ask the girl. He leaned in and asked if they knew about the 21st dungeon because in this game, There were only 21 heavenly dungeons, and every single player was scrambling to recruit them, stitching together data and hunting for the easiest way in. Sylvia said there were only 19 dungeons total. Second nodded and confirmed his suspicion, then demanded how many of those had been explored so far. The girl blurted out that there were 13 dungeons, and the young man snapped back a thanks before asking if he could head in. Sylvia nodded and confirmed it. Nodded. He basically got it here. If they took his life, he was dead for real. So, since he already had the info, he didn't need to gamble his life 1,000, tens of thousands of times just to get it. He might storm straight to world number 1 way sooner than he ever imagined. If the players leveled up enough, the next stop is right here, so the young man stormed into the building. It was the Great Royal Library, the kind of place that makes your heart race the second you lay eyes on it. In Mobion, you can score skills only 2 ways: snatch them from skill books or earn them another route, and this library is packed with books, so my brewery Annie straight up asked the boy what he was hunting for. But he just shook his head and said he wasn't looking for anything. You don't even have to read, just flip through the pages, so he's about to tear through these shelves at full speed. This time, he's set to master 2 basics, fencing and archery, and unlock 4 different elements for a bargain scheme called One Way. All these skills are split into different combat styles. Each one comes with its own special moves, and this time he's aiming to master the pawn, the spear, swordplay, and archery to get the edge. He shut the book and somehow wiped out all those troubles. Now it's time for witchcraft to take the stage. 4 elements rule the world: fire, water, air, and earth. And there are 5 magic forms too: Ichi no Kata, Ni no Kata, San no Kata, Shi no Kata, and Gon no Kata. This library only holds 4 kinds of fire, and he's already betting he can score more grimoires either right here or by crushing tough quests. After a while, the hero finally devoured every last book of the fundamental skills he'd been chasing, and as he strode to the exit, the library hit him with a flood of useful lessons he hadn't even noticed yet. Next, he locks in his plan. He's studying every single thing he got, one after another: bow, sword, magic, sorcery. He kicks things off by blasting AoE fire element arrows to farm experience. Then he hammers his way up with sword mastery to level his skill. Ready-made trump cards for the toughest enemies, massive magic firepower, and then the 4th stage, witchcraft. This is where his spirit premium ticket and that limited time avatar he grabbed when he made his account kicks in. And trust me, you'll need it right now. Use it, and the odds of summoning a rare spirit shoot up, so why wouldn't you level up your witchcraft? Witchcraft is nothing but a support skill, so hit archery, swordplay, and magic first until they're solid before you even think about investing in it. He snapped into action, mapping out his moves. Then the hero opened up his stats and dumped experience points to level up the skills he'd gained and climb higher. You don't need tons of points to fight with archery if magic boosts it to class 5. Your casting time drops hard, and the sword mastery is just backup insurance. Every last experience point they earned got split up and handed out. Next, Sato has to dive straight into the core essentials of archery. In the dead of night, the Silver General unleashed a crushing single strike. The Golden General swung in and slammed him down. The Word General drove a piercing blow straight through, and the Rook finished it with one insanely powerful hit. These moves aren't like the simple pawn and spear basics once you master them. The tactics you can pull off explode from just a few options into a whole arsenal. And here's the second way to snag your skills: you've got to perform crosses. Do that and you can meet one condition without even taking the quest. While he's sprinting and hunting a monster down, his shooting skill goes off horse style. Then he steamrolls 20 monsters in a row and caps it with the Silver General shoot next. He annihilates 10 more straight from just 3 meters, unleashing the Golden General shoot. Slice through 5 monsters in one burst, then nail 2 more from 25 meters. Unlock the archery elephant level by smashing them with a spear and horse skill combo. The dullest move is also the deadliest, boosting strike. And at class 16, every single hit slams in at 250 pure firepower. By class 9, it jumps all the way to 600. Turns out, juggling every single one of those conditions wrecks the hero's energy fast. Almost everything lines up as you go, so it hardly matters because the real trouble is the last condition. Your job is simple: wipe out 3 monsters in a row that you'll face, and every time they attack, they're pulling in at least half of other players' health. Just imagining it drains him, and since he already failed once, he has to grind through it again. This is absolute hell. You could try this in a game, sure, but this is the real world, where once his health dips to 50, it turns deadly. And even if he tries to ask, it's already too late. But he craves that skill with everything he's got because in archery, it's absolutely non-negotiable. The young man swallowed his own wants, sat down in silence, and waited for the sudden opening that hit him out of nowhere. It's been a full week since he got reincarnated in this world, and he's already been cooking using DK's tactics like a cheat code while leveling up his other skills too. The hero was bouncing along on his horse, already thinking he had to sharpen his fencing skills then. Out of nowhere, a scream tore through the air. As the night blared, he yelled for his comrades to fall back. He'd forge a path and hold the line for them. Sato crouched in the bushes, and when he peeked out, he realized his knight's opponents weren't monsters at all. They were scarlet mantises. People and monsters surged in. Fear snapped through the air. Screams tore nonstop. This was a nightmare he'd never even seen in the game. On the battlefield, 5 bodies lie cold while 5 more warriors stand poised with swords because, at this pace, they're going to get tortured, stripped of their lives, and crushed. He could finally learn how to shoot if he waits until the health of those 5 people is completely drained. The young man hated this idea the moment it hit because he could feel in his gut that it was wrong. People die, so don't play with it like it's a game. They're not players, they're real people. They fought like their lives depended on it, but they only got halfway now, they're about to throw it all away again. That young man won't let it happen, so he yanks out his bow and draws the string tight. Seeing that despair crushed everyone's hearts, so the hero roared, ordering the soldiers to hit the ground, and one of the knights barked the same command to everyone around. The young man unleashed the 5th grade spear skill like a blade tearing through the air. The monsters got crushed, and a handful of knights still clung to life. The girl knight was absolutely thrilled by the main character. She watched him fight through a brutal situation with pure gallantry. That fearless stance hits her like a lightning bolt. It's the same energy as the #1 in the world. Her first look at him was a disaster. She swore he was some spoiled young noble with zero common sense. But then something happened. What was it? In just 20 seconds, he wiped out 6 scarlet mantises using nothing but a plain longbow and pure, unbelievable archery power. And what about her? From the moment she was a kid, she chased the knight's path, pushing this far with nothing but a blade clutched in her hand. In her own family, they mocked her every time she tried to swing a sword, calling her talentless to her face. Then the Third Knight Order filled with the absolute bottom of the barrel, where everyone was so brutally weak they barely stood a chance. Her true strength has never been revealed yet. Rage burns in her as she loathes every one of these power-hungry dogs, and even now, while her comrades lie dead, these rank crawlers are frantically trying to drag their savior, Second Dono, into the knightly order. Is this really what her knightly dream turned into? This is the kind of knight she craved and ached for, right before her eyes. The main character got an offer to join the Adventurers Guild, and he was certain they'd praise him for helping them win their fights then. Right at the end, he blurted out the exact words everyone's about to hear. The man finally admitted he'd been way too hasty because he'd heard the adventurer-looking hero wasn't tied to a single guild at all. He's definitely not tied to them, but that still doesn't explain anything, because the Adventurers Guild Kingdom is basically the boss that lines up agencies for jobs like monster subjugation. Turns out they're far from spotless. Every wicked move they made got etched into Mobion's stories. Sato thanked him, smiled politely, and refused because money wasn't a big deal to her, and she wanted nothing to do with any organization. The man let out a heavy sigh and rubbed the back of his neck, and the young man demanded, "What's going on?" But he just stared and said it was nothing. Then he went, "Don't sleep on the knightly order. I'm the kind of freelancer you don't want to miss." And suddenly every privileged big shot started scrambling to hire him. The young man believed the Adventurers Guild would stand between him and danger until he admitted he only agreed if they took him in. Sato couldn't shake the feeling that something was offshore. They claimed his real strength was totally normal, but the only witnesses at the scene were the guys from the Third Knight Order. Second declared he'd still turn down the membership, and the knight instantly got what he meant. And then he swore he'd leave his escort with Sylvius so they could keep an eye on him at least a little. The hero absolutely hates it. Even in the royal capital, Sylvia's name carries weight. She's the knight who keeps nobles in line, and the young man knows he'd better stay sharp because he can feel something's off, but he has no idea what they're really after. Sylvia keeps it ruthless with her unique ability, and the highest ranks of the knightly order answer to her. This is the one rare shot where some lucky guy can land a gorgeous female knight as his free companion. The hero leaned in and demanded how long Sylvia planned to stay. Then the knight snorted, told him to ask her himself, and called the girl over. She burst into the room, and the man told her, "From this moment on, you'll be the one who escorts Secondo No." Then he added that the nightly schedule would still try to factor in what they wanted. The girl snapped with surprise because this wasn't a little setback, it was a real demotion, and the man made it crystal clear one single word from his mouth could seal her fate. Like the order had already decided she didn't measure up. The girl nodded, then her smile crumpled into sadness. The man snapped his gaze to the guy, cleared his throat, and launched into the announcement about the turn. He set a 2-year deadline. Sure, he'd have plenty of time to snatch the world's first-place spot. Then the man answered with what he'd understood. And just like that, Sylvia, the female knight, snapped into place as his personal escort. They just handed him a demotion. Now the knightly order is tossing ballast out of the picture. She's the second daughter of the Virginia Knights, and in that family, becoming a knight and proving herself in battle is the whole point of being born a Virginia. But for her, it feels hopeless. She can't swing a sword worth a damn, and that never changes, even after she finally becomes a knight. Sato struck a deal with the girl, and like he was confessing a scheme, said he'd basically told her to seduce him so he'd get pulled into the knightly order or whatever. Sylvia's jaw drops at the whole thing. She didn't get it at all. Then suddenly, Second Dono blurted out something like that. Like the world had already thrown so many shockers at her that she was drowning in them. The girl agreed to listen to the guy, and little did she know that one deal would flip her whole life from that moment on for good. Sato's convinced Sylvia dreams of serving as a proud knight, and he wastes no time stepping in to help her chase that future. The young lady realized that until now she'd never had a chance to really dive into anything. Then meat blasted her senses wide open. Sato told her that if she was fed up with the way things were, she should finally cut the third order loose for good, and then he leaned in and asked her out. And a blush spread across her cheeks as shock hit her so hard she could barely believe it. The hero told Sylvia to breathe, claiming he was about to make a deal, so she forced herself to calm down, then crushed the glass in one gulp. He's convinced she can't ever bow down to these evil authorities, so she needs to forge enough power, and he's got exactly the power to help her make it happen. From age 4 to 13, she drilled with a sword every single day, but not once did she lift it to do a single act of justice. The young man rubbed at his head and told her, "Try a spear or a bow instead. You don't have the spark to swing a sword." Sylvia snapped with fury, yanked the guy by his collar, and let out a string of brutal curses. Then she finally loosened her grip and said, "You're right. Pride runs in her blood. She's always been stubborn, and even with everyone telling her she'll never have talent, she keeps training with her sword day after day." Knights are fighters for justice who forge themselves in armor, slash with swords, thunder on horses, and charge straight into battle with fearless grit. She wanted to be one of the greatest. A shield for justice who would never, ever fold to any evil. Tears burned in her eyes as the young man snapped at her to stop pushing herself for a night like this, because anything could become a weapon. Real justice meant charging bravely into battle, and the girl couldn't help but think about it. She finally saw it clearly. She was right all along, and there was no need to obsess over how you look. The moment he lunged in and saved them, that single thought second chances hit her like a flash. Then, with one bold breath, the girl declared she was choosing him, so the guy's smile lit up the whole moment. The knight practically blushed at every word she said. Sato finally spilled his dream to her, and it was so vague it almost sounded like a joke. Honestly weird, hilarious, and totally surprising. She's not thinking twice, she's just trying to help him. And you can bet something wild is about to happen. It's the first time she's ever felt a night this refreshing. And suddenly her future looks crystal clear. The hero tore back to his room, flopped onto the bed, and erupted into loud, unstoppable laughter. He never saw it coming. Everything unfolded exactly the way he'd dreamed. Getting a broken-hearted girl drunk, then pulling her close and turning things around. Yeah, that was his top-tier play. And he was convinced it would help her heal too. Sylvia, he figured, had to have some serious talent. Maybe archery or magic. Finding a comrade is everything, because when he's got one by his side, his safety shoots up and his battle power climbs even higher. With his status right now, not winning would feel downright impossible, and that's exactly why this was a perfect shot at greatness. Best of all, he finally drilled the rook shot he'd been dying to master. Tomorrow kicks off the fun first. Sylvia has to grind out the fencing skills to start training, and then he's headed straight to the dungeon to farm real experience. The girl presses the guy again about magic archery, and the hero can't help but think, this is your lane, dive into it, because magic and sorcery fit you perfectly. Dex is level 121 with INT 103, and while most of her other stats are stuck in the double digits, her brain is outrageously high, so she's basically a Dex type with magic archer potential, and she has no clue magic archery even exists. That class in Mobion was one of the biggest hits, yet everyone's sleeping on it. And that's just a tragedy, so yeah, it exists. So lock in and master it fast, and the girl agreed. First, the girl darts to the library, then she and the others barrel into the forest, where she's supposed to teach swordsmanship lessons, and Sylvia is totally thrown. Somehow, this felt exactly like teaching rookies the basics of Mobi. Ansato said it was their whole plan, and the girl only had to trust her steps and follow along, gazing at him with pure, unstoppable enthusiasm. Vinci's cheeks flared red, and he quickly looked down before nodding in agreement. Right then, the girl blurts, "How did you learn all this?" And he realizes it moves like bishop and rook are guarded secrets locked away by nobles for generation after generation. Now the hero finally got why the world was so low on everything. Nobles wanted something rare and untouchable, and the girl warned that anyone who got caught would be executed. So the young man told her to shut her mouth and stay quiet. If she swings out that advanced shooting technique, she'll get exposed in the blink of an eye, so the hero already warned her not to use it around strangers, and yeah, she's got it. Sato hyped her up to the peak knight, Silver General, Golden General, and Bishop, and, just like him, she snapped those moves into place with zero trouble. Sylvia grinned and said, today had surprises to spare, but the guy cut in with, it's way too soon for surprises like that. He handed the girl 999 recovery plus potions, and quizzed her about her guess what they'd do to level up their experience, and the girl blurted her first wrong guess. They sling those things into action. DK, yeah, but the loudest one, Sato pressed Sylvia about whether she truly wanted to learn Rook, and Sylvia lit up and said, if I can do it, then I want to badly. The hero grabbed their gear and headed for the dungeon today this time. They chose the second-rank Royce dungeon because the rewards were worth it. Blazing Wolf, the dungeon's boss, hurls down her rare prize, the Blazing Wolf bow, an insanely powerful fire-imbued bow, and he's determined to snatch it no matter what. Next, they'll chase the real prize, Sylvia mastering the skill, Rooks, because this is the big one. The most important mission of all, they're hunting rare weapons, no exceptions. They stride through the dungeon, the girl stays razor alert with a bow gripped tight, and the hero scans the halls and announces, "Found them. This is it." These are the monsters they came hunting for, so the girl has to fight back with everything he taught her right now while the knight yanks the bowstring tight. She raised her bow, zeroed in on the monster, and loosed wham. The arrow drove straight into him, and he crumpled dead on the spot, leaving the girl staring in shock. She spun around and asked the guy if she could become insanely strong, and with Daiquai's tactics, Sylvia's stats shot through the roof. The hero told her, straight-faced, that he'd promised her and he intended to keep it. Sylvia flashed a smile and thanked the guy, and he practically couldn't stop staring because she looked insanely beautiful. Nervous or not, she had pushed herself into perfect shape and flawlessly played her part, supporting him from behind exactly the way she was meant to. Now her blood is on fire, she's ready to fight. Then the guy slams on the brakes and stops dead in his tracks. 6 hours had already slammed by since they stepped into the dungeon. And now the final requirement stood between them and the rook skill. And that's why they halted here, because right in front of them, they found their target. The Blaze Troll towers as a brute with insane attack power, but that smooth, shiny skull practically screams, "Hit me!" And a headshot with the Silver General skill should finish it fast. He stood up to explain everything to the whole squad of Sylvia, then told her to fire right after he gave the signal. A young man charged into the fight, buying seconds because the end was already waiting. Then he snapped to the girl, "No matter what happens, don't lose your cool." His health is perfect, yet fear still grips him still. This step has to be taken to save Sylvia, and he'll push through right as the monster lifts its hand to strike. Then he slammed into him hard enough to send him flying back a solid distance while the girl froze in shock, and the guy couldn't believe what he'd just seen. The monster had already shaved off a quarter of his health. But could he survive the next hit? He stands up and snaps that it's still way too early. Sylvia's still waiting for his signal, then the monster closes in, and horror twists the hero's face as he clamps his lips shut. He's the number one, and the number one never humiliates himself. This isn't just a role, it's his whole life, the reason he's even here. And he's not handing that away to anyone. He keeps firing off of the same line over and over, "I'm number one in the world," like he's daring fate to disagree. The monster smashes him again and he slams into the wall. His health bar finally hit the exact required level. He signaled Sylvia and she snapped her sight in place and fired. The arrow slammed into the monster's head and it crumpled to the ground. Then the hero uncorked a recovery potion, only to realize another boss is waiting just up ahead, and Sylvia shrieks that the guy is a complete idiot. Once Sylvia finished tearing her apart, tears finally poured down her face. He flashed this smug smile like he knew exactly what was coming. Bursting out of the dungeon, they realized the girl had just unlocked the skill rooks, and the guy went rigid with pure, unstoppable satisfaction, because he knew he'd finally survived everything it took to earn that moment. Her alternate life in this messed up universe ignited the moment he gained a new comrade, Sylvia. After everything that went down, they tore themselves back together and charged straight for the Royce dungeon, where they faced the Blazing Wolf's lair, its boss a colossal, flame-sheathed monster with a massive wolf body. Thanks to that fire barrier, he shrugs off damage like it's nothing, so the hero seals him in the stun lock without letting him break free, and then the girl blurts, "Wait, what even is a stun lock?" Sato kicked off the plan first. He'd strike with the bishop skill and the flaming wolf would snap with rage at him. Then he'd unleash the golden general. Next, she'd slash in with bishop, then shove back the blazing wolf using the golden general, because that tactic was the key to wiping the blazing wolf out for good. And it's called the almighty golden bishop's camp. This popular holding technique lets 2 or more people lock in together. Then the raging flaming wolf finally crumpled, and for 3 straight weeks they stormed Royce's dungeon every single day, mowing down hundreds of flaming wolves until, at last, the flaming wolf's bow clattered to the ground. She stared at the bow and swore it would make the hero even stronger. Then she looked up at him only for him to say, "This bow, it's for you." She's set to become an archer who fights with magic, so of course she'll be the one raising that bow, but he's also planning to study magic himself, so he won't need to rely on that kind of weapon. The girl thanked him, then pressed him again. What did he mean by those words? It was the first time she'd heard he was planning to study magic, and Sylvia stared at him with sharp suspicion. She finally got it being the world's number one isn't a kid's game anymore, and the hero still had a long road ahead, so he had to lay out his plans to her. The girl leaned in and asked about ties to the Royal Academy of Magic, and the guy fired back, asking if she had any connection, family, friends, anything. Then explained that learning magic skills means you'll be reading grimoires. The Royal Academy of Magic slams the door on everyone who isn't a teacher or a student, and he can't even guess how long it'll drag on before they finally let him in. So he's hunting for the right people, trying to get permission to poke around the academy, but Sylvia shuts him down fast, saying it's impossible. Her father ditched her just because she couldn't wield a sword, and she can't even picture him lifting a finger for a useless daughter. Then the hero pushes her to prove herself to that cold man by showing her virtues. But even after she tries, he stays ruthlessly strict. Her father is a legend of the battlefield, a top-tier warrior who lives and dies by his sword. So, yeah, that's how he earned his knighthood. And if anyone asks what happened, he'll probably swear she hurled the sword away and sprinted straight for the bow. That guy blurted out a great idea, and right away Sylvia's gut screamed, "No way." He names this move a diversionary maneuver. Then tomorrow, they crank the plan into action. The old man bowed low and greeted the boy, and Sato couldn't wrap his head around how this all spiraled. He'd just been thinking about dressing up in expensive clothes and getting Sylvia's father to write him a letter of recommendation for the Magic Academy. It looked like he'd actually pulled the wool over Noir-san's eyes. Sylvia's father, and he couldn't take it a second longer. The young man ordered him to lift his head because once you're in this, there's no going back. Now he'd do his best to play the noble one, even if it killed him. Sato is going to beg them to keep his presence a total secret. Though the hero doesn't trust the plan one bit. Somehow it's working, and he even steps up and says he's got 2 requests. First, the young man demanded a path to the Magic Academy, and the guy said, "No problem, I'll write you a recommendation letter." The boy wanted something quick, so Nore-san pitched, becoming an exchange student, and boom, it sounded perfect. He'd pushed to make it as short as possible. But if he only stayed for 2 or 3 days and still couldn't find any grimoires, that would spell trouble. Sato begged for a recommendation letter and told him to cram in every detail 2 full weeks, no shortcuts. Then it was time to dive into the next request. The young man begged the Lord for permission to take Sylvia with him, because she could unleash magic like a marksman. He shot back, saying she was an undisciplined daughter, and if the hero chose to ignore it, he could use Sylvia any way he wanted. But was he really sure about Sylvia? She's got 0 talent for swordplay, but her shooting and magic are about to blow the world's mind. Sylvia has to ditch the chivalric order and follow him. The young man told her he'd invited her to team up and sign a 2-year contract, but the man cut in fast. He didn't want anything except one thing. A bright future for Sylvia, and even while he sits here on this island, he'll still wait for them to come back. The girl's face flushed, and the hero froze for a second, like he couldn't quite catch what he'd said. Yet he guessed it must have landed. Sato bragged that his fortitude was legendary, and he swore Virginia's family would never be erased from His Majesty's heart. The girl stormed forward and snapped at the guy, stunned by what he just did, and the hero's gut screamed trouble, even fear creeping in, because nobody should ever trick people like that. After that, Sylvia and he hawked those flaming wolfskins, racked up experience, and basically lived the dream. Then they farmed EXP off slimes, struck gold with a rare drop of magic recovery wand, and yeah, it's insanely useful. Because when the healer triggers it, he doesn't just get a buff, he gets a double hit while it's active. Every wand skill he throws down hits 5 times harder than normal. Right now, the heroes are huddled in a meeting at the Magic Academy, but me and Sylvia aren't strong enough to heal, yet still, the power to restore is going to be a game changer for us. After grabbing the supplies and soaking up the experience they needed, he and Sylvia waited out the tension, and then finally, the Royal Academy doors opened right in front of them. 2 professors stepped in front of them, and the young men shot back their thanks because those professors had changed everything and actually met them after all. Then the young man introduced himself and straight up told them they'd be counting on them for the next 2 weeks, Paula Memento, the principal, and Kevin, the homeroom teacher of first grade A. The hero asked the principal if Sylvia was in the same class, and she confirmed it. Then Sylvia broke the news during the exchange. They'd stay in a real house, not a dorm, so their rooms wouldn't be split apart, and they'd even lined up their uniforms too. They stride down the hallway and the man promises, "I'll teach lessons tomorrow morning, and later you'll get a full tour of the school." So Sato blurts out, "Wait, who's giving us the tour?" It's set he'll be the Class A student. And it's already decided now, while evenings are for self-study, the best kids get real free time. And the young man said he felt genuinely grateful for that. They finally made it to Class A, and the whole class just stared him down like he'd walked into the spotlight. Kevin called the students in and announced that 2 exchange students were dropping in for 2 whole weeks. Then he told them to come right in. Sylvia's second, Sinan, slipped into the classroom, introduced himself, and said he'd come from the island country of Zapanga just to check the place out. Then the girls gasped at his beauty and couldn't stop whispering. Then it was Sylvia's turn. She stepped up and introduced herself. The teacher waved them all to take their seats, and the boys instantly clocked her. Since today is a special occasion, they're making everyone run through the basics again, and Sato's freaking out right now because as soon as this lesson ends, he's going to scramble to ask them to show him around. That young man is about to walk up to his teacher and ask to be introduced to the person running the tour that very evening. The man whipped his head toward the main coon as he closed in on the professor. Kevin told him to take them to the cafeteria, and the young man eagerly agreed, calling it his pleasure. Then Sato leaned in and asked if he could fire questions about magic. The hero decides to ask Main Coon for help first before he starts searching on his own, so he can dodge pointless danger, and the professor assures him there's no issue since he's just a first year. Seiko told them he just hoped everyone would get along during the trip. Min-kun grinned at the boy and said yes, then Second realized he wasn't scared of him at all, so he decided to pepper him with questions, even about the brutal grim wars. The boy barked to Sylvia that they were rushing to the cafeteria, but she was boxed in by a crowd of students, fighting her way through anyway. Right then, she spotted the main coon and burst out, calling him His Majesty, and the hero just froze in shock. Maine-kun told the girl that school didn't care about backgrounds and demanded she treat him like an equal, and when she apologized, Sato just stared. Maine was the very first royal family member he'd ever met. The guy clamped the protagonist's hands and declared they'd hit the cafeteria together, and the young man's head spun because the Maine-kun was freezing up a stunning girl, yet acting polite to a great guy like him, like the two of them were being dragged into something big. That demand crushes his nerves. He has to reply with the exact same face because the hero can't refuse the prince who's locked onto him, and he figures this is his only shot to speak up right now. Sato asked, "Did your Maine-kun lose its way?" And the guy spun around in shock. Cheeks blazing, he immediately denied it and fired back. "Why would you even ask that?" And just like him, Sylvia's face flushed too. Second started talking, telling me that unlike Sylvia, he was kind of built the same way. Then the report hit the hero didn't mess up at all, he was born for it. But before it could sink in, someone came barreling straight into the hero. He glanced around, found nobody, and right then a cat girl strolled past juggling a stack of books. Then she clocked the fact that he was seriously cute. Maine-kun said second son totally grabbed his attention. Sato fired back, asking what kind of disrespect this was, because he was basically talking to the #1 player in all of plants on Earth. Sylvia was stunned at how her friend acted, and Maine-kun just shrugged and said it was exactly like that, like he'd never seen honesty this real before. The moment people heard about the Royal Magic Academy, they realized society's labels didn't matter, because once he entered, every single person only saw him as the second prince. Honestly, only his mother really sees the real him, and Sato says that kind of thing is pretty normal. Then Sylvia straight up smacks the guy and snaps that it's downright rude. The big coupon basically screamed that Sato was right, because the moment the man realized he was a prince, he straight up demanded face to face, "Am I on the right path?" Politeness didn't even matter anymore. Sato leaned in and demanded to know if Maine knew where the grimoires were hidden. He can track down the opal oppo and raptor forms in the library, and the coral forms sitting there too, but he'll need the head's permission to take it. Just as he was about to reveal the fourth form, the hero cut him off and fired back, asking what it was. He refuses, yet he swears the real form is sealed away in the royal palace. He's only glimpsed it once before. Now it's finally time to leave. They get a tour, but by the time they push through to the library, the sun has already sunk into night. Maine-kun led them to a library door that was already shut, and any student of the Royal Academy of Magic could unlock it and come back tomorrow anytime they wanted. Then the prince tipped his goodbye and vanished, and the heroes collapsed from pure exhaustion. Sato leaned in and told Sylvia, "We're starting tomorrow, so pack your plans for the whole day in the library. You'll be training fire magic." Then, out of nowhere, they caught a sound that made them freeze. Two students were whispering about two exchange kids, Sato and Sylvia, and one of them swore he'd caught them together with His Highness Maine, and yeah, something was absolutely going on between them. Those Maine-kuns totally set him off with that condescending look. And when he talks about his situation, sarcasm drips from his voice, so yeah, he ends up alone. Sato realized those rumors had blown up the wrong way. Was Maine really that lonely, meaning he'd been hit with indirect bullying? The hero figures he has no choice. He has to stay by his friend's side, maybe even strike up ties with Castola's royal family and demand a peek at the grimoire of the fourth form. The boys keep digging into the prince, and out in public he puts on a perfect, honest student act, chatting up the new transfer kids like it's nothing. Because if they make it in, then they'll be losers just like the rest. They strolled and laughed like nothing could touch them until Sylvia popped up right in front of them out of nowhere. And the hero's eyes went wide, stunned that his own companion would pull something like that. Sylvia snapped and demanded the guys, "Who's been bad-mouthing Prince Maine and what disgusting discrimination are you talking about?" They started dodging the truth, saying they were only talking about that girl from Class F, like, sure, she's basically a train wreck, and somehow she's always getting called a beast man too. But somehow they still don't discriminate against her at all. If that story was real, why'd they drag her and call her Second Dun O like she was evil back then? The girl was blazing with fury, and the boys scrambled to beg her for a chance to explain everything. Sylvia snapped that it was already over and drove her fist straight into the guy's head. They bolted for their lives, hands clamped over their heads, while the girl smirked, thrilled that justice finally struck back. The hero stared at the girl without a word. Trapped in his thoughts about that Beastman girl, he had to remember her. The very next afternoon, this guy showed up at the library and demanded to read the grimoire of the Raptor Form Cree. All elements, and the librarian finally nodded, telling him to wait. After slipping out the door in that book form, the young man honed the Raptor form's blazing fire, then shoved the tome into the girl's hands and dove into a brand new one while she stared, shocked at how fast he tore through it. Sylvia gawked at him from the side, but he just sprang over the last 3 grimoires and shoved them straight toward her. Everything was set. She blurts out, almost weirdly, that she'll be shocked if she can actually master all of this in 2 weeks. Then she leans in and asks the guy if he's got any secret tricks he can share. He can't stand tricks, secrets, and key points, the stuff he hates most, because in his old life, every new guy always fired off dumb questions about the game, and that whole selfish mess just leaves a sour, brutal weight on him. But when Sylvia blurts it out, the word somehow lands softer than you'd expect. She doesn't want to be a burden on him. So she bites down on her pride and asks for help. This isn't like the usual internet attitude at all. Everything's tangled up and way more complicated here, and this world feels nothing like the one he used to live in. Because now he's got one real goal. He's determined to prove that Sylvia can count on him. A young man stepped closer to the girl and told her he'd plan to study on his own. But everything changed. Now he'd help her instead. Sylvia blushed hard. It was the first time he'd ever felt truly wise. So he started teaching her right away. And even with regret in her eyes, she couldn't help but look happy. After grinding through his lessons for a while, the young man slammed the book shut and declared, "That's it for today." Even so, his face tightened into a serious stare as he spelled out what the Grim Wars really meant, because they were too strange and tangled to grasp at first, and he swore they'd make more sense in real practice than in some dry, lifeless book. Sylvia, he pushed out every useful detail he could until right in the middle of it. She blurted out whether she really had to memorize all of it, and the young man nodded yes. These were the only lessons he'd ever lived by, but when it came to what he knew about Mobion, nobody stood a chance. This useless knowledge somehow turns into the deadliest weapon you can carry, and he's thrilled, so they both stay put in the library, right where the story's about to heat up. As he strode down this corridor, a cat girl slid up to him and gushed that he was drop-dead handsome. Then the hero blinked and asked if she was really serious, and she nodded, fully convinced. Eco Leaflet's name hit the air, and right away the young man clocked it. This was the girl those guys had been buzzing about the hero shot. "I'm second," Eco repeated his name like it mattered. Then she snapped her gaze past him, looking straight behind. She snapped her head toward the girl and asked, "What's your name?" Sylvia smiled and said, "I'm Sylvia." Then Ego lunged in, grabbed her hand, and shook it hard like they'd known each other forever. She couldn't help but beam, glad to meet her. Sato asked her straight up if anything was wrong, and she stared at him like he'd lost his mind because she had no clue what he even meant. He looked totally baffled, then quickly blurted out, "If anything happens, tell me I'll help you somehow." And the guy's words made her ego throw out a quick thank you. Then the young man demanded to know why she was lugging those books, and she shrugged that everyone kept sending her to carry them, so the hero instantly figured out she was just an errand girl. Satu asked if she was really hauling all of them on her own, and Equal puffed up with pride, saying she could do it because she was unbelievably strong. But if anything goes down, she'd rather he comes in right away. He'll back her up himself, and he'll step in no matter what happens, the girl tells herself. Then she shot the guy a grateful smile, told him she'd handle it on her own, and swore to herself that the more she steps in to help, the better they'll treat her. Those words slammed into the young man's heart. He clenched his fist and begged Echo in his mind to stop it. And then the Beastman tipped them a final goodbye to the heroes. With a shaky, honest desperation on her face, she shoved the gigantic cart of books forward because Sato could already see it. Those grueling gears of effort never clicked, no matter how long they turned, and that only fed the chains of pain. It's pointless no matter how hard he plays online games. It won't change a thing, so burning your life on that garbage is just a waste. The moment he saw his efforts were pointless and worthless, he crumpled, dying in total disgrace. And just like that, he snapped awake in a brand new world miraculously saved. Somehow, even though he was the most hopeless guy you'd ever meet. But will the same miracle hit Echo too? He already knows how she is, so he can't just walk away. He's determined to pull her out of helplessness. And right then, Sylvia turned to the guy as they stood alone in an empty corridor. Since she's a Beastman, how on earth did she get into the Royal Academy of Magic, the most prestigious place there is? He's totally stumped. This place is an academy for the elite. Step inside and you'll be training magic like a pro, mastering simple spells from day one. So now tell me, what are they supposed to do next? After wrestling with every option that night, he finally snapped to one answer. He leaned in and told Sylvia, "We're recruiting Echo Leaflet." The girl started teasing him about chivalry, and the hero snapped at her to stop. Still worried Aika might never back down if she refused. He'd prove his strength first, then give her the straight-up advice she needed to sharpen her skills. Out of nowhere, Sylvia's eyes caught something. Echo was squatting in the mud, and the boys went pale with horror. The girl burst up to the Beast Woman and demanded answers, and the hero's gut screamed that something was terribly wrong because deep inside her, something had shattered. Not a single student even slowed down to help Eco. Everyone just marched past like nothing happened, and it left him totally stunned. The young man lunged to check the girl's condition, but she snapped, smacked his hand, and demanded he stay away. She insisted she was totally fine. The young man finally got it. This was the real deal, the absolute worst kind of evil. This is the exact moment his hope shattered, right before the despair swallowed him. Ego shot up, screamed for them to stay back, and bolted into the chaos. Then Second and Sylvia chased right after her. Her hair still doesn't understand what hit her, but he already does. Eco has figured it out too, and all her hard work is just wasted effort now. That little beast girl hauled those heavy bags like it weighed her whole world, set them down right by the boys, and the second she did, they burst into laughter, mocking her for tossing her own wishes aside just to haul dirt they'd dump on her. In the very next second, a sack of dirt dumps over the girl, and those guys erupt in laughter like it's a joke. She was shoved into reality with zero hope left, like the truth finally snapped its leash because she can't go on anymore. It's too gut-wrenching to watch, and honestly, everyone deserves a dream. Sato clenches his resolve. He's not letting that girl be taken. Not on his watch. Iko tears off ahead and they chase her hard, yet she won't let them get a grip, shoving them back at every turn. Suddenly, she slammed into a dead end and screamed at the heroes to stay back. About an hour in, Sylvia finally hit her limit. But Echo didn't slow down one bit. He still had stamina, and they still had a chance. He started telling her they only wanted to talk, and Sylvia snapped back, asking him to leave her alone. Eiko's tears won't stop. She's absolutely breaking down. If you leave her on her own now, everything turns hopeless fast. She's at a real disadvantage. Slow, but built like a tank with crazy stamina, and maybe her magic hits are weak too. This is a gamble, an insanely risky one, but it's the kind that pays off. The hero yanked his sword free and ordered Sylvia, "Don't you dare interfere." Echo tells him to stay back, but the young man lifts his sword anyway, leaving the girls totally clueless about what he's about to do. In the next breath, the hero hacks off his own hand. Every girl gasps, and the guy is writhing in unbearable pain. Sylvia sprinted toward him, but he snapped at her to stay put. Then he whipped out his magic staff. If he can get Iko on his side right now, he's sure he'll be one step away from claiming the one spot in the entire world. He leans in and tells Echo she's got to use restorative magic, then points her to the staff and orders her to heal his wounded hand. She's probably a paladin, but the beast woman snaps her head side to side and shuts that down. She says, "She can't be." This is the recovery rod, an insanely rare blade of holy slime that lets literally anyone unleash recovery magic. If the ecocype is a paladin, the ++ bonus kicks in, and those healing effects hit a hard cap. Then the guy shrieks that he's in agony and begs the girl to mend his hand, but she scrambles for an excuse to dodge it. The young man snaps out an order, demanding she prove she can do it now, and right away, Iko nodded, grabbed the staff with both hands, and the young man fired up her courage from the inside, pushing her to believe she could do this. The rod flared to life, and the girl's hands lit up with it like the universe finally clicked into place, and she knew this was her path. She blinked in shock, then snapped the rod toward the guy and started the treatment. His arm snapped back into place, everything went normal again. He sank to the ground, then collapsed hard, unable to stand. Even after you heal, your body doesn't snap back to normal right away. There's still a lingering damage hanging on. While he was chasing Echo, he figured out her class. She's slow, built like a tank, packed with stamina, and she studies at a magic academy, which is why her magic attack is almost non-existent. You can't picture her as a real mage, and those life traits line up perfectly with the kind of power a paladin has. Her magic strikes come up short because magic just doesn't fit her style. Her agility is weak too, so archery won't work for her either. Still, her power stays steady, but her maneuvering leaves a lot to be desired. And here's the kicker, even with that low attack, she's sitting on a massive MP pool. So yeah, some top-tier players willingly pick this path. And that's why, once a team blows up and becomes famous, there's always a pale shadow hiding somewhere in the mix. Paladins pour their huge HP, SP, and VIT into a shield, then plant themselves as a full-on wall for their allies so monsters smash into their guard with one hand, and the moment damage starts to bite, they fire off recovery magic to refill their own health. So yeah, if they keep that wall stance, they can hold the line until their mana finally runs dry. They take Echo the Paladin and turn him into a fighter, forging Echo the all-rounder and Sylvia the magic archer, so you can pack a whole squad with one strong hitter, one solid middler, and a backline defender. He was breathing down the neck of becoming #1 in the world, so close he could taste it, and the thought of climbing even higher lit a fire in him. No excuses, no backing down. This was the moment his mind snapped into action. Sadhu pulled the same move on Sylvia. He found the hollow in her chest, struck at that pain, and somehow talked her into it. He went all out to grab her attention. Somehow he yanked her to his side and convinced her to join their group, but now he's got one thing on his mind. He wants her to follow them, so he flat out asks. The hero jolts his eyes open, staring up at a hospital bed in the medical center, right when Sylvia spots the exact moment his senses snap back. The girl begged him not to push himself too far because if he'd lost that arm, he'd never reach #1 in the whole world, he understood. But telling her was tricky since it wasn't his right arm in danger, it was his left, and she was clutching his right. Sylvia yanked her hand away and told him, shaking, that he'd been trapped in the worst nightmare imaginable. With his hands tucked behind his head, the young man flashed a calm smile and told her, "Don't worry about me." Sylvia made sure of one thing. These had to be her words, and it was him who saved both her and Iko, because nobody else saved them. Despair tried to swallow her whole, but he saved her in the nick of time, so now he has nothing to fear, because she's ready to be his knight. And he'll chase them till the ends of the earth no matter what. Then the girl stormed out of the room, and the young man shot to his feet. The hero can't shake the thought that Sylvia clocked him from the start, Every try to charm his way in. Every move to use her, and even that nasty, creeping unease that flared up in him sometimes. He couldn't believe she'd boldly step up and swear she'd follow him, so he snapped, calling her his good girl. Iko bursts into the room, eyes brimming with tears, stares at him like her heart's breaking. Then she launches into his arms and begs him to forgive her. Sada gently stroked her head and said healing magic was made for her. Then he pushed his offer, quitting school and joining him. He spotted the perfect opening to ask her the right way. Convinced she'd be his salvation, when Iko asked if she could truly help, he nodded hard and promised they'd travel together. That girl's energy crumpled and her thoughts sank into a deep, heavy spiral. The young man clocked that she couldn't just walk out of school because she had something holding her back, and the girl stared at him, shocked. He'd figured it out. He grinned and said he was #1 in the world, then told her to start over. Nico was born in a beastman village miles from the capital, already overflowing with absurd amounts of mana since she was a kid, and her father couldn't stop bragging about it, filling the whole village with hope. Days slipped by, and then one day, every villager rushed together, grabbing as much gold as they could. Also, she could finally step into the legendary Royal Academy of Magic. They wrongly thought that if Iko became an outstanding sorceress, she could help the village grow. She finally mastered the predator form for wind and earth, yet with magic so painfully weak, she couldn't even match half what the other students could do, so everyone wrote her off as a total loser. That's why she refuses to quit. She won't dare betray the villagers who've put their hope in her. With those expectations crushing down on them, the residents have piled on a massive, unbearable weight, one that still slams into the lonely girl's heart and keeps ruining her even now. The hero tells her, "Don't worry, I already mapped your escape route." Then he points at the path ahead and says she'll finally run to the life that makes her happy, because everything's changed and it's nothing like it was before. Echo snapped that this wonderful opportunity wasn't something to dread, then pleaded with her not to take it so personally. The hero leaned in and said he was going to climb all the way to #1 in the world. And that left Echo totally stunned, because she had no idea what that even meant. He says it plain, he's the best in the whole world, no one's stronger than him, and she'll soon be one of his comrades. Then he sneers that the Royal Academy of Magic is trash, and being a mage at the royal court is nothing but boring. He's certain the villagers will be overjoyed too. No, they'll throw a full-on celebration, and they'll raise a gigantic bronze statue of her right in the heart of the village, spinning legends about her for as long as time can last. The girl burst into laughter at what the guy said. He insisted Iko would come back and become famous. Then her father will demand she go get a second son autograph, so the girl bursts into loud, unstoppable laughter. They were laughing, soaking up every second of the moment, and Echo said, dead confident, that she was going with him. Somehow, Iko Leaflet, the Beastman Paladin, ended up becoming his ally. Sato tells ECO she's being pulled out of school starting today, then orders her to get permission to join Class A as his escort, while ECO, Sylvia, and Second stand there in the principal's office. The woman presses her temple and tells the guys to give her a moment, and the young man nods, promising her they'll wait about that long. She shot back that a super urgent staff meeting was locked in for lunch, then they'd decide what to do too. The hero bolted to the door and practically begged, "All right then, we're expecting good news, right?" Sylvia demanded to know why he'd come asking for this. The hero couldn't shake the feeling that it all sounded a little far-fetched, but he still swore his request would be answered, while the girl just couldn't figure out why she believed it so strongly. Sato tells them they're exchange students, and then hits harder. He's a noble foreigner who actually saw the persecution firsthand, especially against the Beastmen. Now Sylvia finally gets it, because Z-Pan is a country that welcomes Beastmen. They'll treat it like a problem even if it's not, and either way it'll drive people away fast. Worse, the staff here are trapped in a helpless mess, unable to fix it even when someone calls out the cover-up. They're not trying to invite more chaos, they want to shut this down with the smallest hit possible, so chances are they'll give in and do exactly what he demands. Iko Scream fired that second off like a genius, bragging that it was because he was the #1 in the whole world, and right after that the heroes headed into the cafeteria where Maine spotted them. The prince snapped to attention and demanded to know if the hero would truly have an Iko sign seal stamped on his escort. Sato shot back that the girl was an outstanding healer, and the fact that they couldn't see that tells you everything about what kind of school this really is. Maine burst out laughing and bragged that he just loved his own straight-shooting honesty, and the hero couldn't help but blush hard with embarrassment. He was ready to question the prince's orientation, but Sylvia snapped in and cut him off. Then she hissed his name like it was pure rage, and Echo couldn't figure out what was going on. All of a sudden, a voice snapped from the side, and Saito whipped around to face it. It was Kevin right away. The young man fired off a question about the verdict, and the professor confirmed it with a "not approved, no complaints at all." From today on, Ika-san's riding shotgun with him in Class A as his escort. He practically lit up when he heard the news, and then Kevin just walked out. Sato is relieved the professor's sharp enough not to pry, because if he dared ask, the hero would have unloaded a storm of sarcastic jabs about how the Beast Woman's being persecuted. Sylvia broke down why the hero sent Iko to Class A because he remembered the not-so-bright girl from his nights here, and yeah, it would have been easier to say she'd never get bullied again, But the real answer was something totally different. For a moment, he thought about striking back at the people who poisoned Echo, but Echo refused to let revenge be her next move. She just blurted out that she wants to be with him. Nothing more, nothing less. Come on, girls. Look at him and wait for what he says. He snaps back that it's simple, she's his comrade, and that's why. So, yeah, they're in the library right now because as exchange students, they should soak up every second. And that means Sylvia has to learn magic fast. A full week has dragged by, and his lectures are finally paying off. Sylvia even mastered the fire element predator form from witchcraft in just 3 days. And Sylvia finally cracked a trick because they'd already dug into library books on every part of the coral 4 elements. And now he figured it was his turn to learn too, and he honestly believed he'd nailed them all perfectly. Sylvia was going all in too, staring down the books in the library and studying like her life depended on it, because he'd already taught her everything she needed. So, for a little while, the world finally felt quiet. The heroes sprawled on the grass, swapping stories, passing the ball back and forth. Then they just kept laughing like that for the rest of these warm, easy days. At first, it looks like he was just clowning around, but there's a real mission under it. He's chasing Main's trust, and he's already getting it. Yet his mind's locked on something he hasn't finished. He's doing it for the 4th form grimoires because they're locked inside the royal palace. The first ranked engine is Algin. It's the easiest of the first ranked dungeons, but right now it's trouble just waiting to hit him and his team. That's why he pushes to get closer to Main, no matter what it takes. The boy glanced at Echo clutching a scrap of paper, and he realized way too late she can't really read it. Because Echo struggles with the world's Japanese, like it's a whole different language. In the game, the beastmen growled in their savage beast tongue, and that's why Eiko had to learn Japanese so he could slip into the school. Even if she doesn't look the brightest, don't get it twisted, she might be wildly, dangerously smart. Or maybe his mind is playing tricks on him. He snatched the paper out of Echo's hand, scribbled with details about a witchcraft convention, one that's clearly held every year and with a big prize waiting for whoever wins. He couldn't resist, he had to find out what prize the winner actually gets. And the prize is the Ring of Persecution. Once you hear that, the young man starts shaking. Eiko stares at him like, wait, what? And then he blurts out that they're like heading to a magical convention. The Ring of Persecution is insanely powerful. Cast a spell and there's a 10 chance it triggers an extra attack right on top of it. Everyone's calling it a cool effect until Sato realizes they're all looking at it the wrong way. Yep, this thing can get upgraded 3 whole times. And if you're tight with a top-tier blacksmith who can crank gear to the next level, the Ring of Persecution transforms and hands you monstrous power, and it'll set you back 15 billion CLOs. At least it was pricey in Mobion, so Sato had to grab it no matter what it drained from him. They hit the jackpot because the witchcraft convention kicked off on the very last day of the student program, and for someone like him, a foreigner who'd never really had a grip on Grimoire's re-more pastime, people might have started raising eyebrows, but if they bolted fast enough, they could dodge the trouble. The day before the witchcraft convention, Shido leans in and asks Main straight up if he's going to show up. He fires back that, as the second prince, he has to join in. Then he grills the second prince about why he plans to participate, gets his confirmation, and Sylvia's jaw drops in shock. She snaps, "Why didn't I know about it?" And Sato shoots back, "I never said a word." While the prince's face falls with a heavy, sad silence. The hero caught on and demanded why he wouldn't join the witchcraft convention. And the guy snapped back that his older brother would show up tomorrow. He and his brother can't stand each other. His older brother is a talented supremacist with deadly sword skills, and while he's a gifted mage, his brother sneers at him nonstop, branding him a weakling. His brother thinks they're rivals for the throne, so he treats him like the enemy, and the young man's convinced his real play is to crush his pride in front of everyone. So, the first prince commands the first knightly order. Yeah, and he looks like the real deal. Sato snapped his gaze toward Sylvia. A cloud of gloom clung to the girl's face, and the young man snapped into understanding, so the first prince wasn't just anyone. He was a top-ranking knightly order brute, the one terrorizing Sylvia, which meant he was their leader. The second prince can't skip this congress for a single second, because if he does, his own brother will brand him a coward. Sylvia drops the conversation, pivots to him fast, and tells him she mastered the curl form this morning. Then the boy blurts out, "Why didn't I know?" The girl shot back that she never said that, and the young man suddenly realized she'd paid him back with the exact same move. On the day of the Witchcraft Congress, the stands are packed with people. Yet the school kids huddle and whisper that this year has fewer participants. The rules got revamped, and it all feels like things are sliding downhill fast. The hero can't believe it. These future magicians have zero clue what the Ring of Persecution is worth. One of the boys caught wind that this year, one of the spectators would be the Royal Majesty. Then the whole group erupted into a heated debate about how the first and second princes were connected. No matter where you roam the academy, everyone keeps yapping about the clash between the first and second prince yet. Saito's convinced Main himself isn't behind it. There's a strong chance the first prince is cooking up his image to control how everyone sees him. Does he really hate Main that badly? Then the second prince steps in, and the moment he does, the guys who were talking about him shut up like someone slammed the lights out. Sato asked if the prince was getting shipped out early, and the prince shot back that he was heading straight into the semifinals, so second clung to hope they wouldn't bump into each other until the final, while Main insisted they should face off only there. The hero turned to Main and demanded what to do about the witchcraft convention, and those guys practically froze, stunned by the question. The prince is stunned, he even agreed without a clue, and Sato thought the contestants would tear each other apart with magic, but the prince shoots that idea down instantly. Then it had to be like this pure destruction, no mercy. The prince asked where he could do magic, and he snapped his hand to his head like his world just spun. The Witchcraft Congress is run by the Crown of Competition, so there's no need to smash or burn a single thing. This keeps Congress running with zero risk to anyone's life because everything the Crown throws into that competition is pure imagination. If this is a competition, then once his HP hits 0, the match just ends no matter what. It all resets back to normal. His attacks have to be magical, no questions, no excuses. And after listening to Main, the hero's convinced this time is different. Honestly, this game sucks. Third match, first year showdown, Class A's second place student versus Dan from Class F. Echo is totally obsessed with the sky. That 50-meter radius circle sits inside the arena limits until he stepped away from it, and everything fell apart he lost. The judge barked at the boys to get ready and start right now. The fight kicks off, and the magic he unleashes its colors and sick design screams one thing. He's shifting into the Wind Predator form. If the spell gets disrupted while you're casting, it gets wiped out, so any attack that relies on prep from Predator rank or higher is completely useless in the competition. Was Den-kun really trying to pull one over on him? He must have heard that there was no way second magic could actually work right. To dare the world's #1 like that, the hero snapped, rage flashing, and demanded the guy get ready. He thrust his hand forward and unleashed the Oppa Oppa wind form, then snapped into the Wind Predator form right as the two forces slammed together. There's one wild twist to how magical forces collide. It's a defense move built to cancel the incoming attack, and sure, you learn the lesson fast. But once you switch back from the Predator form, your recovery takes twice as long as the Opal Opal form. Dan is left stunned as Sato slams a cruel choice in front of him. Get tortured, or die carrying indelible shame forever. Then the protagonist whips out the Fire Curl form. It's a 5th grade move that slices the casting time by 2 stages and cranks the attack power up to 300 of his intelligence, and Den immediately realizes it's over. Next, he hurled a fireball at the enemy. Then it slammed into him and erupted in a brutal explosion. Den Leon snaps to consciousness. Sito realizes he went too hard, and then the judge slams the decision down. Second has won. Once the competition ends, the arena snaps back to normal like the chaos never even happened. The hero rushed over to Sylvia and Echo and blurted that he'd won. The Beast Woman shrieks that the guy is insanely strong, and the knight snaps back he pushed it way too far. Once it's all said and done, he'll be the #1 in the world, no doubt about it. And today they'll finally say goodbye. The moment they snatch the prize, they can bolt right away. But the girl steps in and warns him not to push himself too hard. Eco, nope. He doesn't ease up. He storms at that guy, yelling at him to go all out. Semifinals, Match 2 Class A's first-year powerhouse versus Class A's 4th year. Kate, one winner, surges straight into the finals. Main. The order hit, he scrambled to get ready, and right as the bell rang for the match, Keith launched into a full-on attack. In a magic-only showdown between everyday students, everything hinges on one brutal thing: who strikes first. And if that's the point, the whole fight is built on the Oppo Oppo style because it snaps out the quickest smart move, and both of them unleash the wind form. The hero finally sees it, everything is lining up for a dead end, and there's no way out. Then they'll launch their spells at the exact same moment. Boom, the magic collides, cancels itself out, and whips them back to the start, revealing the competition's biggest flaw. And yeah, that's why this game sucks. Since they were brand new, they clicked instantly right up until everything ground to a halt. Kate then tells the guy to back off and promises he'll be rewarded for it. Sato demanded the why, and the man snapped that he couldn't let him throw down with his Majesty Main. He'd step aside, let the king take the win. Then he'd square up with Highness Claus for a friendly bout afterward. The hero fires off, "Why are you telling me this?" And the man snaps back, "I don't deserve it. I just need to lose." Then comes the wild question. Is this really about beating the first prince in Maine? And Kate immediately shuts it down, denying everything. Because the only thing that truly makes sense is the clash between their Majesty's own Maine and Klaus. So yeah, they're slapping a political agenda onto this competition. And Kate shoots back that at this pace, they'll never hammer out an agreement. He had to be some hired thug meant to help Maine win Klaus's little lackey, no doubt. If this friendly competition was anything like they said, he'd beat Maine to a pulp right in front of everyone. And yeah, the rumors in the waiting room weren't even close to exaggerated. The hero is furious because, in a hopeless situation, they keep bargaining with him and pushing him to give up, all for the greater good, and that's the one thing he just can't stand. The hero snaps, "Did you honestly think this would go smoothly, Keith?" Then it's too late because they smash into each other, and both unleash the Oppo Oppo fire form. He's got everything locked and loaded to face him, but Of course, nothing goes the way he planned because when that chance finally hits, the hero is about to unleash a no-holds-barred battle that shuts down every doubter. Kate suddenly gets it. This is headed straight for trouble. Second whips out a bow from out of nowhere. How in the world did he pull it off in a competition where only magic was allowed? There was no time to figure it out, so he grabbed Sylvia's attention, told her to watch like a hawk, and shot arrow for arrow. Magic shooting is a miracle attack powered by witchcraft, and that's already the second reason games are trash, Keith. Caught in the wrong moment, tried to move, but the magic arrow slammed into him. He staggered upright and clutched his side, then told him to ask what the first prince's real goal was. It was a only the mage contest, all tied up in tax rules, so a deadlock was inevitable, and Prince Claus clearly has a trick up his sleeve to dodge those rules. It's totally possible he's using magic fencing because once Prince Claus has that trump card, Maine can't win. Not ever. Sato said it was a low move, and he should, because he's lived through firsthand how stupid that choice really is. Keith steadied his shot in the dark, cranked up the power with Silver General's shooting, then ripped momentum into place with the Earth Curl. Form 3 abilities fused into one brutal combo. Keith broke into a run, and the hero snapped back that it was all going to be pointless. Rocks slammed down like an avalanche, the guy got knocked to the ground, and then the judge declared the winner, second place. The whole crowd erupts in joy. Then someone rushes up to the first prince and apologizes, and he waves it off. It's all good. Now he has to rewrite his whole plan. Looks like he just unearthed a real gem after recruiting him, and yeah, his dumb younger brother will stay just as clueless. Kate says that guy is a powerhouse. Then the first prince freezes when he realizes the academy actually has someone who can blend magic, and he's glad he came because Sato is going to make an incredible pawn. Now it's finally time for the finale. Maine leans in and blurts that he can feel how insanely strong the hero is, and Sato rushes to apologize for hiding it. But the prince isn't mad at all, he just likes him even more. The hero begs to be taken to the royal palace next time to read the fourth form, but the prince's face burns with embarrassment. Then the judge barks that it's time to get ready, and right then he blasted out, "Start!" while the prince and Sato ripped into the Oppo Oppo wind form, but of course the second didn't get to play magic and unload a shot. There's no thrill in that. The kid panics, thinking the prince is about to wipe out the attack again and drag them right back to the start, only for it to feel like the moment doesn't go as planned. Maine decides to fire off the cancellation spell. The young man grabbed control and slammed the spell's timing into a completely new rhythm. If someone hits him mid-cast, the spell gets yanked to a stop, but if he swings into casting while the attack is already flying, it gets cut off completely. Maine kicked off wind curl form, and the hero snapped his tongue in irritation. He caught the prince's gaze totally forbidden in PvP, and the guy even says that stare is his ace in the hole, but Sato doesn't take him seriously. He goes on about never underestimating anyone, then turns around and does exactly that. The young man will unleash the ultimate magic done with the same proud calm of a legend who's defended the wise general title 22 times straight, so Sato tells the prince, "Watch closely." He kicks into the fire curl form and the prince snaps into wind curl, then the hero lunges forward, but at this range it's straight up out of reach. And after years of experience, that gut feeling tells him the truth without even needing to measure it. The hero's magic drinks in the second prince's power, and when it's done, his face just freezes in pure shock. Maine blinked. She saw the hero suddenly start moving for the next one, and confusion hit her like a wave. He can't even spot the magical outlines because not all magic comes to attack. Sometimes it's just there to cloak your next move. And with that one move, he summons the land predator form. As soon as the spell hit, the ground started to spit out something terrifying. Satoshi slams a wall into place to trap his opponent and shut off every escape route. This attack is legendary, and now he's done messing around. He lifts his hands and fires the water curl form. The attack slammed into the prince, and he crumpled onto the ground. Sato stared at him, eyes wide. Maine smiled and admitted he'd lost, and the entire crowd erupted into cheers. The hero demanded to know why the prince was laughing, and the moment the prince opened his mouth, rage surged inside the hero while the prince looked completely baffled. The guy lets out a heavy sigh in front of that man and tells Second, "You're seriously strong," but Second shoots back. "If your coral form was even class 5, you'd be the one on the floor." It's so close it feels like defeat, yet he doesn't even realize he was about to make Second look bad and there's no power here. He stares at Second with a doubtful frown and challenges him, asking if he's really that strong. Second locks eyes, staring right back. Yeah, so when that guy's pissed, he totally got beaten by someone who looked down on him. So why isn't he raging? He says he's not really that mad. Then she tells him, straight up, not to lie to himself because if he doesn't snap with anger right here, he'll stay numb like this for the rest of his life, and after that, they just go silent. The blonde boy's older brother bursts in, clapping like crazy, praising the great perception again and again while screaming that his brother's missing courage over and over and over. He caught a glimpse of what he could truly do, and it blew his mind. Then he got the green light to join him and learn leadership firsthand while everyone around them stared at their conversation. Under Klaus the First Prince right from the start, he's practically locked into a spot in the very top ranks of the First Knightly Order. And once Klaus climbs onto the throne, he gets bumped even higher. Yeah, he knows exactly how wild that is. If he refuses, he'll basically be admitting right out in public that he's picked Klaus, the First Prince, as his enemy. Nobody can help themselves because deep down everyone thinks the same thing. And yeah, that's exactly how a normal person feels. Suddenly, Denies shuts down the offer, and everyone in the crowd gapes in disbelief, so he leans in and demands the guy repeat his words. Second smirks and flat out refuses while that guy fumes in silence, and yep, it all stays calm since the main character saw it coming. But Klaus couldn't wipe all the evil out of Maine, so he figured, fine, I'll show up myself, and go recruit him at the end, because he's the big boss of this shady nighttime crew. He snaps with rage and asks if he wants to, and Seknod fires back that before the match even started, he promised Maine that once it was over, he'd go to the royal palace with him. The truth is tucked between the lines. This isn't new information. It's a confession that he's already backed the second prince. Just minutes ago, he struck a deal with the guy when the man asked for a ride to the royal palace. He agreed on the spot, and the judge standing right there can vouch for it. Rage still burns in him as he snaps at the dark-haired guy. So that's true. And the guy nods, confirming it. He clenches his teeth, fury blazing through him because the deal with the second prince is already signed and sealed. Even if he's the first prince, shoving in and demanding an audience is basically him trying to recruit people in public, and that's a straight-up breach of etiquette. He knows it's a total tragedy, and right then, he demands to prove his devotion because from that moment on, he won't back down, and the guys just stare at him. The blonde boy whips his head towards Second, and Second's smile drops because he realizes the kid totally forgot the lesson he gave him before. Now it's time to push the lesson forward. Seknot challenges him to keep competing until he totally snaps, and he begs him to go easy because there's no way he can beat him. Second snaps that his trait needs fixing, so he blasts him as a weak, stupid brother, and then the other one fires back that he's being brutally strict with him, basically acting like an older brother. The protagonist pleads with him not to line them up together, then taps him lightly on the forehead and admits with a grin it's only because they're friends. He shoots his friend a sad, pitiful look, then breaks into a grin and nods along, straight up agreeing with everything he just said. Rage boiling in his veins, he storms through the building, hurling insults at Maine, then barges into the principal's office and demands to know if a memento for Paul is here. The bespectacled girl tells him to calm down, but he snaps that she should shut up and spill every detail about that scoundrel. Then she reaches for the papers on the table. Suddenly, he rips the documents from her by force, scans the pages, and spots something that immediately clicks. He presses, "So that's it? Or are you really just pitching a full-on account of how I spent my days at the academy?" She tells you he's a man of even wilder mysteries. Hell, even where he came from in that island nation of Zipan is still a total blank. The guy hurls the papers to the floor in pure rage and storms out without a word, and the girl's heart drops. Yeah, she'd heard he was temperamental, but not to this level. She whips her head toward the second one and snaps that she needs to watch him way more closely. Snagging the Ring of Ganesha as their victory prize, they burst out of the Royal Academy of Magic and vanished before the magic even caught up. Somehow, his plan to get magic finally worked. Now all that's left is mastering the fourth and fifth forms, and he's standing right in front of the estate, ready to go. The protagonist shoots up a finger and demands the girl's attention, laying out the mission goal right then and there. All right, they're zeroing in on dungeon experience, researching non-stop until Eco hits the intermediate level while the guy sits on the bed and the girl stands there hanging on every word. He finally gets it this time. He decides that they've got to boost their overall strength first because starting now, for a while, they're locking in on one thing, tearing through dungeons. The first girl asks if they're heading back to Royce's dungeon, and the second girl with the ear tips starts waving like crazy, grinning as she rejoices. The protagonist tells the first girl, "Don't be scared," because this time they're heading into the second-ranked dungeon to explore Limtafafa. Then both girls nod and agree. They limped in at a fast pace. Dungeon barely spawned any monsters, but every last one was a tank with brutal defense and paper-thin attacks, so it turned into a perfect coordination drill, and when they finally beat the stone turtle boss, the stone shell shield dropped pure Eco gold. The girl presses for the shield for Eco again, so it's supposed to fend off monster attacks on the front lines, right? Then why not head out now and sharpen your shield skills? And that's when it clicks for her. Still, there'll be moments when an attack punches clean through your shield, so you'd better master healing magic too, before you're forced to survive the damage. The girl fires back, asking if they're really about to march such a sweet kid straight onto the front lines. Then the protagonist shrugs and says, "It's fine. She'll be unstoppable in no time." But that's not what she meant at all. The crew barges into an armor shop and snaps up a giant shield, big enough to dwarf Eco, but when they can't find armor that fits her body, they pivot and grab top-tier small gear made for her instead. After that, they rolled up to the Great Royal Library and boom, the bill hit $4 million. Way pricier than the guy's gear. That's where Echo finally mastered the pawn shield art and the spear shield art. The protagonist declares they're heading to the church to study the healing magic grimoires. Then he storms in, asking to inspect the weak healing grimoire, so the girl grabs a book and hands it to him. The girl with the sharp ears sinks into the book, and after a while she finally masters the tiny healing magic she's been studying. After you've ridden 4 hours straight from the royal capital on horseback, then pushed on another 30 minutes, you'll finally reach the agricultural town of Peho, right where you can find the Lipta Foth dungeon. And that's where they arrive. Right after they arrived, they tore into that dungeon during every free moment for the next 2 or 3 weeks, laser focused on snagging Iko's shield art abilities. Iko breezed through the art of counting perfect to start with, then slammed the door on the 5 forbidden arts tied to the bishop's shield. They've got a whole lineup of shield techniques: pawn shield art that turns into armor-piercing reflection, spear shield art that fires off piercing repels, the Shield King's defense art that not only blocks but hurls attacks back, and the Golden General shield art that guards whole areas while smashing back with repulsion. A few days later, and on our 10th visit, Iko finally started laying it out. He wasn't just any fighter anymore. He began to call himself a paladin. A dinosaur-looking monster lunges at a girl, but she snaps her shield up and blocks the hit. Then the second girl rushes over and yells at Echo, demanding to know if she's okay. She tells everyone her skills did the heavy lifting, her health and defense shot up fast, and it looks like she's slowly turning into a real, unstoppable tank. The protagonist realizes it's finally time to unleash the bishop's shield art, and with zero doubt, they surge toward the boss waiting at the very bottom of the dungeon. Down in the dungeon, the boss is Liptafatha, a colossal stone turtle monster. It's practically unbreakable with crazy high defense, but it doesn't hit nearly as hard. The guy asks Echo if she truly gets it, then lets her lean on his team's abilities to keep them safe. Even when things go wrong, they only have 15 minutes to pull it off, and one slip means they reset from the start. Can she handle it? Nervous but determined, the girl blurts out that she can do it, then inches forward. The main character urges, "Let's start," and she steps right in front of the monster, raising her shield to meet it. He throws himself into front of the blow and hard stops it. Then you unlock the bishop's counter by using it to fully defend against 100 straight attacks from a boss that's stronger than you. She has full protection so total that not even a single speck of damage can land on her, which is why she doesn't need a bunch of fancy escape tricks to stay safe. She snaps into guard again, using her shield spear art to turn away long-range blasts, parrying them cleanly, then firing back with the Knight's Count art, or even the Golden General's Count art. Parry is the crazy power you trigger when you time the enemy's attack, perfectly drop your defense at the exact right moment, and it stops all damage while tagging them with a quick knockback. Once it boils down to it, this is a brutal music game you've got to master because it's damn hard. But once you nail the attack timing, you start parrying non-stop and steamroll fights with an insane advantage. The main character shouts to his friend, Ego's team, and throws himself in front to block every hit, but getting the perfect moment to parry at the start is brutally hard. This stone turtle's attack feels basic and plain, but right at the start, try finding the perfect moment to parry because it's tough then. Out of nowhere, the girl gets blasted away by a sudden strike. Her partners stare at her, stunned, and she tells them Anatoly's pace has dropped, so the question hits hard. Can she keep going? She flashes a confident grin and swears she can, then goes in with weak treatment. The monster barrels toward the girl again, roaring as she snaps her shield up. Then, the two of them battle that stone turtle for nearly 2 straight hours. And finally, Iko unlocks the art of counting the bishop. He grips the wall with one hand and tells Sylvia it's time she learns magical shooting. Then she stares at him, stunned. She nods and smiles, saying she'll do it no hesitation, with pleasure while he leans in and announces, "If you're ready, from this moment we're starting to master magical shooting." And it instantly hits her that she's not prepared to hear any of it. The girl's ears shot up with pure joy and she blurts out, "What about me?" The main character pauses, thinks hard, and realizes, yeah, that's a damn good question. He tells everyone he's heading to the dungeon today to test Bishop Echo's shield art, then she'll face off against the stone turtle, and when the shield stone shell is finally hers, the girl erupts with sudden joy. Lately, Iko's always smiling like she's got cat energy on the outside, but a total dog on the inside, and when the main character tells her to move on, they head straight into the forest. The Trinity pushes deeper into the forest, and the main character snaps that it's time to start fulfill the conditions for the shoot and magic combo. The blonde girl nods, then drags the bowstring back and ready takes aim. To unlock the combined ability to shoot magic, she has to wipe out 1,000 monsters with shooting magic. Each one's health gets cut by 25, and she'll slam through the requirement in about a week. The protagonist whips around to Echo and dares her to try painting. She knows what he's talking about, and that bishop is going to shock everyone, so with a nod, she agrees. The girl braces herself before the monster, huddling behind a shield as it charges in for the kill, and just when it's about to strike, she slams out the bishop's shield art, and her shield erupts into bright, blazing light. Both girls stare in shock. Iko actually crushed that monster. Turns out the bishop's shield art doesn't just guard you, it boosts your shield while it blocks attacks. defending and strengthening it at the same time. Once your art hits rank 9, your defense spikes to a jaw-dropping 600, letting you slam back with brute force, and if you've already got high defense, you'll stand your ground so hard you can even repel monster-class boss attacks. He tells her, "This ability is insanely powerful, but it guzzles mana. Use it only when it truly matters." And she stares at him, wide-eyed and overwhelmed. She's sobbing, and the guy blurts, "What happened?" And she chokes out that it's hilarious because she's finally useful. Then the bishop's shield art hits, stunningly powerful, and it somehow tugs straight at Iko's soul. The blonde girl beams and says she's got it down. The guy insists they should test it by using the form, and she nods and agrees. That girl is already frozen with her bowstring taut, then she finally clocks how massive the monster is. Shock hits her hard as she blurts to the main character, "Are you sure?" And he nods, unwavering. Then she releases the bowstring thwip, and the arrow rips forward, while the 5th rank pawn fires right after, followed by the 9th class fire curl form, a deadly combo. The monster detonates in a burst of chaos, and she snaps to it. She's got the rank 9 fire curl form, and that critical hit 1,612 points of pure, brutal damage. Definitely worth using. If they turn her pawn shots into a rook or silver specialist and polish her curl form, then magic shooting will snap into a support skill for the rear, and he'll demand she goes all out. Iko's ecstatic about how Sylvia's coming along. The main character decides, then without warning he closes the distance and the girl snaps her eyes on him, totally stunned. Sylvia's left totally stunned what just snapped in him. Then he blurted out that he wants to do it right here, right now. The girl demands, "Stop." And he can't help but wonder, aren't they jumping the gun and shouldn't they learn each other first? He tells her he can only become stronger, then says once they hit the ring of persecution, they'll need to get even stronger, leaving the girl completely lost until rage flares and she sarcastically plays along. She smacked his cheek with her palm and a nasty mark bloomed there, so the guy immediately apologized, but she shot back that it wasn't just him paying the price. It also messes with the bow of the fiery wolf. Just like her future stone turtle shield, she'd already dropped onto the bed and fallen asleep. He fires off a warning, "Listen up, carefully. Those reinforced tools are insanely important." Then he demands, "So how much damage can you land now with Rook's shooting?" And she answers, dead serious, "About 3,000? She blurts out, "If I upgrade the Flame Wolf bow to its final form, this number will jump to 12,000. And pure shock hits her like a punch. Drop 3,000 more into the upgrade, and you'll end up with 12,000. That's 4 times the power. So, yeah, this upgrade is the real deal and you can't ignore it." The girl presses him, "So what happens when I improve?" And he realizes she got the point. They'll need a blacksmith, but where in the world is he supposed to find one? He's got 4 paths to choose from. Pick one, form your team, register in the guild, then recruit the fresh faces when they come in. Pulling in members for a group is way easier than trying to do it solo, but nobody can predict when he'll stumble on a great blacksmith. And if one isn't nearby, it turns into a real headache. Next comes hunting for people who can actually learn blacksmithing. If you're lucky enough to find even one, you score major advantages, but running into one is rarer than 1 in 10,000. Next, you recruit a working blacksmith. That's the smartest, most realistic move, even if the prospects are scarce, because a blacksmith is pure gold, and it's just plain foolish to demand they quit their craft to help total strangers. The fourth way is probably the best. She locks eyes, then blurts out whatever's suddenly flashing through her mind. The protagonist offers to purchase the servant, and the girl instantly grins, "Then it'll be easy to find him." He's stunned. She isn't mad at all. She tells him he's hunting for a servant with real blacksmith talent, because the perfect one is on the way. And if we're talking servant markets, then judging by their traits is exactly the smart thing to do. He's stunned. She said yes. He honestly expected her to snap and flip out, like she was going to bully the servant and swing at him, but that nightmare never came. The protagonist shrugs, "All right, then tomorrow we head back to the capital and we'll visit that servant merchant." And she nods like, "Yeah, that's exactly why he should wear that outfit." This is a rare, fancy outfit, rich-looking enough to make anyone treated like royalty, so yeah, this is the plan. Then it's set in stone, everything's decided, and he'll get it ready. The main character and his crew stumble into the capital of the Kingdom of Winston, right in the heart of enemy territory. They dive into the servants' market for Maurice's company, and right away a bright, cheerful guy rushes up introducing himself with a grin and a warm welcome. He's Philip, the company president. This dude is the most influential man around here, everyone knows it, because just wearing what he wears feels like magic, and the moment he steps in, the results hit hard. The protagonist says he's hunting for a blacksmith servant, then asks if they can compare a few candidates, so the man nods and agrees, telling him to go ahead and show them. A steaming cup of tea sits on the table as a bunch of chained men burst into the room. Now he finally gets it. Sylvia wasn't mad at him back then for a reason, and it hits him hard. He sits there with his arms folded. It looked like a blunder on his part. This place wasn't hunting for him at all. They were looking for blacksmiths, but the servant still pushed him forward because he kept assuming they'd be young men in the end. He let out a heavy, crushed sigh. Philip leans in and asks if he likes anyone, and the guy just says, Give me some time. Then Philip's jaw drops because they're all grown men, and that hits him hard, so he doesn't pick anyone. But once they finally show their real traits, Philip starts sorting them out. To be a blacksmith, you need raw strength, sharp dexterity, and a little luck. And yeah, a solid brain helps too, basically. A blacksmith is the class that fits that whole recipe perfectly. And since they'll become blacksmiths who forge the weapons for the guy who's going to take over as #1, the protagonist hammers out the plan in his head. If they're going to start strong, they need naturally high stats. The main character blurts out this is bad news because the one he's hunting isn't here, and the servants stare at him in stunned silence. Philip begs for forgiveness, and that's when only criminal servants are left to him. Though the protagonist can't tell how they're different from regular servants, because if one of them has a top-tier blacksmith, he's good. The protagonist nods and tells Philip, "Fine, prove it to me," then snaps that since they're criminals, he can't bring them in. Philip will have to take him straight to the slave-holding cells. So the guy tells Iko and Sylvia, "Stay here," and they nod along, no questions asked. Then it hits you, Maurice's company is loaded. The servants are living pretty comfortably, and only a small handful look truly desperate. Philip points out the cells where the criminal servants are kept. Then one prisoner reveals he's a blacksmith, and a blonde guy just sits there staring at them like he's got questions burning in his head. But the main character tells them straight up he won't fit their needs, and Philip immediately gets it. He's crushed, they couldn't match their expectations. Then, out of nowhere, the guy spots something. He spots a locked door and demands who's hiding behind it, and Philip tells him it's the least he can do. Then swings open the iron door's window. An elf is there, frantically fixing her hair. An assassin who once served the Duchess herself, and the Duchess was just executed after being forced to kill through a servant contract. The court looked her over, cleared her of every crime, pardoned her on the spot, and sent her here. The boy can't believe the Dark Elf's amazing skills. She's incredibly talented, but the Kingdom of Castle slapped peacefulness into her contract and forced her to follow it. If they're using her at all, it's probably as a maid. And yeah, even as a dark elf, she's still here because nobody's come to take her away this whole time, which is making everything a nightmare. She finally clocked it. She can't attack at all, and that's a brutal limit, so why is nobody talking about it? If she's that hot a setup, the demand has to be insane. Philip even says people keep whining about what this limiter does. That's right back in Castle's kingdom. Beastmen got pushed aside and dark elves got hunted, so they had to invent some rules just to survive the persecution. And yeah, even mentioning dark elves as maids is already humiliating, because the very idea of servants like that is outright shameful. She stares at him through the window, demands to see her traits, and the elf sizes him up before leaning in with sharp, curious interest. Her agility hits you first. She's quick, strong, and sharp as a knife. The dark elves are a do-it-all. Race built for fencing, shooting, and magic, and her vibe matches that game design to a T. So tell me, how is her luck this insane and her speed this fast? The guy demands to know what skill she's got. The girl's fencing, shooting, magic, string tricks, and stealth assassinations all click in his head because her absurdly high agility doesn't just boost magic, it supercharges string manipulation too. And that insane speed is exactly why her stealth kills hit so fast. So her class can sign up for the blacksmith track, and the protagonist wastes no time asking her, "What's your price?" Philip grinned. Right then, he decided to buy it $16 million for an embryo like this, crafted by some brilliant blacksmith. To be that pricey, you've got to know the world is already doomed. Then Philip would whip up a servant contract, something he'd already seen used for servant magic in Mobion, and once the master and servant are locked into that paper, they can't break a single rule written in it. And this magic isn't about what comes after the violation. It crushes the urge before it can even spark, because this all-powerful mystical force won't let you try at all. Plus, there are a few loopholes to break the rules without getting punished. Philip asks what the agreement even says, and the main character just keeps stressing over useless details so much that he didn't read a single line. The contract's simple. The master has to treat the servant with respect, and the servant's job is to obey plain, no surprises. But here's the real catch. Servants can't attack anyone at all, and that's a huge deal because if she gets targeted, she's stuck getting beaten without even being able to fight back. Philip insists it's a government decree, so it's fine. Then the protagonist signs the contract with those exact terms. The servant slams his signature into the contract, then Philip unleashes the magic of service, and the elf and the other guy light up like stars once the magic finishes. He bows and thanks him, and only then do they seal the purchase. The calm elf gets asked what her name is, and she just shrugs. She has none, so the guy grabs the moment and says, "All right, we're heading to reception now." Second realizes his joke tanked, and the elf's face twists with pure disgust. Yet even as a servant, she's anything but simple. She has no name, so what kind of life did she live? If that's the problem, then asking whether he can give her a name is risky, yet she nods and agrees. She nods, and next he starts wrestling with a name: sweet chocolate skin, violet purple hair, and all he can think about is the color purple? Then he stews on it for a while and finally locks in his decision. Second leans in and asks, "What about Yukari?" And the girl just shuts her eyes calmly like she's already got the answer. She bows, tells him her name is Yukari, and admits she'll be at his mercy. "Master," she says, and right as that lands, he starts introducing the guy. Then later he rolls out his comrades. The girl snapped to attention when those seconds showed up because he didn't arrive solo, he hauled in a legit blacksmith too. And Sylvia just grinned at the two who stepped into the scene. Sylvia fires off a question. Could that gorgeous elf be a blacksmith? The protagonist snaps back that from this day forward, Yukari will learn blacksmithing, and Sylvia is instantly blown away. She never saw the blacksmith girl coming, like, why didn't she even think that could happen? And yep, they're absolutely gigantic. Echo steps in, introduces herself to Yukari, and tells her they're going to get along great, while Yukari secretly hopes the feeling is totally mutual. Iko's got a totally wild, one-of-a-kind way of communicating, and now Yukari's here to calm as ice, never once cracking under pressure. He claims Sylvia's right there no matter how she looks. She's an incredible magic archer he can't figure out yet, but he swears that once time passes, she'll finally make sense. Now they're headed back to Peijo, and once they're there, they'll finally sit down and decide what happens next. At first, he thought he'd feel thrilled, but nope, he was dead wrong. On the road to Peiho, he kept probing Yukari with question after question, trying to forge a closer bond. So she dug deep and used all her strength, and every time he asked for something, you answered back coldly so sad it hurt. He just wasn't good at talking, so he dropped the whole thing fast and they rode out on horseback. Even as a servant, she's a treasure one he can't stop valuing as a comrade. If he can, he wants to close the distance to her. But if things between them don't click, then even if she becomes an incredible blacksmith, she might still walk away. He wrestled with it for a while, then finally hit the only solution he just had to ask her straight up. They roll into town and the protagonist leans in, begging Yukari to spill her past. The girl asks, "Is this an order?" And then she shrugs like she's got a choice. They lock eyes and just stare like the whole room goes quiet. Eyes shut tight, she says respectfully, but firmly that she's not accepting this no matter what he says. Then the girl dropped the secondhand stuff with a grin, and he's stunned he never saw it coming that she'd have anything more to give. That's why she gets so rattled the moment you ask. There's no doubt something from her past is still haunting her, and that's why she barely talks, acting the way she does. Terrified that if you push a little more, the truth will spill out. Suddenly, it hits him right around the time he'd been ranked #1 in the world. He still remembers the one guy who pulled him aside and fired off. "So, what do you do for a living?" It felt like he was carrying the same Yukari-like feelings back then because whenever she asked, he kept dodging with one answer, "I'm in real estate." And he stayed tight-lipped about it since he feared it would blow up their relationship. If people caught wind through rumors that he was unemployed, they'd hit him with sharp, furious stares, so he stayed far from everyone to avoid it. He always got ahead of the drama, claiming he had time and money, and said being the #1 in the world was just his favorite hobby. Yukari won't accept this so easily, he's convinced there's more between them, and she's terrified he'll never understand her thoughts, especially if she spills everything. He has to convince her that these people will truly accept her just the way she is, no matter how much she opens up about her past. This is going to be rough, but if he has no clue what else to do, then all he can do is try right. Suddenly he shoots up, declares, "Guess that's settled," and announces it's time for dinner. They huddle in the bar, debating whether to start a band while everyone around them keeps chugging drinks, and Sylvia and Echo stare at the elf as he pushes for answers only for a second, to realize he'd totally dropped the ball and never told her what their goals were. He's chasing the crown #1 in the world, and Sylvia and Echo are right there at his side, pushing him forward, so go ahead and carry him with you. The girl blurts that if there's even a single thing she can handle, she'll jump in and help, then asks, "So, what does #1 in the world even mean?" The protagonist asks her, "Do you get it? I'm not messing around?" She nods calmly, but he realizes she still doesn't believe a word he's saying. Sylvia tells him it's been haunting his thoughts for ages. But now the real question hits: how in the world is he supposed to turn the world's one dream into something real? The protagonist says, "That's a great question." Then presses him, why does he use her full name? Second says it's dead simple: study every title ability you can, then just beat their owner by winning every single title fight, and the girl is left totally stunned. Titles are the ultimate stamp of skill, and shooting proves it. There are 7 sub-skills you climb, from pawn shooting all the way to improved rook shooting. To earn the shooting title, you've got to max out all 9 side skills just to hit rank 9. Yeah, that's requirement #1. The second guy hunts down the title fights twice a year, summer and winter, and then smashes through to win because it's a tournament bracket. And only the ones who meet the first requirement step into the ring to fight for the title. If he clears that second requirement, they'll hand him the chance to clash with the current armor-piercing demon general, and if he wins, that title becomes his for real. You can either grab the spot as the first one on the server's requirement list or smash everyone in the title fight. And that's the catch: the same title can't be owned by 2 people at the same time. So yeah, this title means total mastery of the skill, the absolute peak in both theory and real life, and if someone can pull that off for every single skill, then they've basically earned the crown as the best. Winning every title screams he's the best. But it still won't let him declare himself truly number one because Mobion's ranking system doesn't stop at belts. It checks other stuff too. First, he sets his sights on every title. Then he leans in and asks if she's ever heard of title fights. She lights up and says yes, then turns the question back. So, are you planning to join in? The main character sets his sights on becoming the world's number one. And yeah, that goal isn't shocking until the elf steps in and declares it's impossible. The guy demands an answer again, and she snaps back again that it's impossible then. Seknod presses, asking what makes her so sure. She shrugs it all off and tells him, "That's just how the world works. You don't get to be that powerful." And she keeps repeating it like it's the only truth that matters. The girl snaps that he shouldn't toss around words so lightly and right. Then both of them glare like they're ready to explode. The protagonist pushes her to quit dodging the question and finally show him the real reason she believes they can't get stronger. The girl snaps back that the world is just like that, but the protagonist won't quit. He presses her, asking why she believes it. The girl is ready to finally give her answer. Then she freezes mid-sentence, goes quiet, and tells him to forget it. She asks to slip out first and second nods right away, answering with zero hesitation. She can't stop replaying it. What was she trying to say? And once you realize she's lost both her assassin status and her name, the answer basically screams itself. She likely wasn't raised like a normal kid because assassins don't get childhood. They get survival. The brutal cost of getting stronger and the gut punch of knowing she can't even protect the person she wants to ignited her rage, and she snapped that it was all pointless. But he couldn't fully disagree, not when she was talking to someone like him. Sylvia leans in and warns him she's seriously dangerous. Then the main character fires back that she's probably morally unstable. With her chained up in that prison before he even bought her, it's built into her bones she can't control herself. She wanted to spill it, but you could tell she was choking the words down at least. That's what she assumed. So, what was the second thing? He's convinced she's been terrified that her secret would spill, but she flashes a smile, then he presses her, and she hits back, saying she wasn't mocking him at all. She winks at him and admits women can wrestle with conflicting feelings. Then she wakes up Echo, who'd been falling asleep. The moment he saw Sylvia like that since the day they met, she looked straight up hot. But the tissue clung to her thighs as she walked off, and he snatched it back on the spot. The crew winds up in the rank 3 dungeon Asia Sparn, and the protagonist can't stop thinking, why are we doing this right now? But it all comes down to one thing: building a real team. To unlock it, you've got to finish the quest with at least 3 people, and you need to do it in under 2 hours. Any rank 3 dungeon is fair game, so this quest is basically a cakewalk. He'd gone ages without finishing a dungeon ranked 3rd back when he still had it in him. He'd only stepped into the Asia Sparn dungeon once, way back in the day. At that exact moment, he totally blanked on the fact that Asia Sparn's nickname was the Dungeon of a Kick in the Ass. Just when the crew steps in, a pack of armed goblins barrels toward them and glares like they're ready to strike. Sylvia is stunned when the goblins suddenly burst into laughter. Then that girl unleashes her magic and shoots them down. She fires off a deadly mix of pawn shots and the oboe fire form, and the goblin just stares at the girl who's flying up, then bursts out laughing. The elf just stands there, cool as ice, and gets the whole thing in an instant. Then grins and says, "Piece of cake." Because all he had to deal with was a measly rank 3, Iko realized it was simple, grinned, and charged straight at the goblins with her shield in hand. Then the guy asked if it was normal. The second one said it was a fair question, and now Iko was about to find out for herself. The girl screams, "Oriegasai!" Then swings the golden general shield art, smashing it out and blasting 2 goblins away. Then she plows through several more with her shield, and the elf can barely believe what she's seeing, while the guy grins and explains that with strong warriors in both the vanguard and the rear, they'll steamroll through these dungeons with 0 danger. If he jumped into that slaughter right now, he'd mess up their coordination training, so he stayed locked in, hunting for an ambush and guarding Yukari. From the tunnel, a massive beast crashes into the arena. This is the boss of Asia Spawn, the knockout goblin. He's huge as a wall, but he moves slow and barely has any defense, so everyone calls him an easy boss. But he's got 10 goblin sorcerers in his crew, all spitting magic, so fighting the boss is a nightmare because you're dealing with them at the same time. With their firepower, they'll drop the boss in 2 hits, plus the mage only needs 1, so this should go off without a hitch. Eka slips behind the guy and fires off, "So what's our strategy?" And he just shrugs, admitting they don't have one, not yet. With delight lighting up her face like sparks, you just can't say no to her, and second snaps the plan. Eka will slip into the center to draw the big guy's attention, hold him back with the bishop's art, while he and Sylvia rush in and finish him off. The guy tells Sylvia to act like always, and you stay put behind him. Both girls hang on every word. Then he finally drops. "All right, it's time to start." Iko grins and jogs straight into the middle of the arena to lure the boss. Then the swing comes fast, and he gets caught in the hit as steel crashes down. After the girl slammed her shield up and stopped the goblin's brutal attack, taking just 3 points of damage, the main character bursts out. shouting that she did great. Sylvia then blasts one of the goblins with magic, drops him instantly, and suddenly the whole thing feels weirdly dull. The monster keeps clamping down with that club on Eco Shield, but the protagonist yanks the bowstring, urges him to hurry and finish, and then lands a rook shot right in the boss's stomach. Yukari jolts with surprise and goes silent as he fires a deadly combo. Night shooting mixed with silver general shooting until 2 shots drop the knockout goblin for good. Sylvia finally wiped out every goblin sorcerer, and the moment she did, the guy leaned in and asked if she was really done. It's weird how the team formation still isn't done. He swears that after he killed the boss and his henchmen, it should have ended right then, and suddenly it hits him, and terror sparks in his chest. After the knockout, the goblin's body should have faded away like smoke, but behind it, a smaller goblin was crouched in the shadows, hiding. The main character spots him and instantly knows this is going to go bad. Then the goblin swings his club straight for the elf and the main character rockets toward her. He shoves her behind him with one sharp motion, and she's stunned because all he wants is to keep her safe. Then he rips out his Oppo fire form, hurls a blazing fireball straight at the goblin, and boom, it erupts into roaring flames. Out of nowhere, the elf boy tumbles onto a beach, totally dazed because right now they're trapped in a blowing dungeon. An Asia spawn is what happens when teleporting magic lets goblins cheat death right before they finally go down. It yanks the target away from the battlefield and dumps him 4 kilometers off into some random spot, and the protagonist just stares around, totally clueless how he got there. One day, out of Mobian Wiki, the online encyclopedia that players used as their go-to knowledge hub, a mind-blowing case surfaced super far off teleportation from Asia, and the details were absolutely unreal. Everyone figured it would teleport just 4 kilometers from there, but this user's jaw hit the floor when it got yanked all the way to 255 kilometers. While the knockout goblin's body evaporates, its sorcerer slams into touch-triggered, random teleportation to make the escape feel impossible. That spell's jump range runs from a measly 4 kilometers all the way up to 255 kilometers away from the dungeon, and the whole thing is hilarious and weird in teleportation magic. The landing spot isn't random at all. It scales with the mana you burn, and the system flings you as far as that mana will let it. Because no one knows where teleportation will drop them, they're forced to let the knockout goblins burn a tiny bit of mana, or else they'll get blasted 255 kilometers away. He totally forgot that detail because the pumped-up players don't bother checking the 3rd ranked dungeon, and only rookies ever step foot in there. The main character soaks it all in, glances around with a satisfied grin, and rubs his neck. Then the elf starts scanning the area too. The elf flinched at the chaos, completely stunned because she couldn't make sense of it. Then the main character told her to calm down, saying the goblin had simply teleported them. She snapped right back, demanding to know how that teleportation even worked. The guy says he probably just teleported them about 255 kilometers from here, and the girl glares at him out of the corner of her eye. The main character bristles at the reality of it all, grinds through the discomfort, and then right when they think it's hopeless, they're hit with a shock. They've finally formed a group. Looks like the goblin mage really is gone for good, because wherever they land, if they're stuck in a group, they'll tap into one of the group perks, open communication, a full-on group chat. The protagonist whips around to his partners and shouts, "Can you hear me?" And Sylvia erupts into a furious scream, hurling insults while demanding where they vanished and whether they're even okay. He tells her they're okay, teleported miles away from them, but they're coming back soon, and they should just stay put in the city of Peijo and wait. The girl immediately asks, "So how long until they return?" Second says it'll take about a week, and the girls are stunned because they get a real vacation, just to have fun. He tells them goodbye, but the girl begs him to wait. Then he cuts the connection anyway. The elf leans in, asking if they're really that far. The main character grins and says, "Of course, because there's no reason to doubt it." For a whole week, he had to rot here alone with Yukari, and in that time, he planned to force his way into her soul. If we decide they're on the coast and 255 kilometers away from Asia Sparn, then we know they've pushed into the southeast, so they'll race north along the shoreline until they finally hit the city of Kula. From there to Peiko, you're talking a full day on horseback. Then from there to Kula, it's a brutal 5-day trek on foot. The elf tells her he feels like he's seen this whole mess before, then asks if she can even believe it, because honestly, that's not what matters right now. The guy blurts, "Why are you so calm?" And she shoots back, "Sorry, I wasn't pretending I was born like this." He realizes she doesn't even bother to act out real feelings, and that means he's done. He can't keep living like this. Now he has to rip up the original plan, because he has no choice left but to force her to finally show the truth in her emotions. He tells her that ever since they first met, she's been hiding behind a shell like something's trapped in there. So what secret is she desperate to keep buried? She just says, everybody's got their past stuff they'd rather not say out loud. So is she really going to keep dodging the past, trying to hide everything? The girl nods and keeps answering yes, and right then, he realizes she's finally letting her real thoughts slip out. Second leaned in and asked the girl straight up if she'd admit she was acting out. She shot back that the elf was just trying to make conversation, But the guy pressed harder, and the truth basically slipped out of her mouth, and yeah, she was nervous. The girl's lips were trembling, and the main character caught it instantly. He leaned in and asked, "Can you feel it too?" Rage simmers in her like a storm she can't control, and the guy knows it's all working. Her emotions are finally breaking through, so now they have to ditch this and hit the real, more important topic. She'd already decided that if she spilled the truth, it'd change nothing. So she slammed a wall between them like she truly believed it would hold. The girl stays tight-lipped, and the protagonist shrugs off the silence like it's basic rule. Then he grabs the weight of the whole truth and promises he'll carry it for her. Honestly, she's already got it figured out last night. He finally learned the truth about the recently executed old woman, and then Lucia showed up. He'd heard her name before. He tells her, "Be honest with yourself, drop this burden, there's no point clinging to secrets." And she snaps back, "I'm hiding them for someone else." Not because she wanted it for herself, but because Mrs. Lucia's kindness demanded it, sure. The guy claims he doesn't get it, yet it sure looks like she's really doing it for her own heart. She snapped, turned her back, and walked away, but he'd pulled it off, getting her to finally spill what she really felt. Yeah, maybe he pushed too hard, but if he hadn't, that wall of emotions would have stayed standing, unshaken. Yukori already sees himself as nothing but a shallow guy, spinning an insane, stupid dream just to hook her so he's convinced he has no right to be her master. He drops a magical archer and a tiny beast girl at the front, then steps aside like it's not his fight because the guy who survives dungeons like this will never claw his way to the world's #1 spot. She can't stop replaying that accidental teleportation. No way it's true because this guy is playing dirty just to get alone with her. Once he reaches that spot with her, he's out for something disgusting. She can't stop him. He turns her fear into his purpose, and the whole idea repulses her. "So you should leave now." She can't just walk away. She's yanking her hand out of the life Lady Lucia handed her, because everything she has was given and bound to her. By dawn, the night still hadn't broken. He hadn't touched her once, like he'd been glued to the camp all night, standing guard through every shadow, because if this keeps going, she's going to hit her limit any moment. On the third morning, she fought sleepiness all night long, and after 2 straight nights with 0 rest and 2 brutal days of walking, her strength finally started to crumble. Last night, he didn't even get close to her. Maybe he's biding his time for the perfect moment. And when he finally snaps and loses control, he turns out to be pure treachery. Just like yesterday, they burned the whole day in arguments every time they tried to talk. It blew up into another fight, until their relationship basically vanished. And between politeness and sleepiness, she couldn't even manage to make the right call. Yukari's mood swings are all over the place. One second she's hostile, and the next she's acting totally normal around him, like nothing happened. And honestly, maybe it's just exhaustion because whatever she's been carrying finally catches up with her now. Watching her fight tooth and nail to protect herself, he snapped to one truth: if that servant contract was still in place, he couldn't hurt her, and there was no way she didn't know it. That's basically how they brainwashed her, training her to be extra careful around the master. This all pointed straight at Duchess Lucia Azane. She could brainwash people with terrifying ease, and in Mobion, she was infamous as the brainwashing old woman. There's just one way to break her spell, flood it with pure life-or-death emotion. In Mobion's story, the guy Duchess Lucia brainwashed finally broke the curse only when his beloved was brutally killed right in front of him. So yeah, that nightmare really does exist. That magic one of a kind, impossible to repeat, and basically made for soap operas doesn't exist like that in real life. It's way too complicated. He's got no choice. He has to make her spill her real feelings, not the mild stuff, but the kind so intense they could kill them both. It's brutally hard, so what's he supposed to do? He grapples with the answer for what feels like forever. Out of nowhere, someone lunges from behind and drives a sword straight into the guy's back, then yanks the elf up by the hair. Scars crawled across his face as he grabbed her and flashed a grin, and everyone shouted at him to back off. Then they demanded, "Did you kill that man?" while they hovered at the edge of leaving. They strut along, arguing over what they'll pay for her. Then they admit they'll fork over 40 million on the black market. Meanwhile, the fire keeps roaring, and the guy who was talking is sprawled on the ground, knocked out cold. He's alive. He jolts up on one knee and realizes the target was Yukari all along. And the worst part is they were so drunk on the 40 million plan that they never even bothered to grab the gear off his body. They swore he was dead and just wiped him from their minds like that was the end of the story, because with his heart pierced, surviving is supposed to be impossible. Even after the hit, he barely lost any health. His build is just way too weak for that to matter, so none of it was really taken off, and their actions are unforgivable. The girl stared at her master's body, and it was already too late. He was moving like he couldn't keep up. Like he never even got the chance to react the world's #1 dream, and he still got wiped out that easily. She'll end up as nothing but a toy again. Then they'll auction her off and leave her to die at the very bottom. The thought of this being her fate makes her stomach lurch. No, she refuses it, and she will never, ever agree. Why does she have to suffer like this? Because she's done? Completely done? And she can't take another second of it. Right then, it felt like a jolt of lightning blasted her forehead suddenly. Every memory came rushing back. She still remembers her grandma's promise, "From now on, you'll be my shadow." So she steps into that role, lets her call her mistress, and when she obeys, her grandmother beams with pride. Rama snaps that she has to work her heart out. Does that not get through to you? She needs to be useful, and that's her duty. She'd been forged into an assassin and served as Lady Lucia's acolyte until the day her final words slipped away. The grandma tells the girl, "Open my forehead," and the girl freezes because after all that training, she's dying to know what her grandmother really wants. Grandma hurls a spell to summon pure joy, then drops flat until she wakes up and realizes it's all already over. Lucia was sentenced to execution for plotting a rebellion, and even her own servants were wiped out too. Then Maurice somehow kept her alive, turning her into his servant instead. Madame Lucia, her beloved mistress, was the one she obeyed when this happened. And now the girl lies sprawled on the floor, crushed by despair. The girl finally clocks the truth. She's been brainwashed, and she fights to keep the tears locked in. Then it hits her. She suddenly throws up, and the guys start hurling insults at her. One of them swings a kick at her, but their leader snaps at him to stop. Don't trash their goods, though all he really cares about is hiding what's in her stomach. Everything felt like a blur when Lady Lucia smiled at her right at the very end. With one tender touch to her forehead, she turned an orphan into a murderer. But now I have to ask, was that the birth of a mother? Did she seriously forget this life soaked in blood, and why in the world did they spare her? Then tear out every memory like it never existed. She shrieks, demanding to know why this is happening, and the guys stare like, "What just happened to you?" Like she's gone totally out of her mind. She breaks down in tears, finally seeing the brutal truth: nobody has ever loved her. And the one man she held on to most of all is the same man who lied to her. They realize there's no way they can let her bite her own tongue off, so they move fast, shut her up, and tie her mouth tight with a rope. Night drops, and the protagonist strides up to the house inside the hut. He spots 5 intruders, and right among them, Yukari is tied up tight. 2 more guards stand watch. No one even knows how many are hiding inside. If he hesitates for a second, it's over. That magnificent seed of the future blacksmith he found, he can't let it slip away here. The guy fires piercing nightly arrows, sometimes both at once, and that deadly combo wipes out 2 people. He slaughtered them, and that feeling is going to haunt him for a while, but right now he's out of time, and thinking is the last thing he can afford. Inside, everyone heard a commotion outside and rushed to check it out. Then 2 guys stormed out, and the main character snapped into attack mode. He snaps forward in an instant, and both of them freeze in shock as he rips one of their heads clean off. The main character pushes in, spots the door, locks onto the fact the elf's inside, then he barrels forward and kicks it down. He bursts into the room, and 3 guys stare at him with pure horror. Then he unleashes golden general swordsmanship and drops all 3 in a flash. One of the guys is so certain he's ready to swear he died, and they just stand there in front of the elf, tense and waiting, asking if this is the guy. They surge in to smash their way through, but the protagonist snaps into the bishop's fencing style and wipes them all out. One of the guys fires off, "Why are you so bloodthirsty?" And the guy's elf companion is blown away when she suddenly spots the owner. He catches every hostile warning in Yukari's eyes, and the brainwashing spell snaps dead like it never stood a chance. The guy orders the protagonist to freeze, slams a sword against the girl, and snarls at him to drop his blade right now. The main character goes right ahead then. Right as the other guy is about to move, something hits him out of nowhere. He fixated on the sword and didn't even spot the spell circle beneath his feet. Then fire snapped across his head and he screamed as the enemy charged straight at him. The protagonist lunges in and drives his blade through the enemy with silver general swordplay water curl form, then pure magic sword strikes. He strides up to the elf, tears the bonds away, and asks if she's alright. Because they've got to run. It reeks of burning. The world had already turned to dawn when the main character blurted, "I'm so sorry." His carelessness had thrown Yukari straight into danger. They plant themselves across the forest from each other, and Yukari finally blurts out that she needs to sincerely apologize. The protagonist asks if her good answer comes from what she did earlier, and then he seriously tells her, "I already know you've been brainwashed." It was probably brainwashing, so she'd stay sharp and never let her mistress slip under the radar. That's the ruthless trick Duchess Lucia ran on her. And the girl doesn't even realize how he knows all of this, so she can take her time. We'll talk while we walk. Yukari bursts the truth she'd been a pawn for the assassins of the Duchess of Lucia, and for years she's basically treated like nothing, even before she's given a name raised to be a murder tool. And that's when the protagonist finally gets it. She must have been brainwashed because she's grinning, cheering like a mercenary, but the truth is, she never collapsed into despair after those bandits attacked. She clung to the memories of her past like a shadow with teeth. It was a cruel, stupid mix-up. She'd been brainwashed to the bone. And once the spell finally broke, her screams shattered the room as she realized Lady Lucia never loved her at all. She'd been living a lie this whole time, clinging to fake love while she couldn't be a real wife or even a real mother. Yet the main character only hears it all from an elf. The girl pleads for permission to speak about her silence, but the truth is, it's everything she refused to say under brainwashing. And the guy immediately asks if that means the Duchess's execution, and she nods in agreement. Lady Lucilla was officially executed for plotting a rebellion, but it was a trap cooked up by her enemies. And Prime Minister Bamuro was one of the masterminds. Second asks how she even found out, and the girl snaps back that it was the shadow of Lady Lucia. Her job was simple kill for her, though. He's probably already figured that out. She was brainwashed because if she ever spilled that info, Lucio would lose his edge. He asks her, "Can you just hear me out for a second?" And at first, she goes completely silent. The protagonist admits she probably mulled it over, then throws it out. "Lucia, I swear I've definitely seen you loved Yukari." The girl snaps that it's impossible, her memories are gone. Wiped clean, so the main character presses, "Did they brainwash you too to protect her?" No way, if that were true, she'd have named her at least once, and she wouldn't have raised her like a murderer. He insists that the refusal to give her a name and the memory-wiping magic was all meant to shield her, while she spun up the image of a broken servant trapped into killing with that spell. Yukari insists she never truly lived as a murderer still. She admits she felt happy at least once, then her eyes harden as she spirals into the truth she's just talking about a memory wipe. The protagonist leans in and tells her, "Listen, this memory wash only works once on one person." In Mobion, washing memories follows the same rules as here, and that's exactly why it felt so off we couldn't stand it, so we tore the whole setup apart. Their brainwashing boiled down to one thing: be careful with the new owner because he knew for sure. And that's how it proved she was truly happy. Her truth was a split deal, half honest, half sugar-coated lies, and she had no choice but to swallow it whole. Honestly, she wants to deny him right now, but if he's telling the truth, then her whole life, love, and faith won't survive as a lie anymore. He asked the girl why she never tries to run, and once that memory wash finally faded, it hit him she must be using a loophole. More specifically, he's going to dodge slavery illegally, and as a bonus, he'll wipe out the ban on fighting too. Marissa's company will track them down, but honestly, who cares? There are way bigger things to deal with. She has to trust him because no matter what she sees, he still needs her, and he needs her for real. She thinks it's ridiculous while he insists he has to think about Maurice's escape from captivity. Basically, he's trying to free her without ever officially canceling magic, and that's the impossible part. If she's decided to break free from captivity, why won't she believe him? Does she even trust him at all? No worries. She's got to trust him. The main character snaps and says, "Then go ahead, let her smash him in the head with everything she's got." The girl stares at him, totally stunned, and nods. Then the contract hits again, and she still can't do it. But if she can, tell her not to panic. Just go for it with everything she's got and land a brutal hit. Suddenly, the girl whips around and does exactly what he said. She smashes into him with her head, and he crashes in a burst of pain. She knows she did it. Somehow, she pulled it off, and he never lied to her. This isn't some mistake. It's a real attack. Second swears it looks like she's the one who did it. She's convinced he's actually aiming to become the world's one. And then he lets those two clear the dungeon alone just so they can train. Yeah, the teleportation is real. And that stubborn push is exactly to purge the wash. Trust me, it was all about one thing, turning her into a blacksmith. He did it for her, and once he decided, he went all in. He leans in and asks, "Do you trust me?" And she chokes back tears, whispering, "It's just a matter of time, but I will trust you." The spell removal plan worked straight up. If the player headbutts the servant, every spell sitting between them snaps and shatters, and nobody even bothered to fix it. Probably because the rule is so ridiculous it feels like it should just be left alone. They brushed it off as a tiny glitch, nothing worth freaking out about. Then the girl finally said, "We made it," as they reach the port city of Kula. They both drink into the city skyline, and out in the distance the sea keeps crashing, while that fresh morning breeze slaps his face, perfect time to sink into his thoughts. Did Prime Minister Balmaro really murder Duchess Lucia Esine? Because Yukari was right there when it all went down, there's no way she'd get it wrong. But deep down, he can't shake the feeling that this case hides something darker. Huge mysteries wrapped in shadow. And first off, the Prime Minister of Moro isn't just running the country. He's also the head of the Order of the First Prince. And with that kind of power and character, you know something sinister is brewing. They think they can get away with anything. And as for his father, King Bevel Kestel, he's probably that selfish old miser who worships profit first, yet somehow he's already convinced this world isn't Mobius. So if he wants to climb to the top of the world, he can't pretend the king doesn't exist, because in the original game, he didn't even bother to remember him. And don't forget Maine, the second prince in the balance, who refuses to let his friend get dragged into this deadly political war. He has to crack this mystery because becoming #1 is his dream, and Maine's bright future is riding on it. The guy leans in and spills everything to Yukari about that minister she warned him about, and then promises, "I'll handle him. Not today maybe, but I swear I'll find a way." He shouldn't toss promises like that. Those ear twitches give him away, and the guy clocks it right away. In the farming town of Peyo, Sylvia spots them, snaps, and fires off, "What in the world have you two been doing for so long? Were you on a honeymoon or what?" A week apart didn't change a thing. Her vibe hit the exact same note as their first meeting, and then Iko launched herself into his arms. The protagonist blurts out an apology, and Sylvia shoots back, "So, where's everything okay? Because the truth is, they've been riding a whole cavalry of problems, and now she stares them both down. All three girls cut ties with him, and Sylvia slips in that they've all got to talk just them, alone. They start chatting, and the guy suddenly realizes, oh, this is the women's gossip he's only ever heard about. and now he can't resist eavesdropping. He thinks they're bickering about who'll get him, but they totally missed the real prize because he's bursting with joy that he and Yukari finally became real friends. Iko beams up at her and asks what they're doing in the dungeon, and the guy snaps back that it's way too late for raids today. Then the girl's face crumples in anger. But just as she starts thinking about talking through the raid plan over dinner, they slip into a hand-in-hand walk and the girl lights up saying it's wonderful. So now they've got one mission load Yukari with battle experience because pushing her blacksmith skills all the way up to rank 9 is the key. Those raids are aimed straight at the Lipto Faith dungeon once they step inside. They'll stay there until she becomes a blacksmith, and thankfully it won't take long because this place sits near Peijo. Yukari leans in and asks if they've picked a name for their team yet, only to find the guy has totally blanked on it. You're right, if they're going to decide, it has to be something Sylvia is actually offering. But the second she brings it up, he shuts her down with an instant refusal. Yukari would gladly hear her out. She'd kick things off by declaring she's a knight, bound by a blood oath to Lupin. She realizes she's got something locked in her memory. Her own words are lethal, and Yukari snaps that most of them aren't knights, so that name won't do a thing. Sylvia pitches the name Knightly Order of Rebirth, and before she can finish, someone shuts her down with a bottle. Yukari cooked up his own version: S for honor, S for the shared dream, U for success, then it lands on SOS, and the guy just can't figure out how they even got those names. He tells him, let ego decide. But she's out cold, so Second knows he's on his own to figure something out. They team up like living lightning. Yukari hangs on his every word, and Sylvia downs drinks while Iko catches asleep. Yukari warns them that if they don't become the best, they'll wear a truly shameful title, but they'll pull it off, and somehow, through pure momentum, he ends up becoming #1 in the entire world. One day, while he was drunk, he randomly picked a team name. And yeah, it sounds like an excuse, but he genuinely believes you've got to be just as bold in what you do. The very next day, Sylvia and Iko are locked in inside the second-ranked dungeon, Liptopath, ready to strike. They charge their enemies, and the main character practically grins. Turns out he's landed in Liptofada after a long break. So, what's so pleasant? People demand. He just smiles, killing everyone in the dungeon and gaining experience. That's what he calls fun. A whole month was all the Yukari needed to forge her blacksmith skills into something terrifying, and she still reached rank 9 in that time. What was she thinking? I never expected it to happen so fast. Out of all her skills, she was shockingly lucky. Only 2 even cracked the ranking system: first place in pawn shooting and first place in knight killing, while every other skill got left behind. 2 ranked monsters dropped dead right in front of him like they were never even alive, and he couldn't believe something this unreal was happening for real. He tells her, if you become a top-notch blacksmith, you won't have to keep upgrading your combat skills, then you can finally step out and explore the world with them. Because of her, his dream is finally within reach, and they're closing in on it step by step. So yeah, he's banking on her, hoping she'll take the same road as the #1 in the world and prove she's worthy of her master. She used to laugh at those words like they were a joke, but now they hit her hard, and she's vowed to become the world's #1 blacksmith. The very same words that once enraged her and shattered her faith in what humans can truly endure. He keeps replaying her smile in his head, and just seeing it hits him like pure magic. He's in 7th heaven, and he's beyond grateful she became his friend. 2 weeks have gone by since they threw themselves back into that farm grind of Liptofada. And this time, luck finally turned their way, because they actually snagged the stone turtle shield they were hunting for. But then something totally unexpected hit. The girl clutching her shield panted hard, and her eyes started to burn with tears. The elf shoots down Ego. She's not stealing the shield, she's just upgrading it. Sylvia backs her up because even her flame wolf bow got stronger after Yukari's upgrades. Over these past 2 weeks, Yukari's been grinding her butt off on the blacksmith branch's equipment improvement skill, and it paid off fast. She's already hit rank 5. And the moment she crossed into rank 5, the success boost skyrockets, letting her push weapons all the way to their final stage. Echo demands, is that really true? Yukari swears it is so. Echo asks, will you hand it over now? But Echo doesn't get it, and she blurts that the elf is freaking her out right now. She looks like a cat who refuses to let go of her toy, and I can't help wondering if every beastman has instincts like that. They drifted around the subject for a while, and honestly, there was no rush. Iko blurts out an apology, and Sylvia snaps back that she misunderstood the whole thing, saying they were trying to steal her first gift, and now the main character is nearly convinced the beastmen have instincts of their own. The guy demanded the shield be upgraded to the 3rd stage, all about durability, and she carried out his order without hesitation. The girl hands him a ready-made shield, and he blurts out his thanks like he can't believe his luck because honestly, he never expected anything less. And she just shrugs, saying it wasn't that hard. He figured it out later when Yukari was thrilled or flustered. Her ears would first go red, then start trembling like they couldn't keep it together. The joyful Iko snatches the protagonist's shield and thanks the elf, and right away her ears tremble with excitement. Sylvia blurts out, do you even change the dungeon? Then presses, why? They tear through Liptofasa at breakneck speed, rack up a ridiculous amount of experience, and walk away with several dozen million from selling those shields. They've got 3 reasons, and the first one is simple in this new place. They'll grind even more experience than they have right here, and it sounds insanely good. Second, new monsters will start dropping, or the exact stuff he needs to forge fresh gear. When you take on the next dungeon's boss, it'll rain mithril so you can forge the gear intermediate. And advanced players need to level up. Third, they'll rake in way more gold there than anywhere near in Liptofada. Sylvia leans in and asks, "Are there more gold coming?" And the protagonist blurts that they're saving up for a house while everyone else freezes. Shocked? They'll pick a mansion in the suburbs of the capital and turn it into their team base. Back when he was alive, he never got to dig into the property management system, but now it'd be a game changer, and if he ever took a breather from the main mission, he'd have his magnificent mansion waiting. They're chasing 50 billion, and they're dead set on hitting that number with mithril alchemy driving the plan. And both girls lift their hands at once. The protagonist fires the first question at Sylvia. Why in the world do they need exactly 50 billion? It's actually pretty straightforward. The priciest estate hits around 25 billion. So they don't settle. They need a house that costs double. His logic is wild. If the pricier estates are worth 25 billion, then his place can't stay the top mansion until its value doubles at least. Now you can fire a question at her. So what exactly is mithril alchemy? In Mobion, mithril alchemy is the famous moneymaker everyone talks about. They tear the ore straight out of the golem, the boss guarding the second rank dungeon. Proline then set off toward the Forge City Black Gold because that's where they're headed next. You'll process the ore into pure mithril first, then crank up fabrication to fuse it with iron, and boom, you've got a mithril alloy. Mithril alloy is forged when pure mithril and iron snap together in a precise 120 ratio, creating a metal so deadly strong and rare it's basically worth its weight in gold. Sylvia snapped to attention, buzzing with one burning question if Proline's dungeon hadn't been found yet. How did he already know so much about it? What's he supposed to do now? He's got no words, no excuse to hide behind, no truth to drop either way. What now? Even at their first meeting, she clocked it instantly. This is a guy who knows exactly why he can't answer. She's right. She knows all of this for a reason, and trust me, it's a wild, painfully long story. One that sounds almost impossible. Even knowing it's not true, he can't shake the dread that nobody will accept him because that guilt buried deep inside keeps whispering that he should stop pretending, accept who he is, and finally tell the truth. In the real world, the main character's the one behind those glasses, and these girls can't even begin to grasp how far beyond them he truly is. People fear what they can't name, so he keeps it locked inside because if they knew he was scared, it would shove him farther off his road to becoming the world's #1. Sylvia trusts him, so she doesn't hesitate. She lets him spill his story, takes whatever truth he brings, and the main character is left stunned by it. Sylvia isn't afraid to chase the truth she's got. That brave, straight from the heart, courage that won't back down. She's got a whole world of things that are out of his reach. Pure bravery, a strong heart, and no matter what he does, he'll never, ever be able to claim that. The protagonist throws out an apology because the real truth is locked behind his lips forever. He dodges the question instead of answering, and then decides, nope, this stays my secret. And still, if he ever spilled the truth, he wouldn't be himself because if he kept talking instead of dodging the questions, there'd be no way he'd reclaim the one spot he once owned in the world. He'd never swear he'd tell her later. This is a secret he'll carry to his grave, and Sylvia just stares at him in silence. She says she's usually okay with it, but if it's ever going to torment him, then he shouldn't hesitate to call off the promise at the grave and come tell her. The whole crew ends up in Bad Gold's city of blacksmiths, and the protagonist fires back that the second they've locked in buyers for the mithril alloy, they're gone straight to Prolin. The men tell them straight up that hauling mithril safely is impossible. There's no time to waste, and some of them just break into loud laughter. They begged for the go-ahead at buyer after buyer, but every single door stayed shut, no green light anywhere. And that's how everything played out, because every now and then, he catches himself thinking, if some stranger strolls in and swears he'll buy all the mithril, I might actually trust him. The elf tells them to hit the Proland dungeon with one swift, ruthless raid, just enough to spark a reputation. If they prove they've got what it takes, trust will follow. The protagonist asks, is this the Adventurers Guild? And then immediately shuts it down because he wants nothing to do with that place after all the bad memories it handed him. Can't she think of some other plan? But all she's got is guesswork, and Sylvia and Echo are completely clueless. But what happens if they storm a raid without registering with the guild? Then everything spirals out of control, because if you don't register, you don't even know what they're capable of, and that they could start squeezing customers, messing with business, or even dispatch assassins. If they're anything like that legendary guild everyone talks about, then once you've found a place to crash, you'll need to sprint straight to the Adventurers Guild. The protagonist steps up, greets them, and makes it clear he's here to register, just like the friendly girl who greets him right back. She hands them their guild cards, those adventurer numbers. Basically, they're passports into the guild. On his card, his rank is stamped F, and it climbs all the way up to A, so yeah, he's basically bottom tier. And they offer him a beginner's manual, but he shuts that down and refuses. Second is fuming because he can't march into the bastion on the spot. He gets shut down, and even the mithril sale is denied, all because his rank sits lower. A jerk of a man snaps, asking if they're newbies. If they are, he'll teach them while his friends cackle behind his back. What drives the guy absolutely insane is that he's forced to listen to them. This crushing guilt eats him alive because the man keeps insisting he should be grateful. He blurts out, "Do you really think you're lucky picking on that weakling?" Then the only bully here slams the guy and starts shaking him up. He swears he's just asking for trouble, but the guy shrugs it off like it's not happening, and he insists it isn't his fault. It's the guild's for abandoning guys exactly like him. The man yells at the second guy not to ignore him, and then the other dude mocks him, saying he's squeaking like a mouse, so yeah, bring him over already because he won't even have a chance to defend himself. Then the man lunges at him too bad for him because he's already got openings everywhere, and it's only a matter of time before he tears him down the moment he gets the chance. Iko snaps at them to stop, steps straight in front of the man's swing, and the impact throws him into pure shock. He swings at the girl, then a split second later, he screams in agony as pain detonates in his arm. She's totally unharmed, staring at him in pure disbelief. Three guys are yelling at the top of their lungs, demanding who the second guy thinks he is then. Out of nowhere, rope snaps around them and hauls them down. Right behind him, that elf who bound them tighter than a promise stands ready. She tied them up for their safety, and now she's going to report it to the master. Sylvia realizes there is no place for her here, and he still can't wrap his head around what she was trying to do with that bow in such a cramped room. The girl steps up and shows off, then launches a killer kick right out of the firewolf's bow. The protagonist thanks everyone and pushes forward, offering to go, and then the guy spots it. He's trembling like crazy. He can't even tell if the fear came from that giant or from himself, because if he hadn't swallowed his rage and snapped back instead of fighting them, none of this would have happened. A massacre would have erupted if he'd won, because the player isn't the only one getting cut down. And it's not a game he understands, not until this moment. He sprawls on his bed, eyes locked on the ceiling, and wonders if chasing the world's absolute flawless #1 spot might be a lot harder than he wants to admit. At the table, the guy is hyping up the idea that they should hit the proline today, and the girls just stare at him, totally hooked. The elf nods and says she gets it, but when he mentions they'll head there on their own, she warns that the Blacksmiths Guild probably won't approve, so he shoots back, "Why?" Dungeon raids are run by huge crews and scheduled like clockwork, just like the mass raids the Adventurers Guild calls in, so if some random group swears they're doing it voluntarily, it sure looks like they're spinning a lie. So what if they just keep collecting mithril until the week's over? They could rinse and repeat for weeks yet. She totally forgot that idea because it sounded way too bizarre. So yeah, this time you could skip the mass raid and strike a deal with the Blacksmiths Guild, but will they shut their eyes to the invasion? Sylvie demands to know why they won't jump into the raid and let that second lord unleash his full fury. Sylvia snaps, "If only they'd stop fighting and actually agree to take an F-rank group. Now that's a solid idea. Even after they take the kingdom, the warriors will still roll in for huge raids just because they can. And trust me, no one's going to believe a word of it. So how long will it take before he loses the drive to keep going? Because to him, this isn't real life, it's just a game." He snapped at Yukari, asking if his rank was higher. Would that let them jump into the raids? The girl snaps, "Yes, it's an extreme case." And the protagonist grins. "I named it the best method." Back in Modian, he was totally useless because that soaring bomber plan had no clue what it was doing. Now they're about to storm the dungeon. That soaring bomber is the ticket, use it right, and you'll shoot your adventurer rank up in an instant. The rule is simple in the dungeon. Mana crystals will just show up where they belong, so they scoop them up and haul them straight to the guild. That's it. Proline Dungeon spits out 128 crystals every single day, and if you donate just 83 crystals, you'll hit rank A in 6 days, so they'll lock in rank A once they haul in around 500 mana crystals. Why is it always 83? Because crystals don't spawn in giant piles, they trickle back in only at set time intervals, so you've got to wait and stay patient. You can slip them into a hidden room packed with mana crystals, and that's why the soaring bomber name fits perfectly. It zooms into those chambers with a rocket jump technique. As she's about to leap, she tells him, "The second I jump, you're gonna whip curls of wind around my legs." Then she and Sylvia hurled Iko's legs into a blazing curl fire form, but Iko snapped back, defending herself with the Bishop's defense art, the Knight's defense art, and the Golden General's defense art. That secret technique lets her soar way past his limits, and if it all goes right, she'll launch herself over 20 meters. Sylvia fires back, "You sure about that? Echo should pull it off still. They've got to run the test first." The protagonist steps in, hands Iko a practice run, and barks an order, "Jump." The girl bounces with pure joy, and the protagonist snaps on Curl's wind form, whipping the air straight toward her. Iko slaps on Bishop's shield style, while Sylvia fires up Curl's fire form and night shot. Then Iko snaps his own shield up to block everything. Then they launch the whole thing again, and this girl slams her defense right back up, using the same shield-like art to stop everything and protect the Golden General. The girl erupts into scream laughs of joy, and Trinity whips her head toward her like, "You gonna be okay?" But the girl keeps dropping, and Trinity never once thought about how she'd land. The protagonist yells at Iko to use protection, but he blasts forward with Curl's water form, then the girl drops hard. Water splashes everywhere, and the protagonist stares at her like he can't believe what he just pulled off. The girl lights up with pure joy and begs the main character to do the whole procedure again, like she's desperate for it. All three finally exhale in relief, and the guy leans in to say next time they go full serious, then the girl rockets off again. The girl brags that she took everything from this place. Then the main character snaps back, saying she's got the mana crystals, so she should go down. All right, now it's time to hand these over to the guild, and the girl who spots them can't believe how incredible they look. She realizes they're real, and there are a ton of them. Second leans in and asks if their squad is about to climb the ranks, and she shoots back, yeah, that's exactly what's happening. He hands every mana crystal over to the guild, then they toss in all their money too, so the guild can level up the ranks of the players and even their own team, and the girl nods, agreeing. Winks! The girl paled when she thanked him, and he promised he'd come back with more tomorrow. She stared at him with that warm, loving look, and somehow goosebumps raced over his skin. Because even with everything he pulled, the results were nothing short of amazing. In the infamous Adventurers Guild, you'd better keep the admin on your good side, because down the road, that alliance can pay off big time. Sylvia and Yukari glare, lock eyes with the protagonist, and he awkwardly snaps his head back like he's been caught staring. While they're out there grabbing crystals, they've got to grind experience on golems and claw their way to rank A, then they'll finally be able to roam Proline and explore everything. Sylvia nods in agreement, trusting the hard-earned experience they've picked up, so the real question now is whether they'll keep leaning on Yukari's blacksmith magic. Forget this, now you've got to split the experience evenly across the whole group so everyone can sharpen their skills again. Yukari blurts that Sylvia is forging a magic arrow while Echo hammers away at her defensive arts, but then the real question hits: what the master is planning to do next leaves him stunned. From tomorrow, he'll start sharpening that enchantment, the guy says, lifting his finger high like he's about to unleash something big. 5 days vanish in a blink while eco-collected crystals pile up. She and Sylvia are stuck in endless golem hunts, chasing them wherever they lurk and daring fate on every run because they might not make it out alive. While they were sorting everything out inside Prolane's dungeon, Yukari got a breather, then he leaned in and told her to do something for them. She strolled into the Blacksmiths and Adventurers Guild like it was nothing. Exactly what he'd expect from a former assassin. They got the first bombshell: a massive raid was being planned, right within the next 3 days. Meanwhile, the blacksmith utterly stumped hammers his way through a brutal shortage of mithril, and the boy hears it and instantly flips his plans. They should forge an A-rank reputation, earn the Blacksmith Guild's trust, clear the dungeon before the big raid crowds show up, and then lock it in with a contract as the dungeon's owner. First, they'd dodge the fights, but they'd have to slog for years to make real money. Second, they'd rake in a fortune fast, yet the Adventurers Guild would hate them for good. He's lost in his thoughts when Yukari suddenly slides up to him and asks, "Can I have one day?" He leans in and asks if she's got a plan. She smirks and says the owner hates wasting time, so she might just throw them a primitive one. They can go with the third option from the Merchant Guild. They'll take a commission from you, but it'll also give the protagonist serious benefits. The real question is, will this choice make you enemies of the Adventurers Guild? Yukari claims joining the raid will prove they're forming real ties with the guild, so why on earth would that make the Adventurers Guild hate them? The more bars they sell, the richer they get. And as long as they keep that deal intact, nobody dares to judge the master. He gets it now, they've got to level up and guard that money tree like it's life itself, because once the Blacksmith Guild starts depending on ingots, they'll finally have the opening to unite both guilds into one unstoppable ally. The guy nods and commits to the plan. Then Yukari steps in and says, "Leave it to me. Tomorrow she'll march straight to the merchants and lay it all out." Carrie, he's over the moon. You get it because she handles problems that even he can't crack. The guy's still stuck wondering, like the elf is some kind of mystery. The girl takes his thanks, and the second she does, embarrassment detonates her ears. Flush bright red. The next day, they hauled in even more crystals, and boom, he slid right into A-rank adventurer status with zero trouble. Then they hit Prolin again for even more experience while Yukari haggled her way through the Merchant Guild. He poured every last drop of experience into sorcery, pushing his spirit summoning skill closer and closer until it was nearly level 4. The monster summoning skill lets you command your tamed monsters, while the spirit summoning skill lets you take control of one special spirit different for every summon. Push raising spirit, summoning up to level 4, and boom, you unlock the possess skill, letting the summoned spirit slip into a body and fire off powerful buffs like any top-tier player would. Once the spell hits level 4, he'll snap open a possession, only he hasn't picked his spirit yet. These rare moments don't come around often. So he grabs the premium ticket he got from buying that temporarily available premium avatar. They swore his spirit strength would hit at least 25,000 to 1, and honestly, it's so wild that I'd yell about it. Spirit power is the measure of a spirit's raw strength and how rare it is. And yeah, it's the kind of thing you'll be hunting down in typical gacha games. He's stuck on one big question. When does he use the ticket and call the spirit? He frets because, in Mobion, spirits were treated like something ordinary, but now they're in the real world, and he finally gets it. Even spirits have their own will, and they can act on it. If it's true, then another comrade is about to step into the group, but with everything so unstable right now, he really doesn't want to let a new member in. Sylvia, her ego passed out on her lap, tells Carrie that she got your message, that they said yes, but only if you agree to one condition. The protagonist asks, "Do we have to prove we're strong?" Yukari nods, and just like that, they get a reply and even a contract delivered by the Merchant Guild, but it only gets approved if their group can back it up with real power. A swaggering guy barges in, declares he's the new master of the Merchant Guild, I'm Sheen Sei, then asks, point blank, if they're ready to meet him and promises he's hoping they'll get along. The main character throws his own hopes into the air, then grabs the guy's hand and shakes it hard. The master says they're grateful, but the Merchant Guild only wants results, and no matter how great those A-rank adventurers are, they don't care. So yeah, you can say whatever you want. Iko clocks that terrifying face and ducks behind the main character. The man insists he hasn't lost hope, so he dares them to show what they can do because they're about to conquer Prue Lane like it's nothing. And if they pull it off, he'll finally accept their offer. The protagonist realizes that this threat would shake any normal person to their core, but it doesn't faze him one bit because he's dead certain he can handle it. If we're talking ranks, this insanely muscular guy wouldn't even crack the top 10,000. He leans in and demands, "What do I have to do to prove I'm strong if I storm Prolian right now?" The protagonist wants hard proof he can crack Prolian over and over again. They stare each other down, and then the man bursts into laughter way easier than he'd planned. He's exactly like Yukari promised. Sylvia snaps to it. He's been testing them. You clutch your apologies and swear it was the right call because that man handed you the task. He wanted to test one thing. Could they really keep a steady supply of ingots? The main character clocks the framed eco and fury ignites. He blasts the man, demanding he apologize to the girl, and the man finally does it twice. Moments later, they struck a deal with the Merchants Guild at least. That's what it looked like to him, because the truth was, one last problem was still waiting. The man says they still have to prove their strength. If his judgment is right, Shin's second has already climbed to a whole new level, but nobody trusts him except Shin. Sylvia raises a magic bow, and Iko snaps her shield up to block the strike, proving her strength in one blazing move. The man demands what techniques there are, so the second guy blurts out, shooting, swordplay, sorcery, and witchcraft. Sylvia claims she can only wield fire. But when the second guy unleashes magic that controls every element, the man is completely blown away. Yukari demanded to know if the master boosted his sorcery, then he revealed he'd pushed it all the way to level 4. And the shock on his face was instant. Ego freaks out again, and once more the main character snaps at the guy who's trying to apologize. Second says they've nailed their solution, summoning a spirit, and now he's got to prove it to the whole crowd on the spot. The spirit's ultimate power is obsession, and the top of the ladder goes to the summoner because nothing hits harder than the instant they call a spirit into the world. Especially that very first call when the spirit rises in Mobion. Every single summon crashes in with its own wild, one-of-a-kind scene. And if this kind of appearance is just how the world works, then even the toughest observers won't have a single complaint about the show. He knows level 4 summoning is insanely rare, so he goes for it using the spirit ticket bonus to pull in a spirit with massive starting spiritual power, and he's convinced this is going to turn into one spectacular showdown. The protagonist nods and dives straight into that plan, and they never once imagined their whole problem would get solved this way. The court was electric with tension. Sylvia dug in with her bow fully drawn, while Iko braced her shield, ready to snap the strike away the instant it came. Then the arrow tore free from the bow and screamed toward the shield in a blinding flash, but Iko didn't budge at all. She stayed razor-focused and took that hit head-on. Everyone watching froze in shock at what they were seeing, and when the girl lifted her hand to them from far away, the crowd erupted in excited cheers. One grim-faced guy insisted they could seriously clear the proline, but the thoughtful one shot back that the fire bow and the impenetrable shield could tear through there a few times every single day. Right then, the girls started drifting out, and the host snapped, "It's time for the final showcase, our second main character." The guy strode up to the crowd like he owned the moment. He didn't say a single word. He just shot his hand up, and a premium ticket flared to life in his palm before a pentagram-shaped magic circle burned open beneath him. As people stared at him, confusion hit hard then. One of the men snapped out a shout, pointing his finger straight at the sky where thick gray clouds rolled in and lightning cracked across the clouds. They blurted in shock about how wild the sky looked, stunned that he could actually control the weather, and then the main character snapped upright and stared straight up at it. He thought this was only another summoning scene then. Just like that, the memory hit him, and the crowd kept staring in stunned awe at what was unfolding. In Mobion Online, after every huge update, the very first player summoner gets a batch of spirits packed with at least 35,000 spiritual power, and they're even handed a specific type to summon. Back when this game had just blasted through 29 major updates, only 29 people who owned it were playing, and out of all the spirits, There's one insanely rare powerhouse with spiritual power equal to 41,000. The crowd still couldn't look away. They stared up at the sky as, right then, something started to take shape. The giant cloud's outline suddenly morphed into a human hand, forming inch by inch until you could make out a hazy tattoo etched across its skin. From the sky, a brutal hand slammed down beside the protagonist so hard the ground split open with cracks, then a vicious gust roared at everyone, making them shriek, but he only tightened his gaze a fraction. Then the hand vanished, and glowing threads whipped into place, braiding into a tight, spinning ball, leaving the main character staring in shock. A young guy stepped up to him saying, "I'm Engelmoir," and claiming he was the master of every spirit and the one who owned all four elements. The protagonist stared at the real front spirit, totally baffled, while it just smiled back, calm as ever. Then he lowered his head, bent his knee, and told me he'd been waiting to meet my lord second. Panic swept across the crowd as they stared in horror, whispering that the main character had called up a demon, and then they scattered, fleeing for their lives. The boy was sure they'd picked the right side because every last cell in him screamed as the ruler of evil finally bent his knee, and that evil started draining out like it had nowhere left to hide. Panic slammed him as he realized he'd landed this guy of all people getting a spirit. With over 35,000 spirit power was a mere 1 in 10 shot. And at this point, he'd settle for anything around 35,000. He swallowed his nerves and apologized to the spirit, promising, "I'll talk to you next time. Right now, I've got to let you go," then added, "And come back normally next time." The spirit turned the question on him, "Are you unhappy?" After she apologized, he practically floated with joy at his very first summoning. And then the protagonist slapped a goodbye on the table, sending him back without even hearing a word that he had to say. He kept replaying it all in his head, desperate to find the right words to explain every wild thing happening around him to the people watching. When he looked back, their negotiators were gone like they'd never even shown up. Then the merchant and blacksmith guilds tore out in pure panic, screaming that they'd never do business with him again. He couldn't believe it. He actually managed to summon Engelmoir, the top master of spirits, standing above every spirit and commanding the four elements. By the end, his grand entrance was so wild it felt unreal. He apologized to the girls waiting for him. They told him not to stress. And then it hit the second best in the world, was still #1. Even in his past life. Angonghua was a rare spirit nobody had ever claimed but before, and if he could land it, he might finally claw his way to being the world's one. But life hit him with circumstances that kept joy out of reach. Yukari lowered her head and poured out real apologies, while the protagonist sat on the bed in front of her and asked what she was sorry for. Then he admitted, clearly, that the blame was on him. She admitted she'd miscalculated because someone like her could never throw out an idea like that without getting her own master tied up. And the boy frowned, asking again, still totally confused. She said the master was on a whole other level. Somehow he talked the guild into backing him, won their trust, fretted over every detail, and still crafted these stunning plans. But none of that should have been needed, and that's when she realized the lesson this whole mess was teaching her. The protagonist stared at her, shocked, and asked why she thought that. She said the owner was weirdly laid back about the whole thing, like no failure could ever really be a failure. But he shot the idea down hard, insisting he thought it was a total flop, like an epic-level disaster, while the girl immediately fired back, disagreeing with him. She said that once real failure strikes, people won't make dinner on time, won't even enjoy wine after a bath, and they definitely won't wave goodbye to friends with a smile on their lips. The boy leaned in and listened hard to her. Like every word mattered, while Yukari was convinced the owner wouldn't see this as some big, crushing failure. From the very start, in her eyes, he never cared whether he won or lost. At first, her words felt pointless, but then everything clicked because he was fighting tooth and nail to save up for a house, and even if it all fell apart, it never crushed his dream of becoming the world's #1. After mulling it over, he finally understood what the girl meant. What happened wasn't a failure at all. He blurted in shock that it was unbelievable she seemed to know him better than he knew himself. And she snapped back, "No, it's not like that." After that, she finally steadied her nerves, apologized, and even added that she understood the owner better than anyone. But if she really got to know the owner better, she could have cooked up a smarter move for all this chaos. Then he told her, don't stress, because even if he didn't know her that well, he was still betting everything on her. The girl replied with a heavy heart that she'd taken it on herself, that it was her mistake. But the guy shot back, swearing it was all on him. There was nothing she could do to stop this from happening, and there was no reason for her to worry because this choice was made by him, and he took full responsibility for it. She kept her gaze on the ground and said nothing, while he kept pushing her forward, insisting the plan just didn't hit the mark this time, then promised that next round would work and urged her to team up and forge a brand new plan with him. The girl flashed a bright smile and nodded along. Then the guy lifted a finger and promised he'd count on her, and she immediately nodded again. She admitted, in a bashful whisper, that she still needs to dig deeper into her owner, and she wants to know everything about her. Word for word, her confession stunned the protagonist. And then the girl started closing the distance toward him. She closed the distance and urged him to stay with her that night. And the moment she said it, embarrassment hit hard, turning her cheeks blazing red. Her face was already inches from the main characters, but before things could heat up, Knock knock, a sudden rap on the door froze her into instant suspicion. She jerked her gaze aside, wearing pure displeasure. Then the protagonist snapped rigid to the spot, face twisted in pure shock. The door swung open, and an old man slipped into the room, breathless and apologizing for keeping everyone waiting so late. Staring the man down, he demanded, "Are you Mr. Second?" And the guy nodded, confirming every word. He introduced himself as Major Domo Forrest, a lumberjack family employee sent here by some gentleman who claimed he had to talk to the main character, yet the man clearly didn't get what was really going on. The girl explained that this was the council's home, the place that ruled the trading city of Rignado, and a housekeeper's personal visit was the ultimate sign of respect. He clocked what was going on, but a major domo. To him, that just meant a fancy butler, and all those complicated terms were a total brain melter. But he still couldn't figure out why Count Major Domo showed up at his door so late, and the girl told him she was convinced he wanted it kept secret. Yukari clocked every move like she could read his mind, and when the boy spun toward the major domo, his eyes practically buzzed with curiosity about what the Count was about to demand of him. He shot back that the Count had a deal on the table for the trade of mithril ingots, and the protagonist immediately demanded, "What do you mean?" He figured the Count only wanted to talk after that brutal failure because something sneaky was driving it. The butler backed up his claims, then revealed the Count's demand the boy had to unload the ingots wholesale to his family no matter the cost. He frowned, sensing something was off, but the offer still hit him like a glittering opportunity. He spotted the girl staring at him with a serious glare, and he instantly knew she wasn't just watching. She was itching to prove she deserved her shot. She's probably clinging to one last shot at success, praying this time she can finally fix what she broke. And then he leans in and asks, "So, are you ready to take this case?" With her hand pressed to her chest, the girl nodded and begged him to hand it over. Then she turned right back to the major domo and kept the conversation going. After a little small talk, she told the gentleman they'd have to see the Count next, then leaned in and demanded to know what he wanted to do. He told her he was totally fine with her calling the shots on this, and she nodded back like, "I get you," promising she'd line up his schedule ASAP. She mapped out the next few days' meetings with the Count, dinners, a crucial sit-down, and a signed contract agreement. And when the guy heard it, he just grinned and said she was a full-on super express. Then he couldn't help but wonder if the Count would actually go for her wild pace. The old man bowed and promised he'd come for them tomorrow evening at exactly the right time. Then the door slammed shut, and the boy and girl were left alone in the room. The protagonist demanded to know what she thought was this a trap. The girl couldn't swear either way, but she said the odds of it being one were almost non-existent. She said they instantly freed things up and reshuffled the schedule for 3 days, and the Count wasted no time sending his major domo to meet them right away because she's convinced they're ready to strike a deal at any cost. A major domo is basically the top-tier servant, the kind everyone bows to. So if you're looking at it from a diplomatic angle, that greeting is the most respectful one you could possibly use. The boy sensed trouble brewing, but it didn't feel like a trap, just like you were way too busy to notice. Then he leaned in and asked the girl if she was really sure she wouldn't mind taking all of it on. She nodded, told him to trust her completely, and promised she'd handle every last detail the right way. He said it felt encouraging, but then he asked if it would end up weighing on her, and she just couldn't grasp what he meant. Staring at her calm face, the guy couldn't stop himself. What was she thinking right now? Was she confused or perfectly sure? He said that besides blacksmithing, keeping his personal things in order, and running errands as his secretary, she'd still have to seal the deal, and if she didn't, he'd already be crumpling from sheer exhaustion by now. She answered with total calm, saying she wanted it for herself, and honestly, that was no crime at all. She then admitted that chasing the one spot in the world is way, way harder. The guy pressed her, asking if she really believed that. Blushing, the girl shot back that it wasn't about wrecking people. It was doing good. And the guy grinned like her words lit him up. Then he leaned in and promised he'd call again tomorrow, so she had to be ready. She didn't exactly feel happy about it, and honestly, she had zero confidence they'd click either, but the guy wasn't so certain about things from his side either. The Great Spirit King could be a ridiculously overpowered ace in his quest to become the #1 in the world if he can just manage to get along with the dude. The very next day, the protagonist slammed down his decision and declared, "I'm summoning you now." Iko and Sylvia stood shoulder to shoulder beside him, weapons raised and ready to strike. Yukari shrugged and said she didn't care, then ducked behind Iko's shield while Sylvia screamed that it wasn't fair at all. Second made the call, he started the summoning. A glowing circle snapped into place beneath him, and the King of Spirits began to materialize. Rage boiled in his chest as everything spun out of control, and he demanded to know what it all meant while every face in the room went stone-cold serious. First, the protagonist thanked the spirit for showing up the normal way, then the spirit snapped the next time he'd do it again because we'd better get it fixed. And that's when second thoughts hit the King of Spirits was way more simple-minded than anyone ever expected. Angelma shot back in disgust, demanding to know why he'd been sent back. Wasn't the protagonist supposed to rely on his amazing power? He snapped back that they didn't need it right now, but sooner or later, they'd need it. Then he grumbled, "Yeah, I get what you're saying. yet it still dodged the answer to his question. He jabbed a finger at the protagonist and snapped, asking if he was being too rude, then made it clear he couldn't possibly have forgotten he was the great king of spirits, the one supreme ruler over every spirit. Second also snapped, unimpressed by his words, and demanded to know what the big problem even was, because in his mind, he was still the number one in the entire world. Angamua lit up and said it proved the second was the absolute top-tier person. Then he burst out laughing and declared he was worthy to rule over the master of all spirits. Out of pure curiosity, the protagonist blurted, "So is the spirit king a boy or a girl? How old are you, and what am I supposed to call you?" He shot back, "I'm a great king of spirits, gender and age don't even apply to me," and then grinned. "So call me whatever fits best, man, woman, kid, old, I don't care." The protagonist froze when he realized the spirit didn't care about a thing, and the moment he understood, he nodded hard, agreeing with the spirit and promising, "I'll call you Angelmoa." He also said he wanted his comrades to finally meet him, and that's when Angelmoa lit up with inspiration, fueled by the thrill of seeing the protagonist's comrades up close. The guy spun toward the hiding, terrified girls and started introducing them one by one. The spirit instantly clocked their strengths. Sylvia was a top-tier archer, Yukari forged weapons like a genius blacksmith, and Iko stepped in as the shield bearer because that crew was perfectly balanced. Sikun snapped an alarm and demanded how he knew everything, and the guy just shrugged, saying it wasn't even him, because something had somehow found its way to him. Seconds stared like he could feel the info loading in real time. Then he blurted, "So, when's your birthday?" The spirit answered, "Dead certain July 7th. The protagonist refused to back down and pressed him to answer who the first emperor of Japan was. There was no way the spirit should have known that yet. Without even hesitating, he blurted out, "Emperor Jumu." The second the boy grasped that spirit truth, his whole world lit up. Then Angelmoir burst into laughter and told him not to dare underestimate him. Because he wasn't just some spirit, he was the great king of spirits, the ruler of them all, and no one else, even second place, could hold a candle to him. Then he asked if he should call him Seven, and the protagonist's face just went blank with pure shock. Confused, the spirit demanded what was happening, and the protagonist shot back in his head, annoyed and firm, that the spirit better not spill anything about him, hoping it would finally get through. The spirit said he got it all, then turned to the girls and snapped that they understood nothing. He figured that weird unity had to be the secret link for telepathic messages, so he nudged Angelmoir and demanded, "Try to send something too." He shot a quick thought and wondered if the second could hear him. And the guy grinned and said, "Yep, I hear you perfectly." That gentle rush sparked the spirit, and the protagonist nodded like, "Yeah, I get it," because he finally understood what was happening to them. The protagonist couldn't believe it. This high-class gear supercharged his tactics, opened the door to telepathic comms that don't even exist on Mavian. And it was exactly the prize the Great Spirit King had been coveted for by every single player. They push him hard toward the day he becomes number 1 in the world because Angamua's power blows every other spirit out of the water. Lightning, the kind only the one who mastered all 4 elements could command Spirit's King. Mavion, it was called, unlimited. He can rip past the absolute rules of element interaction: fire, earth, air, water, then fire again. It doesn't have a counter, so yeah, it's basically a cheat. And with that unstoppable sense of unity, the protagonist knows exactly how to unleash lightning magic. The moment he reached for his own magic skill table, lightning courses through his mind and he instantly masters every lightning form from the 1st to the 5th of the 16th grade. Then bam, he spotted something he didn't even know existed. Because as far as he was concerned, not a single player in the game had lightning element magic skills. He grinned at the spirit, telling it he'd just cracked something incredible, only for the spirit to shrug that it made perfect sense and that their bond was strong. Then he started pacing through his thoughts, trying to find the right words. He knew this mess couldn't be wrapped up with some boring excuse, but his brain was totally blank, so he threw up his hands and decided to be happy anyway. He grinned at the spirit and said he just knew they'd click perfectly. Then the spirit chuckled right back, agreeing with him word for word. The girls stared at those 2 laughing men, totally baffled, thinking, what on earth are they up to? Yukari said it was probably telepathic communication, and that shocked Sylvia because she had no idea spirit casters could do anything like that. You gotta wonder what it even was. Maybe it was the Great Spirit King's doing? Or maybe the Master's crazy, unique power? Sylvia's face hardened instantly, and in that same breath, Iko peered out from under the shield with wide, frightened eyes, demanding to know if the King of Spirits had already vanished. Sylvia thrust a finger at the 2 men and declared they were still there. Then the girl broke down, sobbing like her heart was tearing in 2. After a while, Sylvia's jaw nearly dropped at what they said about the Count's family. Second even admitted their main demo hit the night before, then leaned in and asked if she'd ever heard of them. She just shrugged and said there was nothing. Yet wasn't this the same legendary feudal lord people called the Lumberjack Hound? The guy couldn't believe that dumb nickname. Yukari told me the trading town used to be a booming forestry town, and she swore the family's sharp instincts helped it grow into what it became. The boy frowned, convinced every single thing was crystal clear to him, and yeah, that nickname fit him perfectly. Sylvia cut in. This wasn't the end of it. Those fighting talents have been legendary for generations, right alongside their sharp minds and mastery of the forest. And rumor says the family's current head is the real deal, a smart, fully built powerhouse. Then she heard that his son and daughter were insanely skilled adventurers, and that blew the second one away because the Count's kids weren't just dabbling, they were out there living it, proving their family had real freedom. Yukari clocked it instantly. The Count's son could swing a blade with real skill, even better than the first principal's students, no worse than anyone except the way his younger sister could tear him up and right. Then she froze, hesitated, and the protagonist shot toward her, firing off a question about what was wrong. She snapped her gaze aside, pressed her hand to her face, and blurted that she must have just been called a genius spirit caster. Second pressed her again, and Yukari shot back that she was a powerful spirit caster, a genius in the making, destined to become an A-rank adventurer at just 16. He smugly told himself he was already counting down for that 16-year-old genius spirit caster, just because she'd finally climbed to A rank. Right then, Sylvia paused, stared at age for a second, and asked, "You, Carrie, how old are you?" She answered coolly that she was 19 and shot right back with her own question. Then Sylvia claimed she was 17, Iko insisted she was 16, and Yukari suddenly started to sweat. Her face fell the moment she heard it, and the girls rushed in to tell her she was the eldest big sister. Blushing hard, she admitted that, by dark elf standards, she still wasn't an adult, she was about 16 years old. Second couldn't stop wondering what kind of rules the dark elves even lived by. Then it hit him, everyone had straight up forgotten he existed, and the loneliness really sank in, so now he was debating whether to summon a spirit just to keep him company. After that, the spirit popped up in front of him again and demanded, "Why am I back?" The protagonist swallowed his panic, apologized, and said, Iko was only scared, so now they had to find someone who could talk to her. He couldn't believe Second had pulled this off with the Great Spirit King's favor, but honestly, he didn't care then. The protagonist apologized again. Angamai finally leaned in to tell him how he wiped out the great spirit of the land. Nomu, then the protagonist, pressed him again, and the spirit admitted. It all happened deep into the night, when he turned against him, plotting to take the throne by crushing him. Then I realized if these same fights can spark in the spirit world too, this kind of disaster is basically unavoidable. The spirit perched on the bed, puffed up, and snapped that he'd not only tracked Earth all over his favorite pajamas, but he'd also busted a crack into his prized mug, and that was absolutely unforgivable. He roared that he should be ashamed for attacking him in his sleep. But he didn't even flinch. He struck back with zero remorse, and the enraged spirit instantly turned the Nomu into burning embers with a deadly lightning bolt. The protagonist stared at the boy like he didn't trust him for a second, and Engelmoir told him not to panic. His daughter had just stepped into the role of the next great earth spirit. Right then, a sharp knock slammed the door. Then the major domo strode in, announced the Count was waiting, and made it clear they'd meet him at the nearest place. The protagonist felt it time to call the spirit back. And after a while, they found themselves seated at a table packed with all kinds of dishes. They all burst into laughter, wished everyone bon appetit, and at that table sat the man himself, the main character, Yukari, Sylvia, and Echo, while the major domos kept their distance. On second thought about the Count, he wasn't just some title, he was a top-tier merchant and a fearless veteran, all steel nerves and battle-hardened strength. And he doesn't play the arrogant type with him. This is the real trick. The guy kept wondering if the Count wanted those alloys that badly, so the Count basically threw them obvious surpluses like a baited hook. The Count leaned in and asked what they thought, and right before them sat vegetable soup with mushrooms fresh from Ranyado because the children couldn't get enough of it. He told me he'd heard the whole A-ranked first team was made up of teenagers, and since his daughter just turned 16 and had that stubborn streak, he was really hoping the two of them would click fast at tomorrow's banquet. After the meal, the men slammed their hands together and took off. And honestly, second thought, it was perfect because he'd just crushed himself in public. He had the position, the glory, the power, the pride. So tell me why he had to humiliate himself like that. The Count flashed a grin, swung his arms wide, and asked if there was anything else he could do to help. The guy leaned in, asking the Count dead serious why this deal mattered so much, and the man's gaze instantly hardened. He snapped back that his creed was simple: fight hard, protect the country, and watch the people thrive then. He promised that forging weapons and armor with mithril alloys would supercharge the state's power again and again. Because those weapons will hit hard, stay light, and last for years, plus they've got to pull this off at his Ranyado, the trading hub of the Kingdom of Castal. He asked, "Are you sure this is really for the country's good?" And when he heard no, he hit back hard. This had to serve the nation, the fighters, and the people, all working together in perfect harmony. He knew, on second thought, exactly how to tell the ordinary people from the fighters, because Fighters wasn't just the kingdom's soldiers, it meant anyone who throws down, from adventurers to all kinds of troublemakers. The Count gets how the world ticks the power gap between strong and weak, and he won't play games with him for even a second because betting on this deal feels like the smartest move. The boy promised he couldn't wait for their meeting tomorrow, and the Count nodded, saying he'd be waiting in his domain for them, come tomorrow. The very next day, the carriage tore through the fields, while Sylvia and Iko slept like they were safe in a dream outside the window. Second and Yukari stared out at the passing scenery. He stared at the girl and demanded how she planned to wrap up the deal, and she fired back that she didn't think long-term wholesale trade would ever fit what he needed. So the smart move is clear sign short-term contracts and push for that billion-dollar wholesale alloy deal in just a few months. He started crunching numbers, bragging that in Proline you can rake in about that much mithril every week. Then asked the real question if they swing by 5 times a day. How long until they stack up 30 billion? She snatched the paper from his hands, told him to hold tight, and explained according to her own cold math that it would take them about 20 days. In just 1 week, it raked in around 10 billion, and by the next day alone, it was already hitting about 1.4 billion. I couldn't wrap my head around it because Mithra was somehow being valued that wildly across the whole world. When you look at it soberly, none of this is really shocking. There's a 625 shot that Mithril will drop from a regular one, and that's only about a 20th of what you'd get from a Mephril Gallum. The material's rarity is just how it's always been. The guy said it was strange, but the girl fired back, "If we do it 5 times a day, we'll be weird anyway." And the guy just burst out laughing at her words. He said it was smart to weigh every possibility, and for a 30 billion deal, dropping in 2 or 3 times a month is exactly the sweet spot. The numbers assume that they'll make 5 trips a day without a break, but they still have to leave room to rest twice a week, and some days they even wrap up after the 3rd run to laze around in the afternoon. So they locked in this plan. After a while, the girl shouted to the sleeping gentleman, and right then, their carriage rolled into a city packed with low, sprawling buildings. After they rolled into the trading city, they got hit with a sea of stalls and non-stop shoppers grabbing what they wanted. Then, just a bit later, they arrived at the Count's mansion. They got herded into a huge office packed with people around a long table, and the moment the last seat clicked in place, the protagonist knew the meeting was starting. Sylvia jumped into the offer, and the guy nodded like crazy. Sure, even with everything going on, he'd still leave it all to Yukari while he kept making this, "yeah, I get it" sound, acting like he fully understood every word. His face literally turned to stone because none of it made sense. Men kept closing in, praising how perfect the meeting was and insisting everything had to go off without a hitch. They treated it like a lifetime honor, wondering if that contract would truly fit them. Then the protagonist nodded in gratitude and agreed. After that, he shot Yukari a question. What did she think? And she just smiled and said everything was exactly how they planned. He realized the truth in his bones. Somehow they were going to pump out 30 billion bars in just 2 months. When the meeting finally wrapped up, Second leaned in and tapped the girl on the head, then grinned and thanked her, saying she'd been wonderful only for her, cheeks blazing, to admit with a shy mumble that the contract still hadn't been sealed. She said that once the short break was over, they'd head straight to a banquet with the Count's family and all the other nobles. And the boy just smiled, warm and satisfied, thinking about the kind-hearted girl. Soon, a huge crowd in fancy evening clothes flooded the banquet hall, chattering and laughing as they traded stories about every group while the protagonist felt his cue to slip out. He couldn't stop wondering how everyone else was holding up. Sylvia was chatting with a girl who actually knew her father, and the girl told her, in detail, that he'd helped her once. Yukari, though, is getting dragged into a heated talk with a bunch of middle-aged elites, and she snaps at them, saying she'll steal the new know-how. Right then, she was ringed by her maids, fawning over her and slipping her delicious treats, all melted by how she looked, while the main character stood alone in the middle of the banquet hall. He felt totally out of place, wondering what to do next, then decided to jump in right when someone called his name from behind. A girl with pure fury on her face stood right in front of him, introduced herself as Cherie Limberjack, and the second she spoke, he instantly knew she was the Count's daughter. She practically purred that she'd graciously offered him the honor of her attention, so he'd better be grateful, and the guy just nodded along. Right after that, she snapped that he shouldn't rush, and the guy shot back, "I'm not even trying to rush." Rage flared in her chest as she snapped at him that he was getting on her nerves. She couldn't believe what kind of attitude that was, and she honestly didn't know what he was supposed to say back. She whipped around and barked, "Follow me!" But the guy just froze in place, refusing to move then. 1 minute later, the girl came back. She went beet red, grabbed his hand, and demanded he follow her right now, and the protagonist couldn't help but chuckle, realizing she'd been talking to herself without even noticing. They stepped out onto the mansion balcony facing each other, and the girl blurted, "Are you a spirit summoner?" He stayed calm and straight up told her she was wrong right when the shock hit her like a punch. She went dead silent and stared at him like, "What are you hiding?" The guy caught it. Yeah, he'd probably pushed too far, so he quickly said he was using spirits. That hit her like a slap, because now she knew the truth. He wasn't just messing around, he was a spirit summoner. She jabbed a finger at him and said, "Now's the moment I'm warning, you don't push your luck just because your father took you in out of sympathy." He snapped back that he didn't feel a thing. She leaned in and asked if he could actually hear his own voice, saying he ought to show respect to an A-rank adventurer. Then he insisted he did. And she burst out laughing as she asked if the four of them were A-rank. He had no clue what to say to her. His face went stone cold. Emotion wiped clean, and he couldn't stop thinking that nobody could work with her. Not really, even in the first place. Rage boiled in her like a pot of water as she snapped, "What's up with that cold look?" He shot back, "If you've got problems, why not talk to me?" But she wasn't having it, and she swung back at him without listening. Second didn't take her actions lightly. She went into full outrage, and he likely snapped back that he didn't know his place, so he paid for it. The guy just clenched up and grimaced, burning with rage, utterly clueless about what she even wanted from him. He fumed and demanded, "Why did you call me?" She jabbed her finger at him again and snapped that she had to. She just wanted to show him the difference in status. The protagonist didn't get a single word, so she repeated it, word for word. He thought he was about to enjoy this, then pushed her straight up on how she planned to show him the gap in status. And when she laughed, she told him he'd find out soon enough. She spun around and demanded how long his endurance could hold. And the moment the words left her mouth, a summoning circle flared up between them. Then her spirit came spilling into view. Tara, the spirit, demanded answers as soon as she heard her name. "Why me?" Cherie snapped at her to reveal herself to the boy, and Tara nodded, ready to do exactly that. Tara declared she was the mighty spirit of the earth, and the boy grabbed her hand, thanking her for her kindness before telling her his name. Both of them smiling like they'd just found someone they'd been meant to meet. Sherry seethed with rage, snapped that she didn't want nice. She wanted her name right now, and the spirit immediately apologized. The protagonist couldn't shake the feeling that the earth spirit was insanely rare and that its count was exactly 32,000. Then it hit him, the gap in their status finally made perfect sense. Sherry seethed at his laughter and demanded she be allowed to call his spirit. Then she added that calling him after the great spirit of the earth would be downright hilarious. She thought it would be hilarious, then shot back if she kept pushing. There'd be nothing left to talk about. Right then, Sylvia burst onto the balcony and snapped that something terrible had happened to Echo before he could even think. He bolted after her. Cherie lunged to stop him. But in the room, the doctor snapped that the girl had stuffed herself too much. Say it right, she'd need the proper care to wake back up and come to her senses soon. Iko said it with a sad little sigh. Missing a chance to eat it felt like a huge mistake. Then the guy leaned in like, "So, is it actually that good, or is this just the usual cat nonsense?" So he finally got it. Someone had to keep a close eye on her diet, because he refused to let her turn into a fat cat, and if she piled on the pounds, it would mess with her role. The next morning, right at the final meeting, Yukari said they'd made the call. They had to pump out at least 30 billion mithril ingots from the stock they already had. He didn't catch every tiny detail, but the job they gave him was crystal clear. He had to go into that dungeon for real and rack up experience points. And once it was time, they signed the contract and slammed a handshake. The Count grinned and admitted he couldn't wait for the day they'd finally meet again. Then the butler asked if it was all right to whisk them into the city of Bad Gold, and the boy lit up, thrilled. Suddenly, it hit the protagonist. He'd forgotten something important. "Then you," Carrie called out his name, not even realizing why he hesitated. He waved it off, figured it didn't matter, and headed out right as someone demanded he stop. Cherie came barreling in, breathless, and demanded to join them. Then Yukari shot her a suspicious side-eye. All through the journey, the protagonist and Cherie wouldn't shut up for a second. Every time he tried to play dumb or embarrass himself, Cherie stepped in and clapped back hard, cutting him off mid-fail. From the outside, it looked like one of those comedy duos, just two guys bouncing jokes around, with the wacky one running the show while the straight-laced guy keeps everything on track. He noticed this girl always looked happy, even when she complained. So he leaned in and asked what made her want to go with them. At first she hesitated, then snapped, "It's a showdown between me and number 2, who really has the best spirit summoning." The guy leaned in and asked, "So how do you want to test it?" She snapped, furious, asking why they do it that way, like of course spirit summoners would test their summoning skills, right? The guy hesitated because the truth was he wasn't a spirit summoner at all. So he asked her how they'd do it, and she paused, realized she was basically improvising on the spot, then admitted it didn't feel right because there were the way too many options. So she had to pick just one to go with. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she blurted, "I've got an idea." She pitched a points contest for anyone who helped the Adventurers Guild yet. When the guy realized she'd just made it up on the spot, she shot back, "No, I didn't." He leaned in and asked why a competition like this even mattered for summoning. Then she grinned and said, "Because we're spirit summoners, we rack up our points with our summoning skills." When he heard her sigh, he felt like she was treating it all as if it would be effortless, yet he knew he could still step in without the summoning skill, so the boy decided to find out just how long this contest was really going to drag on. Sherry thought it over once more, then snapped, "Just one day and that's it." At dawn the next morning, it all kicks off, and the winner is whoever racks up the most points for their contribution. As for the second part, they just nodded and agreed. In town, Sherry moved into the room right next to the protagonist. So, yeah, she's probably showing up for dinner too, and that's going to make the most annoying situation imaginable. Everyone around her clocked her instantly as a spirit summoner, and the awe on their faces made her smug grin turn into a cold little snub. He said it all felt sudden, but it turns out she was an incredible person then. Cherie snapped back at him, telling him he had no right to talk like that. The boy finally understood that her hands and her words had turned her into a truly special kid. Straight from the heart still, he took a while to get used to her. And once he did, he couldn't lie. He felt a bit happier every time she butted in. Sylvia took everything way too seriously. Yukari didn't care at all, and Echo was just way too cute. So, yeah, he didn't expect any real comedic breaks from them. But somehow she might be the one to finally crack the ice. Later, from the bed, the protagonist fired off the summoning spell and the spirit snapped right away, furious that they'd gone so long without seeing each other. He locked eyes with the protagonist, then blurted out an apology saying he was wiped out, weighed down by everything. The spirit leaned in until its face was right there and it pressed him for an answer. Was he really going to tell him all of it? After he had learned everything, the Spirit King's eyes snapped to Tara, the one he'd met earlier. Second said she left a good first impression. The Spirit King smirked and said, "Sure, she might feel pleasant, but she wasn't exactly easy to read." The protagonist couldn't shake the fact that the spirit had already dealt with her father, and now she's stuck wondering if their meeting will end with everything going right. Angle left and tell Tim not to worry. Everything's going to be fine, and you're thrilled you might finally become a powerful spirit. Second, Tim doesn't buy it at all because deep down he suspects Tara is hiding an unexpectedly icy kind of spirit. So he asked again, "What if we suddenly ran into her? Would it be scary?" And he nodded hard, saying he'd scare the Sherry right on the spot too. The protagonist said, "If you want, we can go right now." And before anyone could even move, they were just steps away in the next room then. Angle Moise's attention got snagged by something in that instant. Second pressed him, "What happened?" And the spirit immediately asked if the room he'd mentioned was on their left, so the protagonist nodded and confirmed it. The spirit snapped back that he felt nothing in the left room, so Second's head spun, wondering where they'd vanished at this hour and why they weren't there. He snapped to the truth something was slipping out of his hands then. Sherry told him the next day's coming showdown would be judged by points. They couldn't figure out why it wasn't tomorrow. What was the whole point of that weird thrown-together contest? Like, she'd just invented the rules on the spot. He couldn't stop grilling himself why Sherry confronted him, why she shadowed them, and what on earth she was hunting for with that competition. The spirit hissed that it was envy, and the boy felt that truth slam into him. Sherry's jealousy was real, and he couldn't deny it. And yeah, she's probably stuck in the same fellow summoner situation, so she drags herself along, trying to wipe out that envy, and the truth is, she wants to crack the mystery behind his powers and fix them. All at once it hit him, she was maddeningly annoying, and her careless streak was ruthless. If things stayed like this, she'd get wiped out. He bolted for the exit, grumbling about how worn out he felt. Then the spirit snapped back that even with his complaints, it was still noble of him to rush in and help her. Cherie thought she could storm the dungeon and then everyone would finally have to bow to her, praise her, and stare at her alone, with not a single person willing to let her down. Those admirers closing in on her? Yeah, everything around her second will become hers and she'll never be alone again. She'll crack open that envy inside her and turn it into fuel, climbing higher than the version of herself she used to be. She spun toward her spirit and begged, "Couldn't you be my companion? If you can't, I'll have my spirit take my place." Second reined in his horse and figured Sherry had spent her life brawling regular golems, so he should just smack her and head back because the real chaos would explode the moment she reaches the boss. The dungeon's boss is notorious for smashing you on the very first encounter, and this column here towers way bigger than all the others. Everyone assumes it's just another golem that shrugs off physical hits, but that belief couldn't be more wrong. Beating a golem with raw physical hits is brutally hard, so enchantments are the smart play, but this time, things are different. Physical and arcane attacks bounce right off him. And if players stumble in with only basic spells, they'll swing at nothing because it doesn't do a thing. The golem snaps its head toward the player who snagged its attention, while the player is wiped out from the spell, too exhausted to so much as move. The ones doomed to wait for their fate get smashed before they can even reach out. And if they kick things off with a spell, total destruction is basically guaranteed. Just get good, train your skills until they can land physical damage at the exact level you need. He figured Sherry didn't stand a chance against high-level physical attacks, sure. She might beat a normal golem, but there was no way she could smash through the boss. They finally reached the dungeon, and the Spirit King promised to guide them. Then he felt another spirit hanging in the air, which could only mean Sherry was still alive. He surged forward, ripping through anything in his way, and for as long as he could, he dodged the fights, trying to stay out of combat because no matter what, he still blasted off at full speed. Cherie had been stranded by herself since childhood, and she knew exactly why she'd been hurting people. And the moment word spread, nobody wanted to get close to the Count's heiress. It was inevitable because she had never once been the kind of person who could bring herself to change anything, or even admit it was possible. Honestly, she felt painfully alone, so she dove into mastering the art of summoning spirits, driven by the weight of guilt she couldn't shake. Tara was her one true lifeline, an entity that would never, ever leave her side. And she leaned on that spirit to drive the loneliness out of her life. She broke into laughter and bragged that she was an amazing spirit summoner after all. She was the Count's heir, stunning to look at, and a master of swapping spirits, and she'd been surviving on her own for as long as anyone could remember until today. That's why she'd never tasted this kind of joy before. Talking to someone who could take her rough edges without flinching made her feel genuinely happy. Isn't it amazing how something as simple as wanting to be someone's friend can change everything? She's only 16, and he's the first real companion she's ever met. So when the doubts hit, she won't back down, she'll stun him, and then he'll finally have to admit it. At that exact moment, she launched into the golems and steered her spirit like a weapon. Then brutal, soul-crushing attacks tore through the monsters. Sherry suggested herring when, out of nowhere, a massive mound of mountain stones erupted in front of them. Then the spirit shrieked at her mistress to back off, now. The shocked girl whipped her head back toward the rocks, and just like that, the massive dungeon boss erupted up in front of them. He froze at the sight of them, and Tara snapped that they couldn't take him down then. Sherry saw what was about to happen and shouted for an attack while Tara fought to talk her out of it. The girl barked an order at the spirit. Get ready to unleash the fifth form, her brand new, deadliest spell and the most powerful attack she could pull off right now. Giant boulders tore down from above, hammering the golem until its shell shattered into a rain of smaller stones. Sherry thought they'd finally done it. Then she replayed the victory in her head, the way they smashed the boss and conquered the dungeon before Second even had time to react until the moment the field cloud faded, and her blood went cold. Terror hit her as she realized he was totally unharmed, while Tara, drained by the spell, had zero defenses left. Then the boss slammed her with a brutal, world-shaking blow. Pain slammed the girl's face into ice, then she blasted into the nearest rock and crumpled with a thunderous roar while the spirit fought to snap her back to her senses. Sherry crumpled to the ground, counting the seconds and questioning why she ever came here. But her vision started to smear and blur while Tara stared at the boss with pure, bone-chilling horror. Cher felt it, something in the air was trying to protect her, even if she couldn't prove it, and she could only hope Tara heard her silent gratitude. She can't believe she ended up stuck with someone as clueless, alone, and hopeless as herself, and somehow she's grateful anyway. At that exact moment, her eyes went wide. She watched the boss's blow freeze in midair, seconds hanging on still. He kept smashing him over and over until the boss started taking real damage, and then he was straight up flying around him like a whirlwind, never once slowing down. Watching Sherry's eyes trace every strike, she realized this wasn't just a fight. It was a master swordsman's fortress. The same blade work she'd seen her elder brother pull off as a top-tier swordsman. 1 second was all it took. His power was unreal, leagues beyond anyone else, and with a brutal hit he crushed that massive golem. He brags he's an A-rank adventurer just like her. Then she realizes every one of his titles sounds painfully dumb. The spirit beamed and said they'd be fine now that it was saved. While Sherry swallowed the truth that she couldn't bring it back, then she apologized to that spirit one more time. As her vision faded, all she could think was that she had to do something. Maybe she should have gone there alone, and she couldn't stop berating herself. The protagonist poured every last EXP he'd stolen from monsters into spirit possession, ripped it up to level 11, and watched its powers burst open wider than ever. The spirit lord snapped that the girl was in danger, and Second realized it was already spiraling out of control, so he swore he was going to unleash possession. Once the spirit finally nodded in agreement, a roaring whirlwind tore through the space between them, and they fused into a single, unstoppable soul. The protagonist couldn't stop grinning at what was happening. Class 11's Spirit of Possession runs for 120 seconds, but once it recharges, bam, it's back, and it boosts everything by 25 times. Up ahead, he spotted a hulking golem lunging at the girls, and before it could land, he burst in and slammed his sword up to block that crushing fist right on impact. The giant's hand started to crumble. If you've got enough raw punch power and the enemy keeps repeating the same predictable moves, then they're basically there for the taking. But you've got to learn it little by little because, sad truth, people in this world usually die before it ever feels normal, and then Second stood over the monster it had already beaten. He let out a breath, snapped his spell free, and the rush hit him so hard he swore it would become a habit. Then Tara burst in, yelling that she was proud of his victory. Then he snapped at the girl without him stepping in. They would have been wiped out, and the spirit only lowered her head while he remembered he still had to get Sharia her potion. As the guy locked eyes with the girl, he felt it. Everything was going to be okay if she was on their side. She even said Sherry was good at heart. After that, he finally understood she was a good soul. Just unlike the rest, she was trapped in her own limits, starving for company, and it made her feel small. The spirit nodded and told him she'd had no friends at all since she was a kid. So the guy admitted he finally got what she meant. Then the girl leaned in and said she was sure Sharia had started to like him, but she doesn't know how to face any of it. Not even since she was born. And the protagonist blurts out, "Why are you only saying this now? Like, did she really drag all of this into his life just to get his attention?" Tara doubled down on his words, saying her parents got it right away, but she still thinks there's more going on under the surface then. Second couldn't take it anymore and snapped at her to watch even closer. She grinned and said she was a spirit who couldn't go against her mistress. Then she wrapped Sherry in a hug, apologized, and begged them not to scold the kid, while the guy just felt like she was getting in his way. He scratched the back of his head and snapped, "I'm not scolding you," but the moment he realized this was a huge problem, it hit him. He could call in the Great Spirit Master, so he summoned him at once, and Tara was left totally stunned. With the spirit girl right in front of him, Moa snapped at her while she was still standing, and when he thrust his hand toward her, her legs immediately buckled. Sweat dripped down her face as she dropped into a deep bow before Engelwa. But Second snapped at her to stop, yet the spirit didn't get why, so it blurted out a frantic apology anyway. Tara's shoulders finally dropped, and she straightened up with a wave of relief. Then Second told his spirit to read his mind. It paused for a moment and promised it would answer his request. He started telling the girl the spirits slowly fuse with their owners, and the more they match, the longer they live. That's why the dwarf's daughter ended up being controlled by her. He couldn't figure out what she felt inside, but not obeying sounded like a flimsy excuse because she had to keep her mistress from ever reaching the brink, or she wouldn't be a competent great spirit anymore. Second couldn't stop wondering if she became one, would it finally force her to bow to her mistress? The spirit snapped back, "The masters can't just seize control alone. Unity only happens when you both truly understand each other. And Namidia is way too close to her master for that to fly." He thought, second-guessing himself, that it might have sounded kind of pathetic because when you spot a lonely kid with no friends, you just want to stand by him. Truly. Anglemore shot a question, "Is your master mad at her?" And he answered, "No, my kind heart kicked in the moment I heard her story." The spirit cackled, promised he'd make it right for her, and then the second spirit pressed, "Are you sure you know what you're doing?" He shot back that he was just playing it up, no way he'd ever want something with some random spirit owner. And yeah, he was only teasing her for laughs. The protagonist clocked that this guy's character was rotten from the start, and he couldn't figure out why. Then he snapped that it was time to turn back and grabbed Shariana's shoulder. Suddenly, he realized the girl's clothes were soaking wet, and confusion slammed into his face as he finally understood what was happening. He jolted awake and pinged Sylvia on the group chat, begging her to meet him at the base. Then he ordered her to grab a fresh set of clothes and boil up some water. Soon, Cherie jolted awake, sat up on her bed, and tried to piece together what just happened. Then Tara burst in, hurling herself at her with tight hugs, begging her to please finally come to her senses. Sharia apologized for everything, but she stopped herself and told her, Please don't apologize." And she kicked herself for not shutting it down sooner. But the summoner slammed the denial in her face. She swore she'd done nothing shameful, claiming it was all her own choice, even admitting she'd run away carelessly. Then she added that she knew the second one was still into her mistress. Cherie's face went red as she insisted it had to be a joke. There was no way she could like him. Spirit just smirked and said, "Your blush is the clearest proof you've got." But Cherie wouldn't budge. She kept shouting that it was impossible. So Therapy snapped at her for being careless and then dragged the plan forward by taking her to the city with him. She said this is what she calls liking, then swallowed her own nerves because she craved his attention. She wanted him to look at her and hear her out. She's desperate to talk to him as much as she can. But could all of this really just be her showing sympathy? Tara snapped that she should have said it way sooner, because then the mistress wouldn't be teetering on the edge right now or taking that humiliating hit still. The girl didn't get it, so she asked again. The spirit told her that when the mistress crumpled with a nosebleed, Second swooped in, saved her, handed her a potion, and hauled her on his back. Then the girl figured she'd better repay him somehow. Cherie couldn't stop thinking about that nosebleed, like, that's what got her feeling so humiliated, and just then she realized her clothes were different next. Tara stepped in and told her exactly what had just turned into an embarrassing mess. The summoner tried once more, but the spirit just echoed it again with a grin, and Cherie blushed so hard she started cursing through tears. The city was already roaring with life when a sudden knock on the door jolted the protagonist awake. He shot up, yanked it open, and asked without a hint of annoyance what they wanted. Cherie stood outside the door, mortified, gripping a note in her hands. Then she shoved it into his grasp, blurted her thanks, and bolted away, promising she'd see him later. Tara dipped her head to him and promised they'd never forget his kindness, then told him to carry her words straight to the great ruler. As she and the others walked away, the boy just stared, completely clueless about what was really happening. The letter hit 3 big notes: apology, gratitude, and a reunion. And it spilled details like it meant to change everything. But the guy yawned, shrugged, and went straight to bed. Then the guy, dead serious, announced it was time for a strategy meeting. Echo's face lit up with pure excitement as everyone crowded around the table, arms crossed, waiting for the food to finally hit. After a second thought, Shri finally slipped back to her spot, Turns out the tavern owner tipped them off and handed over the package she'd left for him. A heavy bag of gold coins sat there like payment for someone's help, and in it lay nearly 2 million. She was honestly way more straight up than anyone expected. Then the protagonist told them, "First, we let Sylvia in on the plan." The girl shot back that she was hanging on every word, and Sylvia, who'd ended up training much later than she ever expected, pushed herself with pure, unstoppable drive. Second swore her goal was to max every skill into the 9th stage and master a whole range of unpredictable magic shooting attacks. 2 ruthless offense skills that would turbocharge her power. And finally, if you've got a little free time, she should master the advanced rook and bishop shots because that girl paused, bristled, and thought, didn't she just call those moves useless on purpose? He said, yeah, those skills are brutal to pull off. You have to give up a lot and you need serious experience too. Use them too rarely and they do nothing but at the start of her training. That's exactly when they'll matter. Professionals have to master these things and they have to actually work. Most importantly, once she earns the title, every one of her skills must hit level 9, which means she'll need an advanced bishop and rook above all else. At first, the girl reached for the title, then her face twisted into pure shock as the meaning hit her, and she blurted, "Who am I even supposed to give this to?" The main character snapped it back to her. She needed it. His whole mission was one prize, the title of demon-slaying archer. And when the girl echoed his words, the boy went back to the selfish idea of taking it for himself. Then he checked that urge and let it go. Then he grinned at Echo and laid down the next move. Get the advanced Shieldmaster Rook first. Once she gets it, they'll rocket straight to the first stage. Then if she's got breathing room, she should snatch up every last skill of the Shieldmaster, because her target is nothing less than the title. The girl beamed as she grabbed his task, and he mumbled that he didn't fully get what she meant, but shrugged and marked it as accepted. Then he whipped around and immediately focused on Yukari, who was suddenly right behind him. Second's breath came in sharp bursts as she got too close, and he warned her, keep walking the blacksmithing path until you hit the 9th stage, then you'll earn the gift and level it up all the way to the 9th. She demanded to know what he meant by talent, and he told her it was a knack that lets gear pull off a special effect, push it all the way to the 9th rank, and it becomes unbelievably overpowered. Her eyes practically sparked to life at those words, and she joyfully snapped into place, ready to take the task. Then she demanded her master plan. And the second smirked first, he'd steal the Swordmaster's advanced rook and bishop, then he'd crank the obsession all the way to its absolute peak. Next, he'll master transformation. Then he's keeping his 4th plan under wraps for now, before he finally pulls out that 4th form and earns the titles of Master Swordsman and Sorcerer, along with training in the art of summoning spirits. Sylvia shot back with pure dread that he was planning way too much. Echo just didn't get what transformation even meant, and Yukari winced at how terrifyingly real and concrete his vision sounded. Second is about to snatch a transformation skill like Spirit Possession, so it'll jack up his stats in a huge burst, let him learn it, and finish all the prep work he needs to hit a very specific target. He said they'd get experience either way, and they'd line their pockets with mithril along the road too. For the next couple months, it was dungeon one day, tavern the next, back and forth nonstop. So he figured they'd handle their side of the deal. Ecos fired off an encouraging shout, "Let's do this together." And the others grinned at her, because even on these streets, you could hear their agreement ring out. Around the corner and out of sight, Cherie stood watching them, cheeks burning red, and asked her spirit whether it had read her letter yet. Tara snapped to the girl that someone was closing in. Then the guy slid up and asked, "Are you Sherry?" She shot back, furious that it was real rude to sneak up on her like that, and demanded to know who he even was. He shot back with a heartfelt apology, telling her he'd been a huge fan all along, then introduced himself as Serum, 19 years old, a C-ranked adventurer, and still learning how to summon spirits. She shot back that he annoyed her, that she wanted nothing to do with him, and then basically snapped, "Can't you see I'm busy right now?" But he shot back with a grin because he'd always dreamed of seeing the Earth Spirit up close, and when he described her, he swore she was magnificent. Like comparing a nymph to a whole different universe of aura. Right then, a wind spirit burst into view nearby and apologized for coming off as a spirit with no aura. Then she introduced herself as a nymph, a true wind spirit, saying it was an honor to meet Numidia, and Numidia shot back that she was just as glad to meet her. Then she told her how, earlier that night, she'd met a powerful lord and the nymph nearly choked on her own awe, while Serum leaned in with a grin, asking, "Are you sure you mean the Lord of Spirits?" Tara doubled down on her words, calling him a genuinely terrifying man. And then the guy shot back, asking where he could go to find him. Tara shot a finger toward the second guy and declared he was her servant. Then Sherry gasped, stunned, and demanded why Tara never told her. She couldn't wrap her head around it, how that incomprehensible spirit was even able to cling to him. And the instant it hit her, she remembered exactly what she'd just said. The spirit admitted she'd totally blanked on it, begged for forgiveness, and Shire snapped that she had no right to forget something that vital. Because deep down, Shire realized she'd never be able to outdo him in her own life. She asked Tara where that long-haired guy went, And the girl said he'd slipped toward the main character, so Shri snapped that they had to chase them down right now. The protagonist stared at the stranger who marched up to him, totally baffled. And when the man called himself the summoner of the serum spirits, saying Sherry had told him everything, Second was still stuck in shock, unable to make sense of what was happening. The nymph stepped right up to him, introduced herself, and asked if he was the master of the Great Lord. Then she revealed why she, just a tiny spirit of the wind, had come. At all, she'd come to deliver her greetings. Wait! She was saying it all so weirdly. Still, the protagonist was absolutely sure the nymph's spirit power hit 17,000, so he snapped, asking if they had any business with him. Serum said he'd love to meet the Great Lord of the Spirit, while Second fumed, hating men who try to skate through life just by stroking someone else's ego. Right then, a message popped up in the group chat Yukari, and she warned him this guy already knew about the assassination attempt. So he'd better stay on high alert. He stared at the guy, convinced she had to be messing with him. Gray, with that slick, ingratiating smile, pressed again, asking if something was wrong with his request, and then the realization hit him. This might be a classic assassination play where the killer makes contact pretending to be just an ordinary guy. So tell me, what's this guy's real motive, and what's he getting out of a call-up? The protagonist leaned in and asked straight up why he wanted to see him. And yeah, that was classic, asking questions when he didn't have the answer. He said the land's great spirit was a terrifying figure standing on the top of the spirit world, and that every spirit summoner would stop at nothing to get an audience. Second thought, it was good enough. If he's really the real deal, spirit summoner. The protagonist's eyes lit up with a brilliant idea. He said he'd prove it, then slammed his hand forward and summoned NO.1. The protagonist shot the spirit a silent command to bring them down. Then the spirit obeyed instantly and slammed its power into motion. Serum was pressed to the ground, and he just couldn't wrap his head around what was happening. From up above, the protagonist realized the spirit had done the same thing to Terra, because if that crawling spell could be turned on in a fight, beating them would be impossible. Moa told him this was a rare privilege reserved for the Great Lord of Spirits, the one radiating sheer dominance, yet it only works on timid spirits and their masters, so its use is painfully limited. The boy finally clocked it. The spirit was using him as bait to force terrified people to kneel, then cranking up their fear even more, like something straight-up monstrous was toying with their souls. Shaking with nerves, the nymph told the greatest ruler himself, "Seeing you, me, it's an honor." The protagonist stared at how pitiful they looked right now and then thought, maybe they should lift her head. Moa snapped, "Look at me." And I caught myself thinking, again, how insanely powerful this unity feels then. Serum spun around to face the Lord of Spirits. Engamoy leaned in and told Second that the guy was downright strange. Then he begged for a minute, ready to investigate with the nymph's help. Yukari said the man was biding his time to run, then lightning exploded down and hammered the nymphs, and the Spirit Lord snapped at the boy, "Don't move!" Angelmone claimed the truth. This guy is a spy for the so-called Empire, lurking around the kingdom of Castle like he's sniffing out trouble in the adventurer's territory. In the game, the Empire had a reputation for starting fights, making it feel unstoppable. Built for brutal, aggressive warriors, and Second is sure they'll march straight into war with the kingdom of Coastal sooner or later. That country caught his eye. Maybe he was just watching. Maybe he was scouting for recruits, but Second couldn't be sure. Still, it didn't feel like the real play, so he ordered the spirit, "Lift your head." The man sobbed, begging what he'd done to offend them. And the protagonist knew this wasn't some play, it meant business. And if he was nothing but the Empire's dog, he still carried himself like a first-class agent. The main character didn't care a bit about the Empire, so they stormed into neighboring countries and grabbed control through brutal, face-to-face battles. And that explosive rise of their terrifying nation is somehow tied to the world's #1 place. The protagonist made a wild promise to do something he'd never forget. Carve the future #1's name into memory, send him on his way, then glare at Serum and snap with pure rage that he'd done an amazing job. To dig into the threat from the enemy Empire of Marble, Serum slipped into Castle like a ghost in the night, and it was pure luck he managed to get so close to Sherry's spirit, because once she stirs, trouble is coming. I'd sure love to trust her in this coming war, but then I realized he's got another Hope riding shotgun, and he definitely didn't expect that this guy was real. Turns out he wasn't the only one who spotted that this so-called enemy country had a spirit world ruler lurking inside, so he couldn't just stand back or waste the chance. But before he could act, the truth came back to bite him. He got exposed. He panicked, thinking this man could have known everything from the start. But how was that even possible? Maybe the great spirit lord had pulled some strings, but he didn't say a single word to his master. Couldn't even wrap his head around it, because nothing in his plan should have outed him as a spy for the Empire. Maybe the man could read his mind, because right then, in his own arena, everything slipped away. He saw it. This guy was better at everything, and this was the moment his fight finally broke and his destiny closed in. Serum admitted he'd lost everything and begged to send one last letter to his family if he could, then swore he'd report the truth to the Empire no matter what, because this was the final mission he had left. Second wasn't backing down for a second. He refused to deal with him. And when the guy pushed again, Second shot back that he could do whatever he wanted. And if he felt like it, he could tag along too. Because they were seconds away from launching a raid. Serum chewed over every word because from the start, he already knew he was hunting a spy for the Empire, so before the moment came to let him go, he tried to face him, test him, twist the strings, and play him like a pawn. That weird calm didn't come out of nowhere, it came from the game he was locked into. Serum was an Empire intelligence operative, and every second felt like a gamble with his life on the line as he fought to win. So he had no clue where that iron composure even came from. His legs were trembling like crazy, and he just thought, this is all awful. Then he snapped that he'd refuse only for the main character to shoot back. Go ahead, you can. After that, the guy finally got his spirit back, and the second one told him, go tell your boss #1 in the world, like the Empire. So he told them to pass his message straight to the Emperor, and the guy promised, I'll make sure he hears it. The man who thinks he's the best in the whole world solemnly vows he'll never forget this terrifying foe. Then he's about to storm out of the kingdom for good. Yukari asked, is it really smart to let him go? And the protagonist said, yeah. But she shot back, no way he's an Empire spy, and she didn't believe the guy had an ounce of intuition. The protagonist said the spirit had cracked it, and Engelmore bragged that, with his absolute control, he could rip memories from any spirit at all. Then the protagonist went quiet, stunned, because the Spirit Lord was just straight up unbelievable. He asked the girls whether he'd left a mark, and all they did was stare at him in stunned confusion. He asked them if they really didn't know he was into the Empire, and the spirit backed him up hard, calling it beautiful until Yukari cut in and told him they were way beyond his reach. Sylvia pointed out how he calmly claimed he liked the Empire, even though he'd just crushed a spy in a mental showdown and shoved him back, talk about throwing fuel at the Emperor's temper. The disappointed boy stewed over that scolding, then caught a spark of sense in their words, so Iko snapped his name again and he headed straight for the dungeon. In just 2 months, they'll rake in mountains of experience and dungeon rewards, all while hunting down Mithril. More than a month of grinding for ratings then, out of nowhere, they finally snagged the last of the Mithril and sealed the deal with the Count. They'd racked up a ton of experience, and once the case finally gave them that unexpected window of free time, he seized the moment and jumped to the next step like it was the perfect opening. He pulled all the girls around the table and declared, we've got a rare shot, so soak up every single thing we can. So basically, they've got to master the advanced rook and bishop moves by building on the simple skills they've got right now, no matter whether they can pull them off or not. With Sylvia, you're getting an advanced archer rook and an advanced bishop, no question. And for Iko's shield skills, it'll all ramp up to advanced one way or another. Trying to crack them open one by one won't get you far, so the move is to learn what you can right now, then push for grade 16 while the window is still open. Sylvia couldn't stop wondering how they'd pull it off, but the guy caught her excitement and told her the whole thing was simple, just defeat the dragon. She was horrified at the idea, and he snapped that it all came down to how they did it. Because with that technique, the last blow had to be fired by the archer. To pull it off, you've got to stack skills from the minimum level up to the archers. And Yukari is desperate to know if moves like that can actually work when a dragon enters the fight. The boy nodded, then said it was ridiculously simple if they kept replaying that sequence like he'd promised. Even fighting 5 different dragons, they'd master it, and Sylvia was left totally speechless. It all sounds way too complicated at first because this game throws a whole swarm of different dragons at you. But the main character thinks he can meet every single condition, and once he's decided it's possible, he shuts down the idea that it could get any messier. So yeah, he's calling it simple. For a top-tier archer, it's simple. She just has to wipe out any 10 dragons using nothing but her own castle as her weapon. And the girls stared at the main character like she was about to pull off the impossible. Terror froze the girl's face as she stared in disbelief. This felt way too easy, like her whole world had slipped into a dream. Second made it clear the Master's got the same rules too, so they'll team up and hunt the dragon, and with him backing her, everything's going to work out. At first, the girl was fired up by his words, then she shot back, asking if he was actually about to toss her straight into the dragon's lair. The guy had no clue what kind of person he just made himself out to be in her eyes. For Iko, it was way simpler beat the dragon, plain and simple, with the party leader taking the lead. Once it hits them with at least one of its skills, they'll face it again and again through 5 different dragon types. To pass, he's got to land 100 hits in a row with the shield master lock, no room for mistakes. So yeah, it's brutal, but he'll break down the exact way to pull it off, and the girl says, I'll try. After they wiped out the dragons, could he really count on you, Curry, to take down the Count? The girl shot back, yeah, on me, you can rely. And just like that, they pushed forward with the operation, ending the adventure on a wild sprint straight toward the ravine where the dragon was waiting. He told me the dungeon was packed with them. It was a canyon, a ravine straight out of hell, and 7 different dragon types circled inside, turning it into a full-on dragon's lair. Strong shot her a look and asked if she'd really heard him right. Then she admitted the lair still hadn't been captured, and Second nodded like he already knew. The boy swore this dungeon was the toughest in the second rank, and if Prelin hadn't fallen yet, then Meteo still hadn't either, right? Sylvia finally clocked it. She and the others were headed straight into a nightmare, and they were supposed to take down dragons too. So she couldn't help wondering if this was even remotely normal. Second snapped back that this question shouldn't even be on the table. There weren't many monsters in the dungeon, and the three of them could take on any of them. At last, they burst into a gigantic canyon where not a single soul could be seen, only the birds screaming across the sky above. Then they spotted one dragon, and it was massive. They all panicked, thinking, how are we even supposed to beat that? The second one snapped. I'll show you first now, watch closely. Facing the dragon head-on, the protagonist summoned his spirit for possession, right there on the spot. Then Moira warned him he'd get a second wish next. The moment it kicked in, he couldn't waste a single second. This time, he was finally hunting down an advanced archer rook because they had to blast through all 7 skills from pawn to castle, so he charged straight at the dragons. First, he thrust the archer spear into the fight, and the dragon erupted in a savage roar. Then he fired the golden general shot to slam it back. Then he unleashed the archer's elephant again, and the dragon snapped with rage, blasting out fire as it lunged forward because the cry of the dragon is the signal an attack is coming. When the exhaustion finally hit, he'd save everything for one brutal strike. Then he pushed himself back up and started chaining his archer skills again. Now the conditions were finally met. Everything left was to blast that dragon down with the archer's elephant, and with a stone-cold, serious face, the guy charged straight back into the monster. A brutal storm of hits slammed into the dragon's body. Its wings and paws took the brunt too, and all he could do was roar back. After that, the dragon finally got wiped out. Then Second yanked his skill away, telling the boys it was a brutal example of what real training looks like. The girl stared at him, totally blown away, and he grinned as he admitted he'd already demolished one just to show her how it works, then promised that from now on they'd do it together. Destroying the white dragons isn't that hard? Those golden generals slam their advance back, then the moment they shriek, they lash out with scorching breath, and you'd better be ready to dodge fast. He turned to the girls and asked, "You ready?" Sylvia blurted in panic that he couldn't have pacified the dragon alone. It was unthinkable, and Echo snapped, "Are you scared?" The man blinked, thinking it had to be a misunderstanding, then met their eyes with a dead serious face and said there was nothing to fear. He dove into the whole story from the start, and even if that white dragon slammed them 3 times with its deadliest strikes, they'd still be okay. He even told me lately that when he swings, she blocks him with a golden general and slips out the instant he blurts out some dumb whiz, and if she can keep doing that, then experience won't save anyone. Anyone can win, and the 9 are chasing the title of #1 on the planet. So they've got to smash the white dragon with a single strike, and the 4 fastest teams can't back down when the enemy comes. He let out a laugh, then apologized, saying he finally understood what he'd been saying, because he hadn't fully thought through how they could dodge death from 3 hits by the white dragon, and the girls were furious at his words. The village snapped at him for his past words, but once he laid out everything he knew, they didn't waste a second straight up. They went hunting dragons. If a fight broke out, the red dragon was their safest bet. He'd hold up just fine, but the girls, honestly, they felt like a risky call. For obvious reasons, the rainbow dragon is a no-go, tell him to fight it alone. And he might actually win, but it'll be a grueling, take-forever kind of battle. If all 3 of them struck together, fighting him and keeping the girls covered would be nearly impossible, so now he's dodging the rainbow dragon too, along with a whole pile of gold ones. They weren't chasing the dungeon to conquer it at all. They were hunting for skills, and if they nailed the requirements, the path to getting them would finally open. They had no reason to dive into dragon slaughter because the red dragon was the real problem from the start. So the guy laughed and told them to take a walk in the park. Sylvia groaned that her day had worn her out, and Echo nodded like it was the truth today. They smashed over 34 dragons, and he promised that tomorrow they'd hunt 4 more because they're nearly finished. Sylvia figured out those 4 would smash harder than the white dragons ever could. Then Second snapped back, realizing he had to warn the girl about one critical thing. With a grim face, he snapped that it was wrong to hurt something invulnerable because that kind of damage would get you nowhere, the girl scoffed. And she told him to imagine what it felt like to be his subordinates. He just didn't get a word she meant, so she repeated it another way, telling him that what works for him means nothing for everyone else. And he had no clue what to say back. Sylvia smashed a hit into him and told him to teach them how to dodge first. Second snapped back that he was dead serious. Then she warned him that tomorrow she couldn't skip defense for a second, and even if fear made her hesitate, she still had to dodge. The girl nodded and agreed. He also warned Echo if she hesitated or saw she couldn't get the bishop in place in time, she had to retreat. They've got 3 dodge moves, learn them by heart. Run in a circle, dash sideways to its path, or drop low and bend down. If they're smart, they'll dodge the breath, slip the blows, and duck the tail, and he's figured it out the hard way through countless tries. Even back then, Sylvia couldn't shake the doubt. How did he know all this? Of course he couldn't spill the truth, and they both knew it. So Sylvia just nodded, silent, hiding her thoughts like a secret. He said, "Just remember every word I told you and you'll be fine." Then warned them to use the same moves they used on the white dragons, Sylvia shot back. "So you're planning to take the dungeon?" And the man shook his head, saying, "No. If they train hard enough, they might even pull off a conquest, but still, it won't leave them any better off, and the girls finally figure out the truth. The dungeon can be conquered. Sylvia thought the protagonist was downright bizarre. Sure, he chased the top spot, but even after all that, he still wasn't satisfied with the honor of conquering dungeons. He thought he'd finally nailed the truth. Yeah, she was 100, right? But trying to be number one always comes with a little weirdness, right? He told her he wasn't trying to waste time. This was just how he worked the whole process. The girl paused, then said he had insane self-control and that his unshakable confidence felt downright weird right then. Iko flopped asleep in the plate, and outside night had fully settled in. He laid out step by step exactly how they'd have to take down the dragons to reach their goals, and he even measured each one's power like it was a threat count for war. Sylvia's eyes widened in shock as second charged straight at the red dragon. They'd already mastered what they needed, and they struck every dragon in 3 with relentless fury, standing their ground even when green or red dragons came for them. Because this all started with the guy's razor-precise guidance. Then the main character admitted he'd even been studying the archer. She couldn't wrap her head around it. So why is he still out there fighting like he's got no answers? That's because he's trying to master the sword expert, so he swore that if he's got a shot, he'll take them on by himself, and honestly, it was a cakewalk for him. If I had to pick just one word, it'd be beautiful, because he didn't just move, he literally soared around the dragon like he owned the sky. With flawless precision, the perfect move by the rules, No Mercy crushed the red dragon, and right after he declared, "I've already mastered it," so they could all march back. His face practically lit up with all the same emotions, like the moment they huddled in that weird corner room at the inn, and the instant he finally struck gold with the perfect dish at the tavern. She'd always clocked those traits in him, but today was different. He was overflowing with emotion like she'd never seen before, and it hit her hard. She admired him, and she genuinely wanted to become like him. I was right in the middle of a hookah when they suddenly slammed on the brakes, because out ahead, they heard the unmistakable sound of a fight, and they had to go see what was happening. People don't usually show up in dungeons, especially one that hasn't even been conquered yet, only a reckless daredevil or some big deal. IP risks it, and when they finally spot what's watching the fight, they realize this isn't just anyone. It's a swordmaster. They figured he was insanely strong after he wiped out the yellow dragon by himself in the wild part. He didn't even look tired, like his power was beyond the second level. Sylvia gasped because the protagonist clocked it. That man was seconds away from stepping into yet another fight. This time against the green dragon. Sylvia watched every one of his swings against the dragon, fully realizing how insanely strong he was, only to see his battle wasn't pretty at all. She noticed he carried himself like he owned the world. Yet compared to the second guy who had battled just a minute earlier, the gap between them was basically heaven and earth. The hero swore he'd lose his life the moment he ever crossed paths with a rainbow dragon, and even a golden one would still spell disaster for him, so the girl just had to wonder whether they should warn him before it's too late. Second notice hit, yeah, they were already getting out. The girl's mind raced. Maybe he wasn't just a nobody. Maybe he was someone important. And the way he carried himself, it screamed that he knew exactly where he stood. Taking Iko's hand, the protagonist decided it was finally time to go back. He was desperate to meet Yukari ASAP and then see the mansion tomorrow. Right then, Yukari marched over to the Count's family to collect payment for the ingots, and Delmo the manners major greeted her with polished, respectful manners. She had to swap that massive 30 million, and until the owner came back, she stayed locked in the council mansion. No way would she risk roaming the streets with that kind of cash. Not when she could keep moving and stay sharp. Because they were eyeing that estate, she slammed the negotiations into motion and pushed hard to get it bought. Then she hauled in a huge crew, only for it to still look like even all those workers might not be enough to survive the master's endless demands. After that first sweep of the estate, seconds told him it was only half the size he'd expected, and yeah, it was the biggest, fanciest place on the edge of the royal capital. But he didn't even flinch. He was daydreaming about snapping up a bunch of estates and stitching them into one giant territory. And even though Yukari adored him, those words made her feel like he'd gone off the rails, yet she still pushed to make his dream real. The numbers say the estate, the land, and rebuilding it all will burn 200 billion, so she couldn't have asked for anything less from that owner. Because he's determined to make his house live up to the name of the world's #1. With the estate finally wrapped up, and all that was left was picking the servants, she got the news President Felipe of Maurice's company had arrived. Yukari's stomach dropped. She feared they were being tailed, and the thought of a confrontation was terrifying, but she never expected it to hit this fast. So she made up her mind to talk to Second about it. She felt something was off, but if the owner swore everything was fine, she'd trust him. Then a man stepped into the room. The man flashed a smile and said he'd come to pay his respects, but the moment he opened his mouth, it felt like boredom settled in. Then he started ranting about how folks illegally break contracts just to dump them on the black market. The girl figured he truly got it, and yet he didn't look like he was there to threaten her master at all. So the man nodded and said, "That's why your master is great, because he'd handled her with perfect control." She finally felt the weight lift like she'd escaped for real. Then the man slipped a hand into his pocket and said, The thing he'd been carrying was for Sylvia's master, the same task her last master had handed him. The girl couldn't wrap her head around why the Duchess was handing a letter to her master until the man said, "The Duchess wants me to deliver it, but only if you and the boy truly get along." The girl pressed him for the truth, but the man shrugged it off as a total misunderstanding, insisting he only knew they shared a perfect master and servant bond while she couldn't wrap her head around why the Duchess would do something like that. Every clue about why she was spared, why they snatched her away, and how the president saw her escape. All of it boils down to this letter because she didn't just want it delivered. She wanted to send it to the master. Yukari stood before the mansion's gate and said, this was the place where the plant in the east was supposed to be, but Sylvia stared at the building and couldn't figure out what any of it meant. Iko burst through the rooms grinning, firing off, "So do you want to live here?" But then the second dawned on her it was way too much, even for them. This was too much. He said, "If this place gives you a cold, just grab another because we'll rotate houses with the seasons." And that's how this would become their summer hideout. Yukari said that even if they don't step inside, the money still gets set aside to keep the building running, so the guy just laughed and claimed he could make all the money he wants, then told them to go check out other rooms. Sylvia couldn't figure out if they'd picked this building or the one before it. Then the second guy shot back, "This house is mine too," and he laid it out that all the houses here belong to him. Sylvia froze, stunned. He picked one of the houses to serve as the servants' home, and Yukari leaned in and demanded he hand her the job of training them. The protagonist felt this job was going to crush him. So he asked the girl if she was taking on too much. She just looked back and said she wanted to be trusted with it. He told her to handle everything, and she bowed with a grateful smile. Then they tore through every building, sealed the deal, and finished strong thanks to Yukari. Nothing went wrong, so Sylvia lit up because they could finally move in. Up until that point, he didn't care about real life at all. Gaming was his whole world, and outside of it, he couldn't connect with anyone, period. Now that the estate was finally real and he even figured it might turn into a winter wonderland, his mood lifted bit by bit, and by evening they were ready to fire up a barbecue. Dashing down the stairs, the boy suddenly craved coffee. Then there she was, Yukari in a maid uniform, and she greeted him with a bright, "Good morning?" She told him to wait a second, and that guy went, "Wow, a maid look suits you." But he still couldn't figure out why she was wearing that maid uniform in the first place. Right then, Sylvia stormed down to them, stunned to find Yukari really did it. So she told the girl, "The winner gets to make the first move, Vedests." But the guy just couldn't wrap his head around what they meant. Echo came sprinting over, talking a mile a minute about all the different fruits she'd picked from the garden. And the boy shot back, "Whoa, slow down, I can't follow you." The girl launched back into it, saying she'd found this huge fruit something enormous, and the guy got it instantly. Picturing those palm trees and betting she'd stumbled into coconuts, he told her, "You can only eat the inside, because what's on the outside is just too powerful." Right then, the girl balancing plates of sandwiches burst in and declared breakfast was ready, and the two of them dove onto the table for a quick snack. Staring at the letter, the boy understood one thing. This was the Duchess ordering him to do something, and Yukari couldn't figure out why he'd call Philip fine, so he snapped back that Philip might have been brainwashed. As she replayed his words, it hit her. As weird, why would the boss of a giant company personally trek all the way just to hand over a letter? Now both of them were dying to know what that letter actually contained. The second he laid eyes on it, his shock hit like a punch because what was written there was way worse than he'd imagined. And when the girl demanded to know what it said, he admitted it was a huge problem, but he couldn't even find the words to explain it. He flashed a grin at the girl and told her, "Don't worry, trust me." And just like that, her cheeks flared red as she nodded along. The letter spelled out who you could trust, who you should fear, plus the kingdom's secret intrigues and even the terrifying tricks to cast brainwashing magic. And yeah, there are tales about a whole swarm of spies and how they twist the people's minds to control the kingdom. So anyone in the know is finally getting the upper hand because the empire is only one move away from taking it over. Once Klaus, the first prince who's climbed to lead the reformists, takes the throne with the prime minister backing him, the kingdom gets swallowed into the empire. They sing about a reform that would carry them forward shoulder to shoulder with the empire. And it sounds irresistible until you realize it only ends with them bowing as the empire's vassals. Once you get locked into a one-sided agreement, they shove you into the empire's orbit, and then they strip you for everything you've got. Meanwhile, the kingdom's truth-knowers rallied behind the second prince as their leader, determined to lock in conservatism, and there's no denying he's already one step ahead. People hit the streets to protest the military expansion, shouting hard against the war, and they were desperate enough to chase the magic of brainwashing. The Duchess had been clued in for ages, so when she finally poured everything into a letter, it was no mystery she wanted the protagonist to step in and fix the whole problem. So they picked an unusually strong man to handle it because if he messes up, Yukari will storm back to Philip, hunt down a new master, and run the whole thing again. He stared at the chaos and realized it barely fazed him. His real fear was that the championship might not even happen, and that Maine was in danger, so he started scanning for a way to figure everything out fast. His moves could have painted a target on his back, turning him into an enemy and inviting assassination attempts, so he decided to play it safe and bet on the best-case outcome. The hero's mind raced through 1,000 questions, but none of them gave him a real answer, so he decided to end it for now. Starting with one thing, finishing his plan to become the undisputed #1 in the world. Second told Yukari he needed her to bring Sylvia and Echo along so he could learn their transformation skills, then ordered her to handle the rest of the servants. Yukari only nodded back, saying she could count on her. He apologized, saying he'd handle everything separately, and the girl waved it off like it wasn't a big deal. Then he couldn't stop thinking about what her maid uniform actually meant, before admitting that those clothes looked made just for her. The girl spun toward him, bowed low, thanked him, and then marched right back to her kitchen duties. Later, they pushed deeper into the forest, and the guy finally realized the transformation skill hadn't been uncovered here yet. Second laid out 4 simple conditions, one by one, then made it clear you've got to beat monsters and bosses with damage before the clock runs out. Sylvia asked, "Do we really have to shout the word transformation at the end?" And the protagonist snapped back, "Absolutely," while Echo was right then, drilling the words like her life depended on it. Sylvia snapped the truth into focus. The weapon that had just arrived was built to strike with deadly, perfectly calibrated numbers. Right before they headed into the forest, they snatched 3 spears from the weapon merchant in the royal capital, then rushed back to the capital's main library to read up on Spear Pawn because they weren't walking in to try. They were going in to deal serious damage. You're probably thinking, why the hell are they coming to this forest? Because the slimes deal low damage but pack insane defense, and all kinds of slime crowd in here with nothing else to be found. Once again, the main character barked out what the girls had to do. Then he watched their faces and knew they'd get the hang of it and learn the transformation for real. If she starts cooking up special moves, slapping on flashy names, and yelling them every single night, that's going to be seriously intimidating, so they finally decide to start hunting for numbers. They burned 3 whole days training for the skill, and the worst thing, the protagonist feared actually happened. Sylvia started talking in strange new phrases, and that's when the transformation kicked in. She cooked up fresh new phrase variations and threw herself fully into leveling up non-stop. You can trigger the transformation with any of the 4 great elements you pick. Sylvia went straight for fire, and her gear snapped into blazing fiery red. Just as the protagonist picked his elements, fate yanked the wheel. He chose the transformation of light, and pulling that off without one of the 4 elements was straight up unheard of. That cape and mask felt like a brand new upgrade built just for him, like it might hide a secret function. Like this whole world was quietly getting an update while he stood there staring. So basically, starting now, the game might suddenly throw in new stuff he has no clue about. Yeah, that's unsettling, but he's got to stay patient and wait it out. At last, Sylvia reached the moment where she started drilling a special move for her transformation, and 2 weeks have already slammed by non-stop as they keep stacking experience day after day. The protagonist was finally done getting ready, then pushed his transformation all the way to the 9th grade and snagged only the bare minimum skills he'd need. Nothing more. Dark Wolf's skills don't fire the same way every time. The monster type and power he targets decide the odds, and every single ability he has was forged for one exact goal. That's why they call him Dark Wolf. It's a mutated black fire wolf boss, sealed away in the dungeon for centuries, evolving in the eternal darkness so rare it feels like the world almost forgot it existed. Taming this mage-in was no exaggeration. It was one of the main reasons he stayed at the top of the game world, because he was the only one who could tame it. It wasn't just hard, it was nearly impossible to even try that. Wolf was strong enough to feel like their whole team, so nobody ever dared to imagine taming it. Even that dark wolf, it can be brought to heel because it isn't just a random monster. It's a living creature that evolved from the boss's mutated species, so it's counted as a whole different creature. The protagonist tried every trick to tame him, and it all went horribly wrong, but he refused to quit because he finally realized he could be tamed too. He kept chasing those dark wolves day after day, from morning till night, until the moment finally hit, and he was able to tame it on the spot. Once everyone heard about this, they scrambled to copy the taming, yet nobody could pull it off. So now he was going to test that impossibility himself, because this is exactly the training he was after. His mind was locked on it, but this world isn't the game, so he's been burying fear for ages and cutting every risk down to almost nothing. And if disaster strikes, he's got insurance to fall back on. But that thought, losing his life, won't leave his mind, and still, he'll never run away. Right now, the kingdom and the empire are stuck in a Cold War standoff until the sparks hit him. He'll go all out to tame the Dark Wolf. Second clocked it instantly perfect time to outfit the girls with the final, top-tier weapons and armor, and the protagonist just realized, way too late, that he'd started leaning on Yukari a little too hard. He can't picture ever claiming the one spot in the world without her. So while he's out battling the Dark Wolf, he's decided to whisk her away on a sweet, no-stress vacation. Lately, these girls have gotten hooked on the fancy life in those mansions, and if it keeps going, they're heading straight for hell. That's why he's already cooked up a brutal training routine for both of them. Once he snatched the gear from Yukari, he called everyone together for a strategy meeting because he had a ton to lay out, including exactly what the girls should do if he vanished. And the moment those words hit, the girls were stunned. After talking with them all night, he somehow cracked the code, got everyone to finally understand, and made them agree to report to him every single day through the team chat because it was hard. But it was the only move left. He ordered the girls to dive into the dungeon and follow the tactics he'd mapped out. And Sylvia couldn't help but worry, would Echo really handle it? Eco can only fight with defense arts and recovery magic, and if there's even one monster on this route, she'll get swamped and the clock will eat her alive, so if anyone's getting into real trouble, it's Sylvia. After training this hard, the two will finally grasp why front and rear guard matter, and how support can turn the tide in battle, and it's only logical they'll be stronger before he comes back. Yukari, he sent her on vacation, but he couldn't shake the worry that she'd have nothing to do, so he quietly handed her a long-running task to keep her busy. Once everything finally settled, he told them goodbye for now, and as he walked out, he spotted brand new maids only to realize there were way more of them hiding around than before. He stared down a brutal journey ahead across land and water, through city after city because he had deals to settle along the way, so he'd have to sleep in stop after stop. And he spilled every detail. Then right on cue, he launched a spirit call. He demanded a switch to mana mode because if this world was like the game, spirits could shrink down into a condensed form, and the instant he gave the order, the spirit snapped to it and told him no one else would see him right now. Honestly, it was perfect. Anglemar was baffled that someone called him out while he was still on horseback, so the protagonist told him they were about to take on a brutal, hard-to-beat enemy, and Anglemar immediately decided to let him in on the truth. Second snapped that the quest was brutally impossible. Then he revealed the enemy, the Dark Wolf, and swore he'd tame it anyway. The spirit froze in shock because it couldn't understand how anyone could possibly subdue something that hard. The boy vowed he'd keep pushing until he finally won, and Enkelmoy had the sinking feeling the fight was about to drag on forever. The spirit leaned in and grilled him about what he planned to do in the dungeon. Second shot back that he was hunting the magician's horn, and that in the future it would be his deadliest trump card. After a while, he finally understood, and once he reached the city, he demanded you sell him every health potion you had. You already had a ridiculous amount sitting in his inventory, but he couldn't help thinking he'd burn through them way too fast. They pushed onward, and whenever he had a breather, he filled the spirit in on the basics because he was ready to pull up what he knew about the Dark Wolf's memory and force the spirit to merge with him. It could do everything turn into a human, flip a human into it, teleport on command, unleash dark magic, roar with pure darkness, and summon whatever it wanted. Even when the claws swung, his wolf form shrugged it all off. Physical attacks couldn't touch him at all. And Angawal was left staring in shock at what he was seeing. He kept pressing the protagonist. How could those attacks and defenses even exist? Second just nodded and said it was possible. Then the spirit figured out the wolf's pattern, and at last it clicked. The guy wasn't hoarding potions for nothing. He told the boy, "Don't jump into treatment yet first, make sure it's safe for you." And Engelma kept getting more and more wild new information he'd never even heard of before. Switching between different modes lets you use the staff in all kinds of ways, but here's the scary part. No matter which mode you choose, an empty shadow can accidentally get activated. Angelmoa blurted out, "So it's really a monster." And the boy snapped back that the Dark Wolf, even the great ruler of spirits, called it a monster, was terrifyingly strong. The Dark Wolf doesn't look all that strong on paper, but players swear it's the game's deadliest monster because its attacks hit like nightmares. And seriously, this guy has to tame it before it destroys someone. Second made it clear even if he couldn't tame the wolf, he'd still be able to use that potion on it. Taming only works once the monster's health is already low, so it's way faster to fully heal the wolf right now than to sit around and wait for it to recover on its own. Sure, they could smash it and hope a fresh one pops up, but that's a gamble with no promise, so they pressed on and finally rolled into the port city. Issarais was a massive, ancient, half-ruined fortress. And when the protagonist drew near, his hands started to tremble, then he grinned, like he'd just found his answer. The boss is chilling on the fortress's top floor, one of the two central spots, but his real target is over at the second one, the library. The spirit barked that they had to hurry, and Angelmoa snapped along with him right when the guards slammed into them to start the attack. The protagonist unleashed his transformation skill, and bright flashes of light exploded around him, swallowing his attackers in pure radiance. While he transforms, every enemy in that radius gets hit with a guaranteed stun, and then he's untouchable for 8 whole seconds. It's an absurdly useful power. Because of that, the main character finally gets a 2-second shield of invulnerability, just long enough to shove the enemies back harder than ever. That move buys him just enough time to charge up the skill because this spell absolutely wrecks Knight-type enemies, and our main character goes all in by blasting them with a nasty combo of lightning strikes. The boy stared at how his strike landed. One Knight crumpled on the ground, still steaming, while the other hung back farther away. Then the boy unleashed the attack again. The spirit blurted that it was incredible, and the guy shot back that his last hit had wrecked both of them critically. This time he finished it with one clean shot, but without him, it would have dragged on forever, and it wouldn't have felt nearly this amazing. Now they were driving deeper into the fortress. Finally, they slammed into the entrance of the massive underground library, and Second even suggested they camp right there by it, leaving Engelmoy totally baffled, because that entrance was literally on the road. He shot back that this was a safe zone. Nothing but ghost monsters ever showed up here, and since they couldn't jump, they'd never claw their way up to that height. The protagonist struck the torch to life and bolted out because the moment that door swings open, the spirit has to jump in and take over through possession. When the black wolf appeared, panic exploded in the spirit's chest. He swallowed hard and swore. They had absolutely no chance. The boy realized the spirit had sharp eyes and even sharper instincts after all. It ruled spirits for a reason, and it could read danger like a map. He couldn't beat the wolf right now, but hey, this was just a game. The boy pushed deeper into the library, dropped his torch, and slid into place near the wolf because the monster was still wearing its wolf skin and it never attacked anything unless it started with a deadly dash. In his wolf form, physical hits bounce right off him, so the protagonist hammers him with archery and sword slashes if it turns ugly. Dodge and move because he'll slip to the side at the last second, right before the blade lands. If he misses a grab or a swipe, the wolf will teleport every single time just like clockwork. Right then, the wolf ripped through the dark transformation, snapping into a long-haired girl with jagged black ears. He stared at her like she was a masterpiece, and she was still beautiful no matter what this world tried to do. The protagonist knew this wasn't the moment to spill those emotions. But after her dark transformation, she had to unleash the dark summoning, and he had to lock in and train for the advanced elephant swordmaster. He realized she wasn't just some empty shadow mode, and if he'd waited to start prepping for battle only after her transformation, he would have already been too late. He's got to nail the instant when her transformation's black flames fade, because once she hits the ground, he's got just 0.2 seconds to pull off his advanced swordmaster elephant. 3 steps forward, then boom, strike. He also figured the enemy couldn't move while this move was being set up, because this level 6 skill needs 4 full seconds to charge, and in that window, he's wide open. That skill's power was unreal perfect. Straight up, if he hit his move, it slammed into Irisha, and right then he surged back and attacked the girl again. She crumpled to the ground like she'd lost herself, and the protagonist immediately knew he'd wiped out his girl, so now it was time to land the kind of critical hits that decide everything. While she's frozen in shock, he lines up her legs and unleashes 2 deadly shots with rook-level precision. If both land as critical hits, he'll drop her on the spot, and if they don't, her daze slowly fades. If he can't knock her down, then he'll have to fire 2 more shots counting on the rook to do the same because his safety hangs entirely on whether that shot actually brings her down. Then the protagonist finally unleashed his skill. 2 attacks slammed toward the girl, and this time he landed both. If she gets spread out during the dark summoning, she unleashes dark transformation all over again, bolts like crazy, and repeats every move because even in human form, she can still turn dark anytime. He grinned, thinking he'd finally stop her with the Kobo monster. Then she dropped her head, and the next move was clear. She launched into a sprint straight at him, jaws set to bite. He burns every last bit of energy to dodge her Komaneo then. Right after she bites, a dark roar tears out of her. She needs just 2 seconds to prime it, and if she lands that bite, there's a 99 chance he can't dodge the roar at all. The girl shifted into a wolf's form and yanked her mouth open. Then a brutal dark roar ripped into the air at once. After the dark roar hits, she charges straight at the target or snaps into a dark transformation, and this time, she went with transformation alone. The main character realized he had to train for an advanced elephant swordmaster. Then he hurried to check the empty shadow, only to see a shadow lurking beneath the girl right then. Then he unleashed his advanced bishop swordmaster skill again, freezing the girl in a fresh wave of shock, and this time, when he fired rook shooting, he barely managed to land a single hit. Once that stun hits, she'll snap into dark transformation and unleash a dark summon. Then, 1 heartbeat later, she's already summoned it. The main character stared hard, weighing every next move. Then the girl stood there with her eyes shut as a black weapon materialized in her hands. This time, he clocked at another shadow staff because she was gunning for staffmanship mode, and even so, it didn't change a thing. Still, he caught himself thinking, honestly, that's not bad. With those 2 shots, the protagonist figured he finally cracked her, so now he could finish it with 1 blow by driving a shot through the rook's leg. Then he unleashes a brutal mix of silver general shooting and night shooting to slam her with serious damage, and the protagonist charges straight toward her. The girl snapped back into a wolf again then. Right after that dark transformation, he knocked her down and she still barreled straight at him again, instantly. A grin cracked across the protagonist's face, cheeks flushing like fire, and I thought, this is awesome. Then he remembered the character's second pure wild eccentricity. Even with the great ruler of spirits' eyes declaring this world doomed to an impossible slaughter, he still slips the wolf's mask on the enemy he picked on a whim. The main character didn't get hit by a single strike, he just kept unleashing divine techniques again and again, while his friends stared at what was on his mind, trying to figure out what the next thought would be. At that moment, he launched himself aside, dodging the wolf's next strike, and for once, his mind went blank because all he felt was pure, thrilled joy in the life he had right then. He's dead certain that in the end, he'll win it all back, the throne and everything. And he's not even guessing his dear second almost certainly gambled his life just to claw his way back to the top as #1 in the world. Even if everyone else thought the fight was hopeless, the protagonist still stood his ground, bowing his head and facing the she-wolf without backing down. Anglemoir couldn't shake the feeling that whoever it was had steel in their spine, tough as nails, and carrying a brutal loneliness all alone. The main character craves to be stronger than everyone else, willing to sacrifice literally everything to make it happen, no matter the cost. Then you see why he's so deeply admired for that kind of noble, independent spirit. Inkamur gets it second isn't alone anymore, so he can't stop wondering why he wouldn't risk his life to walk this road beside him. The man burst into loud laughter at his own thoughts, and that sound snapped the protagonist's attention. He spun toward him and demanded, "Hey, be quieter." He stared at the wolf, and in that 1 hour he saw it his girl's health was finally climbing back by roughly 20. When her dark wolf health dips under 25, black flames start spewing from her body and she snaps into a full berserker rage. Then she shifted gears and started crunching the numbers, figuring out exactly how much damage she had to land to hit that 20 threshold and wipe out every bit of the damage she'd taken. Now taming them won't be hard for him if he strikes the tame move the moment she pounces at Rai. It'll all fall into place just like it nearly did in his past life when he tried to tame his girl too, with the same rules, but this time, it simply didn't work. He figured if he couldn't use his skill, then he'd just hurl a bunch of potion jars at her straight into the wolf's body. After those moves, the wolf's body erupted into a strange glow. Then she snapped her head up and her whole body went rigid, frozen in place. Anglemois pressed the protagonist for certainty, and the protagonist shot back that he'd already told him this method works better. But even so, his friends still weren't fully convinced. The main character and the she-wolf faced off in silence, and the second he looked around, he realized an entire hour had slipped by 4 times longer than before, and still, there was nothing he could do. After a while, the main character finally admitted he was beaten. He stumbled into his tent, thinking this was his 10th try to push her into a critical state in Tamare, but his body was just too drained to keep going. As long as that dark wolf stays in the underground library of his sorrows, there's zero chance she'll follow him out. Anglemoir slammed a drink into his hands and said he'd been tormenting that monster for 10 straight hours. Yeah, of course he was wiped out. Second then promised, "I'm doing this every single day." His friend snorted a laugh and said, "If fights like today keep happening, I don't see how she'll ever have a reason to keep resisting like this every single day." The main character said he'd gotten insanely lucky today because she couldn't tap the empty shadow during the dark summoning. He told her that when she turns into a human through dark transformation, she can kick off a vile dark summoning or she can unleash dark sorcery instead. While she's mid-transformation, you can line up your strike hitter and she'll lock up then finish her with 2 brutal leg hits to drop her. And after that, you won't have to stress about dark summoning during the fight. Anglemois swore he had it all figured out. Once you unload advanced fencing on her while she's in that she-wolf state, you won't be able to stun her. And the danger spikes as the dark magic starts getting more likely. And even Second came in like, "Yep, that's exactly it." But he insisted it wasn't witchcraft at all. If, during the black summoning, she flipped into some mastery mode and used Summon to Shadow, then everything would be okay. But if she steps into the most powerful form, the Darkfire's power will explode even higher. Then his friend cut in, demanding, "So what happens if that's the case?" Then the main character shot his palm up, stared at it, and admitted, he'd have to pull out his trump card right then. Anglemois snapped his eyes to him. The girl admitted it was brutal then. She peppered them with questions about why she was trapped in that place, reading book after book, yet somehow still clueless. She couldn't even tell how many centuries slipped by before she finally woke up, and every time someone tried to talk to her, her body just refused to answer. A ravenous thirst for blood seeped out of her heart, and her body moved like it didn't belong to her anymore. She snapped her eyes open. Right in front of her lay yet another corpse. These short lives wouldn't ever be enough. Creeping behind her were the skeletons of past victims. And as it kept happening, her bloodlust kept rising, hungry, and unstoppable. She lifted her head, burning with questions. When would the next one arrive? What kind of power would he wield? And what horrifying end would catch him because she'd reached her limit? Couldn't take it another second? And the instant she felt life surge through every inch of her body was the only thing that mattered. The main character stepped into the room and the girl's eyes lit up like, "You're here at last. You're the one meant for me." She swore it felt like he'd been her lover in a past life, and that strange pull in her chest told her they were connected. With the wolf's body and her own moving on their own, they snap and demand one thing: kill him. Groel? So she has to cut down this man, and somehow it's absolutely wonderful. Right as the strike slammed into her, shock turned into pure thrill because after several hundred years, she finally felt excited again. And then she realized it too late. He was really attacking, and getting hit by a person like him is something no one can pull off. Then she snapped back from her animal form into a human body, and fear hit hard. She can't shake the feeling that her life is hanging by a thread. She fought to push herself upright, but her arms and legs flat out refused to move. Panic flashed through her mind as she wondered if any of this could be real. She tried to deny it. Yet the nightmare kept landing anyway. The girl hauled herself upright, blood sliding down her face, and as the pain surged through her body and the screams ripped out of her for the first time, she realized this was only the beginning. A tiny smile flickered across her face, and then she burst into loud laughter, her cheeks turning red as she thought, "I'm alive." She's been waiting for this moment for ages, trapped in darkness for centuries because she was born from that void just to meet him. The pain is brutal, the suffering is unbearable, and somehow it feels unbelievably mind-shattering. She fixated on the main character and dragged him through her nightmares, craving that sweet, brutal feeling because she kept thinking if she pushed just one more step, she'd finally die. She was back in the body of a she-wolf, and for a second she thought it was finally over until her mind pictured the main character's hands tightening around her neck, and she realized she actually wanted him to end her. At that exact moment, she hoisted her wolfish head up and finally clocked it. He'd just cured her. The shock hit her like a thunderclap. Right then, she pictured herself kneeling in a quiet clearing, with the main character standing just a short distance away like he really was her betrothed master, and she'd finally found him. She snapped back to her senses, blinked open her eyes, and found her master already gone. And that hurt, because the look in his shining eyes said it all. He wasn't going to let her go, not ever. Her cheeks flared red again, as she just knew the master would come back and sweep in to take care of her once more. She felt it in her bones. This wasn't just magic, it was real. And she begged for the day when she'd finally stand by her master. This pulse of blood and raw thrill hammers toward her violent death crescete. She's begging those beautiful, sacred hands to behead her, then turns around and prays to the gods to grant her impossible, contradictory wants. The girl kept calling for the master, convinced she had to hear his name. At least once, then begged for him to give her his own name and press his hands to her neck. 2 months had already slammed by since the protagonist ditched Fraserwaz, and those once-a-week meetups turned into full-on debriefs where the girls traded every scrap of intel they'd gathered during the week. They were plotting their next move then. Right then, the air went razor-thin with tension, and every single one of them just went silent. At those regular meetings, they only gathered the bare minimum of what Second needed, then blasted it out as weekly reports right through the team chat. Sylvia said she was sure it wasn't needed, and Ekus backed her up right away with her own words. Yukari said she didn't see the point either, but the truth hit. Nobody could deny they needed workers, and fast. Then Sylvia pitched the idea of getting a male servant, and Iko snapped back any hard worker would do. Yukari snapped that men are men, and she hates that fact, plain and simple. Sylvia shot back that she's the same, but she swears this way is safer than bringing fresh enemies right to their doorstep. Still, she's got just a month and a half left to finish the 5 estates, excluding the central and southern castles of the Second, and she's already plotting how to bulk up her squad of universal maids and level up their skills. Sylvia pressed her for the reason, and Yukari snapped back that the all-purpose maid squad is made up of 10 people. Sure, they're a little weaker than her, but you can basically think of them as 10 clones of Sylvia in maid form. Iko pictured 10 U-cars rolling in, and her fear hit like a truck. Then she snapped back only to get the reply that it was downright rude, and the girl hurried to apologize. Sylvia's smile faded, and a sharper seriousness took over her face as she said, "The maids were unreal, so dependable it was starting to feel undeniable." Yukari swore that if they brought in more helpers under them, the master's castle would stand unshakably, but right now, they just don't have enough subordinates to pull it off. Sylvia pushed and asked if she truly wanted to claim that only the commanders would end up useless, and the girl nodded right along with her. Yukari swore that once they've got staff, they can handle everything from training to management, so get moving and hire as many women as you can, because right now they only train maids. Sylvia snapped that there was no other way. Send every female servant to the maids' quarters and make all the rest menial servants men, and she made it clear that choice was final, no negotiations. Yukari shot back that she loved picking and dispatching the people herself. Then she said she'd take the load off her shoulders and offered to step in and replace her right away. Ukraine snapped that she couldn't stop herself from being jealous because this was a task the master had personally handed to her. So did Sylvia really think sweet talk would make her fold that easily? Sylvia shot back, "I'm not jealous." Sylvia said the honor was way too big, and Yukari fought to bury her wolfish instincts under a calm, sweet act while the sheep in disguise turned around and asked, "So, do you have any problems at all?" Sylvia shot her a wink and told her it was fine to be pretty only on the outside, and Yukari snapped back that she'd broken her promise too. 1 message a week and that the poem she sent him was downright hilarious. Sylvia snapped that Yukari makes noise every single night, then told her to calm down and be quieter just like her, and even mocked her by parodying how she sits there waiting for her master to come back. Yukari's anger flared. She snapped insults at Sylvia, and Sylvia fired right back, and in that instant, Echo froze in fear, bolted out of the room, and said it was terrifying. After months of nonstop brawls with the she-wolf, the 3-month mark finally hit, and then she snapped into the exact pattern he'd been waiting for. Right as he raised his skill, her shadow vanished. She got swallowed by a void shadow, And if you strike her right then, your attacks fizzle out completely while he's left wide open, ready to get hit, and he's bound to take one of her blows. Every one of her strikes is a death sentence for him now, so he can't make a move while she's hiding under the void shadow. He yanked the sacred boat's swordplay away from the verge of being prepared and sprang out of her grasp because once her dark transformation's finished, she'd instantly unleash the dark summoning and call forth a weapon strong enough to tear the world in half. With the swordplay failing him, he can't muscle her into stopping now. This summoning is happening whether he likes it or not, and all he can do is pray it isn't a spear forged from dark flames. She realized she'd summoned a shadow spell, and once it hit, she'd be stuck in staff mode until someone KO'd her. Then he cut in because he had one burning question: how do you do it? With 2 rook archery crits, it's a total sweep. Then there's the option where 1 crit and 2 normal shots land, or even 4 clean normal attacks with 0 crits, so yeah, he's got to pick the right one. He stared at dark magic in full bloom, an evil black fog that clings to you and slashes your health down to 1 with brutal force, and its blast rips through a huge area. When he checked the walkthrough site, it basically warned him he might dodge the fog or he might get swallowed by it. And either way, there was nothing sure about his odds. Honestly, the fact he made it felt like luck. Only the not-so-bright types who rely on their tongues for answers would spit out this kind of nonsense because in the game, this site is pure poison and can't be trusted. The protagonist fired right from his boat, and Anglemois snapped, "What are you doing?" Then the blast slammed into her right leg while his friend kept yelling that she wouldn't be able to dodge. He starts to reconsider, maybe he can wait. But a colder thought hits him, trying to dodge an attack. This massive is a bad idea from the very start. Right then, the main character chose to switch forms because once he hit the transformation, the second hurdle would be gone and he'd be untouchable for 8 wild seconds. Then he opened fire from the boat again. Crete rocketed past Bakara, and the main character didn't like it one bit. He figured the only way to drop her was to fire one more shot. Yet there was nothing to fear because the next blast was guaranteed to knock her out. And even if dark magic came crashing down on him, it still wouldn't matter. He fired again, this time blasting her body right as his 8th second invulnerability finally died. When his health hit 1, he swung the deal, knocking her out cold, and she actually slumped to the floor like her consciousness just vanished. Without her getting hit next, the Shadow Staff would have been coming in hot. But since he knocked her out, he can breathe easy and heal. The third trial is done. Hey, Aranira. Nice, he smashed through. Once she rose, she charged at him like clockwork, unleashing those dark transformations again while he snapped back to his usual spot before it even landed, and the workdays were set to start right over. He couldn't stop wondering how much longer he'd have to keep doing this. Today, it racked up over 2,000 tries. Then nearly 4 months flew by as he drilled her every single day, locking in exactly 18 attempts to tame her. Anglemoa called out his name and asked, like it was finally time for him to come back, then poured him a drink. He was stuck on how his friend's record hadn't moved lately, and he could tell he'd been feeling bored with it all, so he pressed him for answers, only to realize his friend was quietly worried about him. The main character is thrilled, but he knows he'll still have to watch out for a while because he just said out loud that there's no point in turning back. If anything goes wrong, they'll be able to head home. Then Second realized the whole thing was a lie, and the weekly reports from the girls piled up reason after reason to worry. In the capital, Balmero's reformist faction backing the first prince's cause looks ready to strike any moment, and time is running out fast. Plus, he can't stop wondering just how much stronger the girls have gotten. He can't stop wondering how Yukari handles his assignments, how that finished estate turned out, and how the work on Secunda Castle is coming along, because all of it is driving him wild. Honestly, he's itching to get home. ASAP, but he can't figure out why he won't, so he's hunting for an excuse strong enough to drag him back. He figured it was just addiction, narrow thinking, and the inability to make a clear call, so he'd keep trying to tame that she-wolf right up until it snapped shut. But he can't stop himself. Taming that black wolf hooks him like a drug, and once he tastes the thrill, there's no going back. There's just one way to save yourself: tame her again. Then the main character declared he was heading to bed, and his friend nodded right along. When Second shut his eyes, Anglemois kept staring him down, and the main character quietly prayed this nightmare would finally end. 2,168 attempts later, he'd kept telling himself it would end someday, and now it finally did. The wolf triggered the dark summon and the void shadow behind it as she shifted into darkness, and it still couldn't stop her from blasting into her strongest form. She was in the worst spot imaginable, barely under 25 HP, and the game flipped her straight into Berserk mode. The strongest mode just got upgraded by Berserker mode because the Dark Flame Spear hits like a truck, blasts a roughly 3-meter damage radius, and keeps unleashing dark flames from long range non-stop. So listen, if the main character, with his current stats, even grazes that dark flame for 2 seconds, he's staring at death's door, and if the spear ever pierces him, it's instant death. If he swings back, he dies. If he tries to bolt, he dies too. So he freezes and stares hard at the girl right in front of him. Her strikes weren't something he could dodge just by turning his back, so he snapped into action, and knew it was finally time to pull his trump card. He grabbed the Goblin Mage's horn, bragging it was his trump card, But really, it was his getaway ticket. The Demon King's minions are coming, and the boss is the third-class dungeon's Ashius Barn. Then the goblin mages start flinging wild teleport spells, popping in and out like they've got no rules at all. This wildly random teleportation only kicks in when you slam an object into a monster. Yet the truth is brutal. It's terrifyingly useless and demands a whole pile of conditions to even work. But it didn't matter. He wasn't using it on the girl at all, he was using it on himself. For a gack. If he jammed it inside, he'd burst his way out of here for real. And that's how it became his ace for an emergency escape. He shut one eye and said a lot of time had passed, and his friend nodded while staring hard at the girl ahead of them, who stood there gripping a spear tight in both hands. Second was so tense it felt like the air snapped. He never tore his gaze from her, and she just sat there in calm peace, eyes closed. If that spear lands on him for even 2 seconds, it's game over, finished, devil style, no questions asked. There's no way he can get close to her now, it's totally hopeless. He's got 0 shot to win, so he's left with only one option, a desperate escape. He snapped his horn forward like he was about to jam it into himself right then, and he blurted that he'd be back here again. At that exact moment, the girl Meti shot her eyes open, and it completely stunned him Meti like she was pleading with him not to go. His eyes stayed wide open, and NO.1 snapped, "What's happening to you then, right then and there?" He dropped his hands. He couldn't stop wondering why he was fleeing someone this powerful. And then it hit him if he ran back, it would all be over. And yeah, he wasn't exactly a genius either. The main character snapped that if he ran, he'd have nothing left at all, no refuge, no future, and he vowed that the world's one wouldn't just rise, he'd get stronger than anything in existence. Engelwash's jaw dropped at what he saw. He tried yelling, "Shape home." But the guy didn't even turn. He sprinted straight at the girl, convinced he was the #1 in the world, and now there was nowhere left for anyone to run. As he sprinted, he triggered his transformation skill boom, and vulnerability hit him for 8 seconds. And this was his one shot to pull it off in just 2 seconds, because after 6 seconds, the path back vanished. At first, a tiny hint of a smile flickered on the protagonist's lips, then he burst into loud laughter and sprinted straight toward the girl, who smiled back like they were already sharing the happiest moment. So yeah, after that second thought, he realized he wasn't untouchable. This girl pinned him in the corner, and his eyes lit up as he blurted, "You're strong, just insanely amazing." Then he fired off the rook's archery. This time, he lunges for her head, not her legs, but at the very last second, she whips her head aside and the attack misses by inches. She swore she was sitting at under 20 horsepower. While he had a brutal 0.2 seconds left, he even considered fleeing, but he shut that down and refused to start spouting nonsense. Right then, he triggered his taming activation skill, and those powerful waves crashed through the girl, forcing her to respond. He convinced himself he wasn't smart enough, that success was impossible, that he was already done for, and that there was nothing left to even regret. Then right after he spoke, his confidence shattered, and he couldn't get a word out as the girl dropped to her knees in front of him. She flashed him a sweet smile, cheeks burning red, then blurted out how thrilled she was to see him right before calling him her master. The main character stared at the girl ahead of him, trying to crack the mystery why on earth this taming worked and how that miracle really happened. He wondered if anyone had ever tried casting taming on her in the strongest or berserker mode before, then immediately realized it was basically impossible because no one could ever get close to her. And the better he got, the harder he fought to keep his distance. There was only one way to tame her, drop her health down to 20, when he couldn't stop her from slipping into her strongest mode, where she'd be in Void Shadow, fully locked in Berserker mode. He surged in on the temporary invulnerability of the transformation, and launched his cast to tame her. Who else could even think to try it? Rage flared because it felt like they were laughing at him. Then the girl looked up and called him, clear as day, master. She pressed her hand to her chest and promised she'd devote her whole life to him, begging him to let her stay by his side until her last day. She was absolutely stunned she could talk, just like that. And honestly, it shocked him just as much as seeing the taming actually work. Up until just recently, she was still nothing special. Just a regular monster, trapped in the exact routine they programmed into her. The second she was tamed, her whole body snapped into life like she'd finally found her soul, though he couldn't make sense of it at all. And he kept wondering if it was the taming that did it, or if the real change had been inside her all along. The protagonist leaned in and told her he had a question. Then he demanded to know if she'd ever truly gained self-awareness, and when it happened, she shot back that it all started hundreds of years ago. Then Second pressed her for answers, and the girl snapped back that a spell one she couldn't resist had taken hold of her, leaving her under divine control. The protagonist nodded like he got it, then pushed right back, asking again about her divine power, because he suspected she meant that even after she woke up, the battles still stole her free will. But then again, what if the second she got tamed, someone overwrote her memories before she even had a chance to realize it? Someone might have come along later and jammed memories into her from the self-awareness she first unlocked centuries ago. It's way more logical to think monsters aren't born self-aware from the start than to believe they somehow wake up already knowing who they are. This feels like a problem you'll never crack, no matter how hard you stare at it. So, yeah, thinking about it right now is pointless. The girl stared at the main character, then went still as she heard her called Uncle. And for a moment, nothing happened until it clicked that she'd just been given a name, and her smile burst out as her cheeks lit up red. Then Second repeated his name and told her to remember it. Then he said it was time for them to go, and he couldn't believe Anko had never stepped outside before. No wonder she was grinning like that, because hundreds of years had gone by. With the girl beside him, he strode down the corridor, then froze, because right ahead of the library, the walls were crawling with terrifying black ghosts. They're not just strong, each one of them teams up with the others and hits in groups, turning them into a nightmare to deal with. He figured there were only 5 of them at first. If he had to do it solo, he'd just tweak the count himself. No big deal until the girl beside him suddenly vanished. Right then, the uncle charged up to one of the monsters, stared him down, called him adorable, then slapped his hand on his face and ordered him to die. As he stared at it, the protagonist realized the black ghost's health had been whittled down to just 1, and he couldn't believe she was actually pulling off that cheating magic for real. Anko tore through a swarm of ghosts, then snapped into action. She summoned her shadow staff, grabbed it tight, and started waving it like a weapon. Now he's stuck trying to put words to what he's feeling. This ruthless, devilish combo that's been wrecking his life lately somehow feels comforting. The moment they're more on the same side. She shut her eyes, giggled under her breath, and thanks to the staff's special power, she tore into enemies even when her hits landed on their shadows. She stared at it, grin stretching across her face, and whispered to herself that she was tough. Maybe even dangerously so, especially with that dark magic. And the crazy part was, he never once expected she could pull it off because in her past life, she couldn't use this skill at all. She's using that cheating magic only for herself, and you can't deny it. Anko in this life is totally different from the Anko she used to be back then. Second practically praises her like she's incredible, but the girl just shakes her head and says she isn't worthy of hearing that. He figured he had to run a quick check just to see how she differed from the last one, and he demanded she let him inspect her parameters. The girl closed the distance, beamed up at him, and told him he could watch as much as he wanted. His gaze slid lower, and he couldn't help noticing how huge her dignity seemed. Yet what did it change for him? Now the real question shifted, and it hit him hard. Everything was different. A system window popped up in front of him, flashing the girl's stats and straight up locking in her limits. Dark magic can only be used on enemies weaker than she is. She even gets a cooldown of 3,600 seconds only once an hour, sure. But still, that's basically a cheating skill. To top it all off, they tweaked a few skills. Dark Transformation no longer has a cooldown, and Dark Teleportation's Dark Summoning now hits with a crisp 60-second cooldown. Sure, this new life looked better than the last one, but compared to before taming, everything was worse except for that Dark Transformation. He swore every single change was brilliantly planned, and the more he saw it, the more he convinced himself God must exist, or at least the developer behind it. Uncle grilled him for his opinion and asked if she'd actually be useful to him. Then he shot back, "She's useful 5,000 out of 100? No, scratch that, I'm talking 1,000,000. She hurled herself into his arms and blurted out how happy she was, and he couldn't help but feel her dignity standing tall in his mind. He urged her to hurry home. She snapped back that she'd obey him. Then, for the next 4 months, he sat with that thought. It felt like forever, yet somehow it didn't, and when he finally looked up, he heard it. Autumn had already slipped in outside. With his feet moving forward, the main character mumbled stupid thoughts like how gorgeous those autumn leaves would look to him now that he'd finally calmed Anko and the world felt brighter. Yeah, sure, no good times at all because of that incident. He learned the brutal truth. Every beautiful story comes with a nasty flip side. The girl stood right in front of him, covering her eyes as tears streamed down her face. She kept apologizing for everything. And the main character was crushed in that exact moment. The second a girl steps outside and hits the sunlight, her strength snaps away like a switch getting flipped. If her whole body vanished into the shadows, she could unleash her full power. But the second even a sliver of sunlight kissed her skin, she started weakening, right in proportion to how much light hit her. A girl can only throw down in the shadows at night, or indoors she's fine, but step into that scorching sun and you'd better not even try. He told himself this was the cost of dark magic, and the moment he stayed silent, it hit him like a gut punch. He never saw this coming, but there's no undoing it now. Looks like Uncle is going to repay those 4 months he spent with her, all the way. The main character and the girl strolled side by side, shoulders nearly touching, and he couldn't stop weighing one terrifying thought: should he shut down her summoning? Uncle said she was overflowing with joy and gratitude, that he'd been worried for her, and just hearing that made energy fizz inside her. She clung to him like she couldn't let go, and suddenly, everything felt right. The protagonist shot back, "So it was really me and not my shadow." Then he admitted she'd somehow figured it all out, and the girl smiled through his rudeness. "I love you even when you act like that." The protagonist felt it in his bones. Teasing her wasn't funny at all. And if he kept doing what he did with Sylvia, he'd only screw himself over worse and worse. Right now, the girl clung to his body tighter and tighter, like she couldn't get enough of that closeness. Then he figured it all came down to one thing: she was a Shatch wolf. The main character said, Alright, first we board the ship, then we crash for the night in a port city, and tomorrow morning we'll be riding a horse all day, so just hang in there and be patient a little. The girl's worry hit like a punch, and she snapped that she wouldn't stand for it because for her, every single second with him felt like pure earthly bliss. The protagonist couldn't shake the thought that they had no clue whether they should just flee like that, and unease crawled through his gut. Yet even with all that anxiety screaming inside him, they still tore away from the island. The King of Spirits leaned close and told the girl she could only cower in the shadow of his body like she was nothing but weight. And seriously, is that infamous dark she-wolf really only good for stroking her master's back? He tried calling her name again, then demanded she say something. Moa did it again and again, but the girl wouldn't utter a word. The protagonist started snapping at the king, and the royal spirit king demanded to know how he dared disrespect him, especially with his elder comrade watching rage flared in the second one, and he snarled at him to shut up and sit still. Riding from Kula, the port city, to Paho on horseback, the main character suddenly felt the pull to summon a spirit. He had to figure out whether summoning that monster and summoning the spirit would clash with each other, because even if the spells didn't fight, the two summoned themselves started to... The King of Spirits demanded why he was holding back, calling it nepotism and straight-up discrimination against spirits. Then she snapped at that girl again, and he fired back, "So, why do you think that..." The spirit snapped that just yesterday she bared her fangs at him, unforgivable, and now he's got to punish her brutally. The girl finally realized Moist still didn't trust her. And right then she snapped back into her senses, telling him she was already woven into the master's soul, and whether her fangs ever bared depended on his will. She said, "If that's how it is, wouldn't it be wild for the owner to punish himself?" Moa snapped that it was all empty sophistry, and the girl fired back that it only had to do with punishments. Then she nodded, agreeing with her master right there. Anko shot her hand up, grabbed the protagonist by the chin, and dared him to strangle her. She must have been spewing nonsense again, so he spun toward the King of Spirits and demanded he fix it, and the king shot back, "What do you want me to do?" The main character kept snapping, ranting about how he should handle it since he's the senior comrade here, and the Spirit King tried to stop him. Right then, the girl clung even tighter to him, let out a loud shaky sigh, and blushed hard the very next second. She snapped to Angelwa and urged him to hurry up. Then, the girl was urged to look up at the gorgeous autumn leaves, and right in front of her, huge trees towered overhead. The Spirit King said Anko's been stuck in that dark dungeon this whole time, never catching sight of them, and that's her perfect shot, so he told her to hop off her horse and finally take a look. The girl yanked her hands off the main character's neck, jaw tight and eyes burning, then snapped, "So, you really plan to hand me over to the owner? You may be an older comrade, but you've been playing around too much." The Spirit King grilled her about what they'd do next, where they'd finally decide the winner. Right there then, Ankle's fury detonated, and she snarled that she wanted to burn him alive or tear him to pieces, offering him a choice. Angelmoss told her, straight up, to try and kill him if she could. Before she could even fire off a reply, the main character snapped and sent every single spirit back. He figured it was all pointless, like trying to keep a cat and a dog from tearing each other apart, and swore he'd never summon them together again. Then the thought hit him, when would he summon them next? And right then, his stomach started to twist like it already hurt. After a while, he finally hit the city of Piaggio, grabbed a place to stay, stuffed himself with food, scrubbed off the road, and then crashed into bed. Just as he was already sprawled on the bed, a hard knock slammed into his door, forcing him to spring up then. When he cracked it open, a blonde-haired young guy stood there, apologizing like he'd messed everything up. The stranger announced he'd just been appointed butler of the first family, then introduced himself as Kuburo, and honestly, he looked genuinely thrilled to meet him. The protagonist stared him down, and the other guy stared right back, because something about him screamed. He wasn't just an ordinary person. For now, everything clicks in his head. Sure, this is his butler, but the way he talks sends a spark of doubt through him. He immediately questions the butler about when they first became the family of the first. He answered, grinning, that Mrs. Yukari told him to introduce himself just like that. Then the main character's jaw dropped, and he demanded, "You're serious?" It felt like I'd heard this before, but my mind fogged over like I'd shoved it all aside for 4 long months. Staring at the guy, he couldn't stop thinking. What did it even mean that his very first public name would be second first? Somehow it felt like a damn perfect name. Then the protagonist shot Kubra a question. "Why are you even here?" And Kubra answered, "I have to take you with me." Before the protagonist leaned in and demanded, "So you're really a butler?" He told her he'd go anywhere for him, because this guy isn't just a butler and a valet who got introduced to him. He's ready to move the moment he's called. Kupro shot an apology his way for yanking him out of sleep, since he looked wrecked but he'd already checked in with the innkeeper so he could crash for a little longer. The butler even said breakfast would be waiting when he woke up, then asked if he wanted it brought straight to his room, and second nodded, agreeing. Kubero bowed, telling him he understood Le Fayevaletia Sarayet, not Steve. And Steve thought, then I'll get him breakfast when the time comes. For now I can finally rest. Because man, what an attentive friend the protagonist is. He looks barely 20, but the way he sweats every tiny detail screams one thing. This guy is a real master, and I can't stop wondering what kind of brutal training could turn someone into this in just 4 months. Then the main character crashed back onto the bed, yanked a blanket over himself, and muttered that it was time to sleep until hours later he decided it was time to get up. And right on cue, someone knocked on the door. He blinked in shock. There was the butler already on his doorstep, gripping a tray of food like it was nothing. And now he had to wonder, was this an Esper? After he finished his second breakfast, he snapped, "Time to move out." But the guy shot back, "I'm already done with that." Then the protagonist pressed, "What about seven styo?" And the butler replied, "My subordinate will handle it." The second it was said, he lit up and asked for something to eat on the way home. And the guy snapped back that today they had chocolate pie and hot coffee ready. The main character nodded like he totally understood then. Out of nowhere, he demanded they play cards on the way home, and the butler immediately pulled out a deck, smiling, saying it'd be an honor because he just happened to have an unpacked one ready. The second one stared at him and praised him hard, calling him unbelievably good. Then the guy bowed again and said, shaking his head, that he didn't deserve words like that. After a bit, they slid into the carriage, and the two men sat across from each other at first. Not a single word was spoken. The main character locked eyes with his assistant and hypnotized him with sheer stare power. Then the assistant finally caught on and asked, "Can I help you with anything?" That second, she smiled at him and assured him everything was fine. Then the butler leaned in and told him if he needed anything at all, he should just ring him. He convinced himself he was being careful, but that only meant something was off, and ever since he ran into them this morning, that gut-punch dread has clung to him, refusing to let go. The trip to the capital will take 4 hours, so keep eyes on him the whole time while he's stuck with nothing to do, and figure out why that bad feeling is crawling over him. Second felt bad for dragging that stress out of him for so long, hoping he'd finally back off for now, then it hit him. His butler was stressed too. He snapped his lips shut and gnawed them, his hands shaking like they wanted to jump out of his skin, and every inch of him screamed how tense he was, yet he forced himself to hide it. He moves with calm precision, crushing every bit of tension in his body before it even has a chance to rise because he refuses to risk disturbing his master again. That's pure willpower. The hero doesn't believe you can force tension down with your mind. Yet this guy clamps it to the absolute limit with sheer willpower, laughs to himself, and thinks, what a perfect character. At that moment, Seconds started cackling like he couldn't hold it in. Kuburo snapped his head up, staring right at him, and asked if he was okay. Seconds grinned and said he was doing great, and he really loved people like Kuburo. The butler snapped tense the second those words hit the air, then demanded again if the protagonist truly liked him, while the protagonist realized he'd probably picked the worst possible word to say. Right away, he launched into an explanation. "Nah, Anna, I swear I didn't mean it like that, I just like him." And the butler snapped right back, thanking him over and over. The main character told him to chill and stop wearing himself out, then threw out the idea of playing cards, Ibu Po Trawen. And the guy nodded and agreed on the spot. Stare closely and you'll spot Kubrow twitching just a little, but he still nails every step like a pro, seriously. This guy's insanely cool. The butler gripped a deck of cards in his hands, and the protagonist met his gaze with a grin, thinking, this feels like the start of a long partnership, and I'm going to try to win his trust and keep things friendly. The protagonist called the butler out by name, he answered. Glah. Then the second one leaned in and asked if he'd ever faced trouble in his life. And if the answer was yes, he demanded every detail, even the tiniest ones. He flashed a grin at his butler and swore he'd take care of them for good, leaving the poor guy completely stunned. The protagonist figured it must have slipped out of him by pure accident. And honestly, it was probably because he'd just tamed Enko so well he only wanted to leave a strong impression on the same man who'd already tested his willpower. Right then, Kuburo threw himself into a deep bow, as low as he possibly could, and promised he'd never forget his master's mercy. The older one kept staring at his servant, unwavering, until the guy finally lifted his eyes. Then he said that tonight, right after everyone fell asleep, he wanted a private talk with the second tier, and you could see tears trembling in his eyes. He stepped in again, nailed the timing, and nodded it through because even a guy who never shows anxiety can still choke up, and tonight, he's going to open up to him too. They finally made it home, and he even remembers feeling a little pumped. But then he realized the place wasn't the Eastern Estate at all. The Vanilla Lake Estate sits in the Southwest, and that crushed his excitement fast. Now it all clicked for him. Yukari and the others really did like his idea of reshaping the estate with every season. Right then, a girl sprinted out to meet him, greeting him with a bright smile, then closing the distance fast. He shot back that he was just as happy to be back, saying they'd stick around here through the fall. Then Yukari wrapped her arms around him. She shot him an apology for her behavior, admitted she'd been freaking out, and blurted out that she had so much on her mind, then pleaded for one last moment to stay just like this. Even though he never broke contact while he was gone, he still left her stuck with his estates all alone for 4 brutal months. After a while, Yukari yanked herself back, apologized with her whole heart, and you could tell she was just as uncomfortable with how exposed her feelings were. She even apologized for how fast it all happened. But the truth was, They still had a mountain of things to work through. Right as she started to speak, a stranger slammed into the main character from the side, hitting him with his entire body. He didn't see it coming at all, and the worst part? The guy even shouted his name. Turns out it was Eco she burst into, jumping around like a firecracker, yelling that he'd finally made it back home, and while she talked, he muttered to himself that it wasn't weak at all. It just proved this girl had actually grown up. He ran his fingers through her hair and said, "I'm back." Then the moment he saw how much she'd grown, he asked her about it, only for her to meet his eyes and say, "Dead serious? I don't know." Then he flashed a sweet smile at her and said he understood it all, yet she still had no clue about the changes happening to her. He also muttered that she was talking like Sylvia, and that was not something she should be doing. And before the tension could settle, the latter stepped in and demanded what he even meant. She came in like trouble in boots, striding right at them with long, unstoppable steps. Then she grinned and said, the second looked like a cucumber, like she had zero reason to worry at all. Staring at Sylvia, the protagonist told her she'd changed too, and he couldn't wait to dive back into the dungeons again. She grinned back and said she'd been thinking the same thing, and they both burst into laughter. Sylvia and the second fist clapped into a greeting, then Sylvia pitched dinner for everyone. Yukari lit up and agreed, warning them they'd be slammed with stuff right after. Right then, the main character blurted that he wanted to bring someone new to the team, and Sylvia and Yukari instantly went on edge while Echo just stood there, totally lost. Then he glanced at the girls and felt it. Everything had flipped so fast it barely made sense, like just moments ago the whole place was still drowning in a friendly warmth. Sylvia demanded to know if he'd gone and seduced yet another girl again, and Yukari snapped at him to bring the one he'd found, then they'd pick up where they left off. The protagonist blinked in surprise, he snapped for her to freeze and swore he'd call her out with one towel, then hit the monster, summoning like a switch flipping. Seconds later, Anko burst into view right in front of them, snapped her attention to him, and swore she was at his service while the girls stared in shock at her massive frame, totally convinced she was bigger than they could handle. Then the she-wolf clocked 3 more girls lurking nearby, and the main character's whole body went tense because he knew she was about to strike. So the second she lifted her hand, he screamed at her to stop. But Anko had already unleashed her power on the girls, and their health crashed to 1. Then the girl just started laughing, steady and cold, until Second bolted up right at that moment. He yanked her hair to throw her off mid-action, and the protagonist stared her down, demanding to know what she thought she was doing here without permission, where she instantly turned into a sweet, obedient girl. Then she blurted that she felt a thirst for blood, and the moment Second refused to budge, Anko's face snapped red with pure embarrassment. Sylvie gasped in total shock, demanding what was going on because none of it made sense to her at all. Amko snapped back that Eternity was gone and she must stop trying to hurt anyone. This is too hard. Sylvie swallowed her pride and hurried to bring her master the deepest apologies. The girl swore she'd resist, she'd never lift a hand against anyone. Not even once, then promised she'd obey her master to the letter, because at the end of the day, she was fully in his control, so she boldly begged him to forgive her. She hated herself so much for it. One moment she'd just feel that bloodlust, and the next she'd be thinking she should kill people. Born inside the great dungeon of the Isaroa library, Uncle vanished into total solitude, swallowed by darkness because for her, killing wasn't a choice, it was instinct. He tried to figure out exactly what to say to her and how to point her in the right direction, but nothing snapped into place fast enough, so he told her, cold and clear, that she wouldn't be acting on her own anymore unless he gave the instructions. If she wants something out of the blue, she has to tell the main character first, then she falls in line and obeys him. And only after that can they keep working together. He had second thoughts about firing off that brutal order, even if it was meant to protect her, yet Anko stayed quiet, eyes tucked behind her bangs, and when she finally lifted her face, her cheeks were red and tears shimmered in her eyes. Then he stared at her, totally baffled still. Her smile screamed that she was happy, and he clocked that she was waiting on his word. The protagonist told her she could talk. Then Anko looked him in the eye and said, "You're too kind to someone as rotten as me," daring him to punish her until it snapped her bad thoughts into place, because if he truly thought she was useless, he could prove it. The protagonist cut her off mid-speech, blurted out an apology, and told her they were swamped right now so she should stay put and wait for instructions, while he snapped her back to him. Second thought, another pounding headache slammed him, and yeah, her powers would be a huge help to them, but he couldn't make peace with it. He's sure that any day, anything can go sideways, and another sudden emergency like the one that just happened could hit out of nowhere, so he wants to prevent it. Yukari then asks him what just went down. He shot back that she was a dark she-wolf, and it took him 4 whole months to break and tame her, and now she's the demon boss from a Class 1 dungeon, Ifeko. Yukari blurted out, "Am I too strong?" And the protagonist shot back that she hadn't even tapped half her power, leaving the girls staring in total disbelief. Second shot them an apology and promised he'd spill the full details later. Yukari nodded like, "Got it," then hurried off to get ready for the meeting, only to ask them to push it back by an hour before she spun around and disappeared into the house. Sylvia insisted that even if Yukari claimed it was so, she still didn't buy it because today would probably mean they just had to sit through some smug report about a seconds-long absence. So he'd better brace himself. Even with her gut-sinking fear screaming at her, she still held her ground and kept the vibe of, "No need to worry about me." He realized he was standing among people with steel wills. People like that, and right then he stared straight at Iko. He ruffled her head again, apologized for scaring her, and she waved it off. Then she grabbed his hand and urged him to go play. With the second one by their side, they barged into the house, tore through a bunch of games, scavenged for eco pebbles, and then sprinted outside to bounce on the trampoline like crazy. They all crowded around the one table. Yukari was chatting up a storm. Echo's eyes were drooping as the minutes slipped by. Then they dug in together, burst out laughing, and just like that, the night rolled in. He was stuck in his room, spiraling over the fact that he still hadn't told anyone about Anko yet somehow. They weren't even bothered by his total rudeness. He has to fix this mess with the she-wolf right now. This isn't something that's going to be handled so easily. They showed up on time, so this was the moment to talk it out because he had one more problem gnawing at him right now. Someone knocked on his room door. It was Kubaro. He dipped into a deep bow to the protagonist, then locked eyes with him and demanded that he come along. Night cloaked everything after Pentecostal time, moonlight spilling over the world as they reached the pond's edge. Then the butler snapped toward him, his stare screaming determination. He yanked off his gloves and did it again. Facing the main character, locking eyes with him, he clenched his fists up in front of his chest and declared he wanted a fight. Kuburo told himself he couldn't blow this chance still. It burned him that he had to lean on the very guy who'd pulled him from the dump and handed him a life worth living. Now isn't the moment to blab about petty little things, but when seconds demanded he steel himself and confess, he shot back that he'd find his courage his own way. The butler reached out and told him the duel would use a crown he'd already set aside. But the main character cut him off with a grin and said, "Perfect." Puparo thought that second looked so pleased, like a kid who'd just snagged a shiny new toy. Then he said he loved strong-willed guys like Puparo, and the butler bowed again and again, calling it an honor to serve. Kuburo told himself not to panic, not to let the moment swallow him whole, because if he didn't prove his grit right now, his dream would never happen. So he asked if he'd take the challenge, and the other guy agreed. The butler was convinced the main character had come chasing the dueling crown, but that was a brutal mistake. You don't shove the master around and a valet forcing it. That's a disgrace. So Kuburo marched straight up to Mr. Sackett to hand it to him. But the second he got close, he froze mid-step. Shock hit his face, and he froze, wondering if he'd tripped on some pebble until he realized it felt like something had yanked his foot. Even though there was nobody here but them, so the only suspect left was himself. Kuburo shrugged off that thought and realized it wasn't the priority, because at this pace, he was going to slam right into the main character. The guy snapped out a loud curse, then face-planted his head straight into the guy's chest a second later. The butler's face flushed red, and he jerked back from the protagonist like he'd been burned. Then he demanded an apology, and suddenly it all clicked for him. He's a servant. Even if it wasn't on purpose, he never should have been able to hurt his master. Yet he still slammed him hard on the head and did something he had no right to do. The main character pressed him. "Did you really catch all that?" And he answered, "Yeah, Kuburo is still an absolute standout." The second one snapped into a smile and planted himself because this whole strange thing was his doing, wasn't it? Then he leaned in and demanded, "What did you do?" The main character smirked and said, this was his way of escaping prison just seconds ago. Kuburo went from servant to freedom, and the one who'd been serving was left reeling at the sound of his words. He swore a technique like that had to exist, but he'd never seen it or even heard of a way to pull it off until now, though the details didn't even matter. Kuburo stared into his own thoughts, begging the question, why did the main character free him? And second shot back, "A simple duel is dull, now you two will finally spar without any limits." The guy started to realize he might have been wrong because Mr. Second doesn't care a bit about how strong the servants in the first family are. He'll grin, rip up a contract, and challenge a servant to a fight just because he wants blood. Cabero burst into loud laughter, convinced his master really was one of those rare, strong people. With a grin on his face, the main character declared it was awesome, and then he urged himself to breathe easy because the fight had already kicked off. Kuburo threw him an apology and said, "I'm your servant, so I've got to tell you this, please. Next time, don't pull crap like breaking contracts over petty things." The butler warned that if he turned out to be a traitor, the main character would be walking straight into needless danger, so the kid tipped his head down and flashed a grin. Second warned him that if he betrayed him, it would be all on his own head, but he liked Kuburo. So he broke him free and wouldn't let anyone dare complain. He even pressed, the guy would a traitor really lecture him like that? The butler had no answer, so he snapped his fists up in front of him and declared, "Second's about to regret this." Kuburo believed his true strength was hand-to-hand combat, especially when he fought in 1st Dan Horse and 3rd Dan Silver, where he was the best in the whole team. It was those fists that dragged him out of the gutter, turning a hopeless street kid into the butler he is today. He figured he'd land at least one hit on the master with these fists of love he swore by, and that choice screamed his determination. At that moment, the main character stared at Kuburo with cold indifference, then said nothing. Not even a word in his own defense, Kuburo snapped, asking if he wasn't going to get ready for the fight, and he shot back, "No." Second said the whole thing was backwards, that Kuburo was the one getting all tense, even though he'd already told him there was no reason to tense up. Then he pressed him. "What would you do if we just stared at each other for hours?" The butler thanked him for his advice, but he refused to doubt himself for a second. Then he snapped his fists up again. The main character snapped, furious that he was the one who warned them not to underestimate the guy. Then he lunged straight at the butler and cracked him in the face, sending him flying back a good distance. Kuburo lay on his back, completely wrecked every inch of his face and body, screamed as his cheeks, jaw, head, and whole body throbbed in pain. But he had no clue what happened since he couldn't see a single thing. Aki stepped up to him, and the butler instantly believed he'd been left behind. Yet Aki was heartbroken by what he saw because he had zero drive and stood no chance at all. Then she spun toward him and demanded he stand up and prove his grit, ordering him to strike full force with the intent to kill. Kuburo sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, and the main character snapped, "Is that all you've got?" But Kuburo wasn't done yet. He had to stand his ground, now or never. The butler snapped back to himself, snapped his eyes open, and hissed that this couldn't be true. Then he cursed his own stupidity, forced himself upright, and swore he still had time, so he needed to stay steady. Kuburo shot to his feet and roared at the top of his lungs, and the protagonist grinned at what he'd done. Then the guy wiped the blood off his face with his sleeve and stared straight at the master. He swore he'd prove his determination he'd never fold, even if it cost him his life, because that's his willpower. And once he puts everything on the line, he stands up ready to give it all. Kuburo shot his hand forward to land the second strike, but second met it head-on and slammed his palm in the way like it barely cost him any effort. The butler wouldn't quit. He kept pressing his palm like it would change everything, but nothing shifted. Then the main character lifted his hand and Kuburo crumpled, slipping into unconsciousness as he declared to the master that he was the best. After what felt like forever, Kuburo snapped back to his senses, opening his eyes to a bed in a strange room. And just as he tried to figure out where he was, the main character cut him off and told him, straight up, that he'd finally woken up. The second one leaned in and asked the guy if he wanted to drink the potion, but he shook his head and refused. He wanted his wounds to stay with him for a while. The protagonist felt it was a little weird, but he nodded along anyway. Kuburo shot up, thanked him for the help, and then the other guy turned around and asked, "Wait, what are you thanking me for?" Kuburo bowed low and said it was simple. He took him in, handed him a life as a servant, gave him a real chance, and even signed on for the competition. He was dead sure of it, every word. The main character pressed him, "Why are you acting like this?" And the guy just shrugged, admitting he didn't even know yet somehow. An overwhelming need to thank him burned in his chest. After hearing him, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously off, like he didn't know what he was saying, or maybe he'd smacked his head and forgotten everything. The butler's face went red, and he immediately looked away. The main character totally couldn't figure out what was happening to the guy, and why his reaction was so intense until the guy finally admitted it. Hit him like a wrecking ball, so strong it hurt just to understand. And the main character nodded right along. Kuburo told him that, back then, he was a commander in the crime syndicate Rio Robin Hood-style bandits who strike near the kingdom's capital. A gang of noble robbers heroes in the slums, snatching wealth from the rich and tossing it to the poor, hated by the knightly rulers but backed hard by the people who actually live on the ground. He swears Yukari clued him in, then drops this bomb. Robin Hood's bandits are hailed as the mightiest crew in all the kingdom. Yet the Knights of Castalla supposedly wiped every last one out, or did they? Kuburo said that thieves who get rich by stealing don't just take things, they spark pure resentment everywhere, because the real target is always the aristocrats who stuff their pockets thanks to their status. The main character finally figured out why the Kingdom of Castalla had to wipe out Robin Hood's robbers, and the guy nodded right along with him, because once the second and third knightly orders hit, they'd be on the brink of total destruction within just a few months. Turns out, he only figured this out recently, and he's dead serious. He believes their destruction was handed straight to the First Knightly Order. The protagonist grilled him about it again, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, because he was dead sure the First Knightly Order was now being run by the Royal Guard. If you're trying to wipe out Robin Hood's robbers, it's too obvious. Hand the job to the Third Knightly Order, the palace's defenders, or the Second Knightly Order, the army. There's got to be a nasty reason behind all this talking about the Rotten Knights Order and the First Prince, Claus, who leads it. And yeah, that stench is definitely coming from something vile. Reemsma, their boss, demanded a bargain his head for the deal. He dropped to his knees in front of them, begged them to spare his followers, and tossed his own life on the line. That First Knightly Order stepped in like a mediator, and they actually believed it would fix everything until the Second and Third Orders crashed onto the scene to seal the agreement. Or at least, that's what they told themselves. The protagonist clocked the whole thing was a setup because the guy promised that In just a few days, an attachment for suppression would be forged by the first nightly order, and then a surprise attack tore through the ranks, killing several dozen people. So many of his subordinates threw their lives away for the young commander. Yet somehow he still slipped free and made it to Maurice Company, and when Second demanded, "Did they really let you go?" The guy just nodded, saying yes. Kuburo burst into heavy tears, and the main character stared at him like, "There's no way he's drowning in depression. He's completely miserable." No doubt he's probably already wrestling with one mission: how to rescue the remaining subordinates hiding in the shadows, cut off from each other. As long as the young commander is still breathing, he'll push himself to carry out his boss's last dying wish, because if he fails, it won't just be his promise broken. It'll be the hope of every subordinate who died believing Robin Hood's bandits would be reborn one day. The main character leaned in and asked, "So, you really want revenge?" And the guy snapped back, "Yes." Then he pushed again, "What about saving your comrades?" And he answered without hesitation, "Yes, absolutely." After seeing his subordinate's unbreakable spirit, he knew one thing: this man would not quit. Not even when death stared him down, and he'd proven it right there. Now it was his turn to step in and help. The main character flashed a smile and told him it was time to go, promising he'd figure out a way to help, and the butler froze in shock, then nodded and agreed. After a while, the main character reached the pond and froze in thought, mind racing with everything he still had to figure out. So, yeah, he's juggling everything at once: the promise he swore to the second prince, Yukari, the brainwashing magic Duchess Lucia Isena handed him, and now the promise he owes Kuburo, and it all makes his head explode with heat. Everyone's tangled up in politics, and he's standing there with zero clue where to even begin. Because once upon a time, he swore that taming a wolf meant he could conquer anything, but now he knows that won't cut it. No matter how strong he is, he can't topple an entire country. He couldn't figure out why he couldn't just pull it off, like killing one specific person easy on paper. Except he had no clue who the target was, and even then it wouldn't magically fix everything. He jerked his head up and groaned, then dropped it again, scratched the back of his head, and started racking his brain for what to do next. A blazing idea hit him, and it felt perfect. If he's stuck and doesn't know what to do, then he should just walk up and ask someone. He pulled the girls around the table, grilled them about who actually understood politics, because he needed a political advisor who'd weigh in on every single decision he made. The girls racked their brains over his question. Yukari offered a few names, then hesitated because she wasn't sure they'd actually be trustworthy, and in the end, she couldn't recommend a single one. The protagonist said, "I get it," then swung the question to Sylvia. She answered that her father had clawed his rank of pen through pure military merit. And since he was a knight at heart, she figured it wouldn't pay off much anyway. Second realized it wouldn't get them far, and Yukari told him to give her a little time. She'd quiz their servants and see if anyone there knew people like that. And he just nodded back that they'd try to track down one guy. He fired off a spirit call, thinking, maybe this spirit knows someone who's clued in on politics. Angelmoa manifested right in front of them. He clocked it. This dude was pouting at him, and ever since he summoned and then banished him, right after that blow-up with his girl Anko, he's been dodging him like crazy. Now this can't stand. Someone has to pull him back into a good mood. Second said Anko was finally repenting for everything she'd done. Then the guy snapped back that she'd almost killed his precious second partner, and that was exactly what she deserved. He felt his mood crash even harder, like it was getting worse by the second, because he knew he'd gotten this from him. They were linked, plain and simple. If he could read his thoughts, then he'd finally understand where he stood. Second declares she's his mightiest warrior, and he tells him to be patient, yet begs that her spirit must also lend strength to her regeneration. Angamua said he can always tell when his partner is worried, so he'll take it seriously. But he made it crystal clear that they'll never become friends. He'll never trust her then. Second clocked where he stood and thanked him. He told himself this felt like the only way he could help, despite the anger still burning hot in him. And somehow he sensed the spirit might not be a bad guy at all. Second spun to Angamua and shot, "Do you know anyone who understands politics?" And Angamua just burst into laughter, claiming he was the great leader of souls who ruled over the whole world of souls. Then the main character pressed, "So you really know?" And his friend nodded like it was obvious, while in the main character's head, a second thought hit hard: he did know someone. And honestly, he should have expected nothing less from him. Second fired back and demanded, "Who are you and where are you coming from?" The guy tipped his hat and said, "I'm Winfeld Governor and your tactician." Turns out the spirit world has a mix of water and earth running the show, a half-water, half-earth spirit, who handles every government request, and the protagonist can't believe there's actually a government in a spirit world. Angelmois lays it out. They've got a government, and they unite all four elements under it. Mixed spirit means you're built from two or more elements, and this one is half water, half earth. He swore everything was crystal clear to him. He even treated Great Ruler of Spirits like it was just a title, but it turns out he's been knee-deep in something way bigger and way more dangerous than he ever realized. Second fired off a question to the spirit: could they summon his acquaintance? The spirit answered, "You can call him here, just don't do it directly." Anglemoy snapped that since his dear second had already signed a contract with him, somebody else would just step up and make a contract with Winfield while the Spirit King himself showed up to make sure his friend got summoned. He froze at his own words, then wondered if he could really pick the target for summoning spirits until his friend hit him with the truth. That's one of the great ruler of spirits perks. Second was rocked with shock. He demanded, "Are you messing with me?" Because the idea that he could actually call up spirits of any rarity felt unreal, but one scary question burned in his mind. Who would even dare to use them? The protagonist fired off a question about whether this Windfield could really hit hard, and Englemoir shot back, "I'm weak, very weak, an unfortunate heir to the waters of the earth." Hearing that, the second one sagged, looking low. He just bragged that nobody beats them when it comes to tactics and anything in politics that demands a truly great ruler. They grabbed that too. So when people start talking about spirit world tactics, they're really talking about these spirits. Anglemois bragged that it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say they owned the spirit world. Then he burst out laughing, and the protagonist just couldn't find a single thing funny about it. After thinking it through, he had to admit the guy made sense. Then he saw how battered and flimsy he looked, and he decided then and there who would end up calling him. The protagonist snapped his head toward Yukari and told her to chase the summoning of the spirit, and Yukari's eyes went wide with shock. On a second thought, if it was a weak spirit, the smart move was to call it to someone who wasn't stuck in the fight, because if he ever had to summon stronger spirits later, relying on Sylvia and Echo could turn into a real problem. They seethed with jealousy because he'd gone and addressed the request to Yukari right then and there, and he asked her straight up if she'd learned the summoning of spirits, only for her to grin and say she picked it up way back in 16th grade. To unlock the spirit summoning skill, you don't need some crazy ritual, you just have to learn at least one witchcraft skill, then spend your skill points, and boom, spirit summoning is yours. But that won't be enough to call the spirits if they want him to answer. They'll need a summoning ticket first. The main character stared at the ticket, wondering how to turn it into something big because there were two routes: hunt monsters for the loot, or clear the dungeon and cash it in for a reward. Both of these methods are a long shot. Getting that loot from rank 2 and 3 monsters is almost unheard of, and since he arrived, not a single one has ever dropped for him. So the quickest way to snatch them is to grab them at auction. And honestly, he's not even sweating the market value in the millions because he's got enough money to make that problem disappear. At that exact moment, Sylvia burst into loud, unstoppable laughter, and the protagonist froze in shock. He demanded to know what was going on, then declared she'd finally come to him only for the girl to bristle at his words. She told him, "Look," and Second didn't get it. Not at all until he finally spotted the ticket he needed, right there in her hands, and the whole crowd erupted in shocked cries.